Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is 8 o'clock, and in as much as we were not able to finish yesterday's business, we have additional business to do today. So if everyone could please find their seats, we'll get started here in just a moment. All right, good morning. Day two. I'll first turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden for any announcements.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Let's see a couple announcements. Just to orient everyone, we did leave final action on CPS EFH from yesterday where it was originally scheduled to this morning. So that's where we'll be starting off this morning. A couple of additional items for you. One, around the meeting today, you'll see a delegation of folks from the World Oregon delegation. These are some folks that are visiting us from Africa. They have some issues with illegal IUU, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and they're learning about our process and governance and illegal matters and enforcement. So you'll see them around today with some interpreters. That's what that's about. And then this evening, we'll have a session over in the CPS rooms. The inventor of the slinky pots is coming, and we'll be showing that gear type. And so I think there's some interest in seeing that gear type and talking about its implications for our management. So that's this evening after we adjourn. So I'll try to remind you again this afternoon, but you might be interested in visiting that. So that concludes the morning remarks from me, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. So we need to be in our best behavior today. So I know it'll be a struggle, but please. All right, so we'll pick up where we left off yesterday with agenda item G3. I'll hand the gavel over to Vice Chair Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick, and welcome everyone. Got a busy day here ahead of us. So with that, I'll turn to Carrie to start us off on the G3. Carrie?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is agenda item G3, Coastal Pelagic Species Essential Fish Habitat Amendment Final Action. So this is the culmination of the periodic review of essential fish habitat that is required for all of the EFH provisions in all of the fishery management plans. This was kicked off in 2020. We had some interruptions with the pandemic, but made it through, and here we are at final action. There are some materials in the briefing book. Attachment 1 is the alternatives document. Attachment 2 is the proposed EFH appendix, which is a compendium of all the required elements of EFH. And then attachment 3 is FMP text that would be used for an amendment, because this will go through an amendment process. There are no regulations associated with this or anything, but there's FMP text. There's some supplemental reports also from the SSC, the CPSMT, the CPSAS, and the Habitat Committee. You saw this item in April for preliminary action, and you selected a range of alternatives and a preliminary preferred alternative, and then here we are at final action. Your action today is to consider the alternatives document, the draft EFH appendix, and the draft FMP amendatory text, and then adopt a final preferred alternative. I mentioned the reference materials already. And then as far as the order of events, after this overview, I will sit at the front table with Eric Chavez, who is the National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region EFH Coordinator, and we'll walk through the PowerPoint slides, which are also in the briefing book, and then we'll go to the reports and comments of the management entities and advisory bodies, followed by public comment, and then to council action. So that was my summary overview. I didn't go into a whole lot of detail. You will hear some more detail on the steps we got to get here and more details about what's included in the package and all that stuff in a couple of minutes. But that concludes my overview of the agenda item. I'd be happy to take any questions before we go to the slides.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Questions for Carrie on the overview? All right, we'll look forward to the presentation here.
Okay, thank you again. Yeah, thank you, Sandra. There's the first slide. This is, again, the CPS EFH review, final preferred alternative. Next slide. So these next couple of slides summarize some of the key points of what is required for essential fish habitat. It's a requirement of the Magnuson Act. We depend on the federal regulations, EFH regulations, which describe in detail what needs to be included, the identification and description, fishing and non-fishing impacts, prey species, review and revision process, things like that. And then there's also NMFS Habitat Office guidance that's referenced there in the third bullet, NMFS Procedure 03201-15, that provides additional detail and guidance on how to address the various provisions for EFH. I also want to add that Eric has permission here to jump in anytime and add or correct me, and I've depended on him in our briefings the last couple of days. So Eric, feel free to jump in, please, if I miss anything. Yeah, next slide here. I'll go through these fairly quickly. You guys saw these slides in April. I don't see need to review them in too much detail, especially the background on EFH, but we can go back and answer any clarifying questions as needed. So again, the councils and NMFS need to periodically review the essential fish habitat provisions contained in FMPs. It's supposed to happen at least every 5 years. That has proven to be a difficult timeline to stick to. Some other councils are able to do that, but in a lot of cases, they can't, just because the nature of the workload associated with doing these reviews. But we do get to them, and they're sequenced, and it is important to review them even if we don't quite hit the 5-year mark. And the overall objective is to make sure that the EFH provisions are based on the best and most recent science and information. You can rely on gray literature and empirical information. It doesn't have to be published literature, and the EFH regulations make that clear. But we do want to make sure that the descriptions, identifications, life histories, all that stuff is based on recent science. The council operating procedure 22 describes this two-phase process that we use, in which the first phase is information gathering. We put out a call for information, do a literature review and survey and summary, and then if it appears that there's enough new information that that might warrant making changes or modifications to your EFH provisions, then we move to phase 2, and that's where we develop actual proposed modifications, and that's where we are now. Next slide, thank you. So here's the timeline. It doesn't include every touch point along the way. But as I mentioned, this kicked off in 2020. And then in April 2021, there was a phase 1 report and the council said, yep, there's enough information here. Let's move to phase 2. Then in June of 2022, you adopted a phase 2 action plan, which is also required in the COP 22. And that describes, who's doing it, what's your time frame, what are your objectives of the review, that sort of thing. Since then, there have been a couple of CPSMT meetings where we did a deep dive into some of the provisions to get their feedback. We did a informal check-in with the Habitat Committee as well along the way. And then in April 2023, you adopted the range of alternatives and the PPA. And then here we are at final action in June 2023. Okay, you can do next slide. So these are some of the key issues and decisions that we're recommending and that you'll be considering. There's new species and assemblage groupings. We have new updated maps, which are also required in the regs. There's this new EFH appendix, as I mentioned, that is really a compendium of all the required information. There's a lot of new scientific information and references in there. In April, you considered a market squid spawning habitat area of particular concern that was in a proposed range of alternatives, but that was removed from the range of alternatives. And so that is not currently in any of the alternatives, the market squid HAPC. Although related information on that is included in the research and information needs to continue looking into market squid spawning habitats. Excuse me. Also, as required, we looked at the fishing impacts to CPS, EFH, and also the non-fishing impacts. Next slide. Thank you. So here's the alternatives. We're really down to one alternative with two sub-alternatives. Alternative 1A is no action, and then alternative 1B would be to adopt the new EFH appendix. And again, that includes the species and assemblage groups, which we'll cover in a minute, the identification and description of EFH, the spatial extent, maps, fishing and non-fishing impacts. The non-fishing impacts include associated conservation recommendations. And then the life history summaries, including prey species. And then there's a section on research and information needs. Next slide. So here are the proposed groupings, somewhat similar to what was or currently in existence, but the main difference is that we have broken out market squid into its own group for reasons because of its life history is different, and there's a benthic habitat association, so it has a different habitat needs than the finfish. It was previously grouped with the finfish assemblage, and so we've broken that out. So we really have 5 different groupings. Some are individual species, and then the finfish is more of the an assemblage, as well as krill, which I'll get to. So we have the finfish, the 4 species. Those are grouped as an assemblage, and EFH is defined to include all 4 of those species. In the EFH appendix, however, there is specific information on each of the species individually. But as far as the the spatial extent, it's described as an assemblage. And then market squid is in its own sort of group, also with its own EFH spatial extent and life history descriptions and EFH needs. And then for krill, which is in the fishery management unit, we know a lot, or relatively a lot, about 2 species, E. pacifica and T. spinifera, and then there's a whole bunch of other species that exist in the Pacific Coast EEZ, some of which we know a fair bit about, but some that we really don't know a lot about. The FMP specifically includes all species of krill that occur in the EEZ. So even if they're not described or listed in the FMP, if there's a krill species that lives in the West Coast EEZ, it is by definition included in the FMP. So we have EPAC and T. spinifera described individually, and then we have this grouping, this assemblage of all other krill. That is the fifth grouping. Okay. Excuse me. All right, so now we'll get to the definitions and the spatial extent of those five groupings. So for the CPS finfish, the spatial extent includes the whole West Coast EEZ, including estuaries, including Puget Sound and the Salish Sea. And within that extent, EFH is above the thermocline, where SST is between 10 and 26 degrees C. The EFH regulations and the guidance really encourage an attempt to refine and sort of reduce the spatial footprint of EFH where possible. It's a little bit tricky with species like CPS that have very wide spatial and temporal distributions. And so we kind of poked and prodded and tried to find ways that might make sense to reduce the spatial extent, but it really didn't make sense at the end. And so for the finfish assemblage, the spatial extent remains the US EEZ. Next slide. For market squid, so we broke this out into its own group, and because we needed to define EFH specifically for it, we ended up looking at the spatial distribution, species distribution model that establishes a probability of distribution, and that's referenced in the EFH appendix. So what you see on the map is the probability distribution of greater than 5.8%. And there was, we considered a couple of possibilities of going out farther in the EEZ with that would represent a lower distribution probability. But because squid, although they can range very far off and including outside the EEZ, they're generally found more closer to shore. That's where the fishery takes place. That's where most of their presence is. So we ended up going with this footprint that is defined by distribution probability greater than 5.8%. It also includes the Puget Sound and Salish Sea, but does not include other estuaries. And then within that footprint, if you will, the EFH is defined as the water column down to 300 meters depth, where the sea surface temperature is between 7 and 24. And then for spawning and egg capsule habitats, it includes soft sandy substrates between 13 and 93 meters. So if you're in waters deeper than 93 meters, the benthos is not considered EFH. And then also, obviously, if you're out in the EEZ, but still in the footprint of EFH, the EFH extends down to 300 meters. So if you're deeper than 300 meters, even if you're in the green area, you're not considered to be in EFH. Next slide. And then here are the three krill groupings. So this is E. pacifica. These three, we did not change the footprint from what exists and what is documented in FMP Amendment 12. Just FYI. So that footprint includes the West Coast EEZ out to the 1,000 fathom isobath and then down to a depth of 400 meters. And that includes the Salish Sea and Puget Sound and does not include other estuaries. Next slide. Here's T. spinifera. It has a slightly smaller footprint. It goes out to the 500 fathom isobath and down to 100 meters depth. And it also includes the Salish Sea and Puget Sound and excludes other estuaries. Thank you. And here's the other krill grouping. So any other krill that lives in the AEZ, this is the designated EFH for those krill. And it also shares the same definition as the Epsifica. Again, it's out to the 100 fathom isobath down to 400 meters, including the Salish Sea and Puget Sound, and excluding other estuaries along the coast. As part of the review, we also looked at fishing impacts. You're required to look at fishing activities and gear that may impact EFH. There are two fishing activities that could be considered to impact CPS EFH. One is the removal of prey from the water. So although prey are not actual EFH, prey, you can think of it as a component of the waters that make it suitable habitat, like salinity or temperature or that sort of thing. So if you remove enough of the prey, you would decrease the quality of that EFH. So that is a potential impact that that is considered. And then the other potential impact is to benthic habitats for squid spawning and egg capsule development. They're fishing gears that do have bottom contact, obviously, like bottom trawl gear and fixed gear. And those could potentially impact the habitat. We considered those again, as with previous EFH reviews. Those reviews concluded that while there are potential impacts, they're no more than temporary and minimal in nature, and that's the conclusion again, and that's described in the EFH appendix. It also describes potential measures that the council could take if it wanted to, like time and area closures or gear restrictions and things like that. That's a requirement of the EFH. It's a required component. So there is a discussion of measures that the council could take. But again, the conclusion is that the fishing impacts are no more than minimal or temporary. And so there's no recommended change to that in the EFH appendix. Next. We're also required to look at non-fishing impacts. So what is currently in the FMP is those 8 bullets on the left: dredging, dredge material, oil and gas exploration, et cetera, et cetera. Those are in the appendix. We updated some of the text a little bit. Some of it was quite out of date. But we didn't make any substantial changes either to the description of those non-fishing impacts or the conservation measures that are associated with them. And those are in the appendix. Last year, the Northwest Fisheries Science Center produced a white paper, Kifney et al. 2022, and that is really a sort of a broad survey, a compendium of non-fishing impacts across all the FMPs. So it considers non-fishing activities that might affect salmon or groundfish or HMS. But some of those would be less relevant to the CPS EFH than others. However, we propose including that document and incorporating it by reference. It's rather large. It's several hundred pages, so we didn't want to just literally attach it, but we do have it incorporated by reference. It is a very good reference, and it's helpful for nymphs biologists as they're doing their EFH consultations. So again, it describes those activities in the bottom of the left column and the whole right column, and then it provides associated conservation measures. The Kifney document also includes a lot of references so that consultants and nymphs biologists can dig a little deeper if they as needed. So anyway, that's the proposal to update and I think improve the non-fishing impact section of the EFH appendix. Thank you. So here's the summary of the proposed modifications. We are not proposing a ton of modifications, but some, and we're improving the literature, especially on life history and that sort of thing. So we're refining the species and assemblage groups, mainly by pulling out market squid from the finfish complex. We've updated the non-fishing impacts and conservation measures, updated the life history summaries and references, and consolidated all of this into a new FMP appendix. Up to this point, we've had CPS EFH information a little bit scattered here and there. Some is in the FMP itself, some is in Appendix D to Amendment 8 to the FMP, and some is in the krill information is housed in FMP Amendment 12. So we thought, let's put it all together in one place, one-stop shopping, and so that's an update. And then we have updated research and information needs, and there are no substantial changes to the krill EFH, finfish EFH, and fishing impacts and conservation measures. So your action today is to adopt a final preferred alternative, and that includes the EFH appendix. The FMP language is not included in the appendix. Of course, that's a separate attachment, and then provide any additional guidance as necessary. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. And then just some acknowledgements. A lot of people put in an awful lot of work on this. Some are mentioned here, others are not. So we really appreciate all the hard work and diligence. These are always heavy lifts, even with the easier EFH reviews. So I want to recognize Dr. Imanis Dorval from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. He's the one who really put together the EFH appendix, and he did the literature review and all that stuff. So he deserves kudos. Eric Chavez here. Then the EFH coordinator. Thank you very much, Eric. Dr. Kim Jacobson with the CPSMT and the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And then Stephanie Onisko with NIMS. She's has made the maps for us, and she's been great. And anyone who's worked with GIS analysts appreciates someone who's very accommodating. And when we say, that's great, can you do this? Oh, that's good. Can you fix this? To bring me another rock scenario. So she's always been very patient, and we appreciate it. And then the CPSMT and also the HC provided guidance along the way and made a lot of decisions. And so just wanted to recognize all of them. So that concludes my summary. Eric, do you want to add anything else at this point? I think that's all that I have.
No, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. No, thank you, Carrie. I think you covered it well.
Okay.
Questions?
Yep. So we'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Carrie, for a great presentation. Questions on the staff presentation? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Eric, for the great presentation. I got a question on the very first page. Actually, it's after your introduction of your PowerPoint, and it's under guidance, and it says explicitly discouraging the identification of broad geographic areas such as the EZ for EFH for a single species or life stage, and then emphasizing the need to distinguish EFH from all habitats potentially used by a species. And as large as these areas are, I'm wondering how they comply with that, and just for information understanding that. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, it's so the EFH regulations are interesting. So necessary means the habitat needed to support a sustainable fishery and the species contribution to a healthy ecosystem. And it's supposed to cover the entire life cycle. So on that hand, it's really broad. But then the guidance does encourage you to not designate the entire EEZ for a single species. So, you kind of given these wide sideboards, and then it kind of becomes a policy decision. So for instance, with the finfish assemblage, like Carrie was saying, we tried to look at maybe modeling options to refine it. But because their habitat needs are so similar among those finfish, when you combine where they are, excuse me, you have to, excuse me, it ends up taking up the entire EEZ. And there's another requirement that the geographic bounds within which EFH is found and need to be static. So we caught some flack, to be honest with you, from some of the previous designations that were based on the thermocline. And so once you consider their range and their movement and the requirement to encapsulate the life cycle for the multiple species and make it static, it ends up being that big. So it's not for a single species, but it was still large, for the finfish assemblage.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you. Okay. Next up is the SSC report.
Good morning. I'm Alan Byrne. I'm going to read the SSC statement on this agenda item G3, Essential Fish Habitat Amendment Final Action. Carrie Griffin of the council staff described the final alternatives from the Coastal Pelagic Species Essential Fish Habitat Review. Eric Chavez, the National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Regional Office from Long Beach, was also present to answer questions. The two alternatives derived from this review are Alternative 1A, the no action alternative, and 1B, the adoption of a new essential fish habitat appendix. The primary difference between the two alternatives is that essential fish habitat is defined specifically for market squid in Alternative 1B. There are no substantial changes to krill essential fish habitat, CPS finfish essential fish habitat, fishing impacts and conservation measures in Alternative 1B compared to Alternative 1A. The SSC appreciates the considerable amount of work that was done to compile the information in the proposed new Essential Fish Habitat Appendix, although the details of the species distribution models were not fully documented. Nevertheless, the scientific literature, data, and information contained in the report represent a comprehensive review of CPS data currently available. The SSC found that there is a reasonable scientific basis for the alternative. However, in the future, if the council would like SSC input on EFH, the SSC should be involved earlier in the process. That concludes our statement.
Thank you, Alan. Questions for the SSC report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Byrne. Thanks for being here. The last sentence of the report, in the future, if the council would like SSC input on EFH, the SSC should be involved earlier in the process. Did the SSC discuss what that meant? Do you have any specifics for us or anything that can help guide council staff and the council next time this happens?
Okay. Yeah, first of all, I'm not a doctor. I have a master's degree. So thank you anyway. I think it just kind of caught the SSC off guard. We typically don't get topics for the final action. We typically get involved earlier in the process so we can weigh in on the scientific basis or merits of various proposals or alternatives. And this one went well, but you can see that would have maybe put you folks in an uncomfortable position if we came back and said this is fatally flawed when you're supposed to take final action. So that was the reason why, just maybe a heads up that if we were involved earlier, we could find some red flags before we got to this finish line.
Executive Director Byrne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And I'll add a bit to Alan's response. The awkward timing of this really falls on me. I guess in the past, the SSC has often been not asked to review some of these things. And when I was made aware that the SSC it was not on their docket, I said, well, I think it should be. And I think the council would benefit from hearing the SSC's input on the methodology and just make sure that the analytical package is robust from a scientific perspective when you go to final action. So We caught that a little bit late. In the future, I think we're all on the same page now. This will come up earlier.
All right, quite further questions for Alan? Okay, thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
And next up will be the CPS management team.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. For the record, my name is Kim Jacobson, and I am the Vice Chair of the CPS MT. And I will be reading agenda item G3, supplemental CPS MT report. At its April 2023 meeting, the council considered a range of alternatives and adopted a preliminary preferred alternative that updates and consolidates the CPS essential fish habitat information into a single document. The CPS MT received a presentation from Mr. Kerry Griffin, council staff, at this meeting in a joint session with the Habitat Committee and the CPS Advisory Subpanel. The management team has reviewed the current EFH alternatives document, the revised EFH appendix, and the proposed fishery management plan amendment text. And we support the adoption of alternative 1B as the final preferred alternative by the council. The CPS MT again thanks Dr. Amanis Dorval with NIMS Southwest Fisheries Science Center, Mr. Kerry Griffin, council staff, Mr. Eric Chavez with NIMS West Coast Region, and again, Ms. Stephanie Onisco with the West Coast Region for their efforts. And we recognize the input of the other advisory bodies in helping to revise the CPS EFH new appendix. Thank you, and that concludes our report.
Okay. Questions for Dr. Jacobson on the CPS management team report? Nothing, any. So thank you, Kim. All right. Next up will be the CPS AS report. Yes, Mike, that would be you. Mike, is your button?
Got it.
There we
Okay. This is what happens when you get older. I'll be reading today from agenda item G3A, supplemental CPSAS report 1, coastal pelagic species advisory subpanel report on essential fish habitat amendment and final action. Excuse me. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel, CPSAS, met with the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team and Habitat Committee to hear a presentation about updating the essential fish habitat, EFH, for species within the CPS Fishery Management Plan. The CPSAS recommends the council adopt alternative 1B as the final preferred alternative. The conservation representative on the CPSAS is concerned that the current EFH review failed to analyze the impacts of market squid, purse seines on bottom habitats using available fishery data. An updated analysis of fishing impacts to EFH is a required component of EFH reviews. Specifically, there is a need to evaluate and quantify the extent of bottom contact by market squid purse seines using available data from fishery logbooks on the locations and depths in which this gear type is used, and compare those to the depths of purse seine nets and maps of benthic C4 habitat types. Such analysis is necessary before determining whether adverse impacts to EFH from market squid purse seines are minimal and temporary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. The questions for Mike on the advisory sub-body report? Oh, Corey Writing.
Thank you.
Oh, Mike, we have too soon. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, Mike. Good to see you. The part of the statement talks about thinking about bottom contact for market squid purse seines and needing more data and information about that. Also thinking about the Habitat Committee report that came in April, thinking about potential HAPC designations for spawning areas. So I'm curious if you could just provide a little bit more context for us and a little more texture about what the discussion in the committee was like in terms of talking about the need for this potential data.
Thank you, through the chair. It was a rather animated discussion. And I know myself, I managed a squid boat for a while, didn't fish it, and the guy got off target and was on over sandy bottom, got a rock. And can't remember how many thousands of dollars were spent on the net, but it destroyed it and he was off the grounds for a while. But the fishermen that were there not testified, but brought forward the fact that, they attempt to stay off the bottom and they can do that fairly well. And it's usually always sandy bottom. So it's not the type of bottom that would be easily hurt or harmed in any way. So I think, and this didn't come up, but I thought that the layers of eggs could be on the bottom, so that might be a consideration, but that didn't come up, like I said. That part on the HAPC that conversation took place, I believe, at the last council meeting, and we did not see the need for for having a HAPC. I can't remember if Anna Weinstein was in that conversation or not, but I think she was. And I don't know if there was a dissenting opinion on that one. So, but we did not support that. And I believe that's as well as I can remember it. Hopefully that's helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay. Thank you, Mike. All right. Next up will be Dr. Corey Green and the Habitat Committee report.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm going to be reading agenda item G3A, Supplemental HC Report 1, Habitat Committee Report on Essential Fish Habitat Amendment. The Habitat Committee joined the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel and the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team for a briefing on final action for Coastal Pelagic Species Essential Fish Habitat Review. The HC appreciates the comprehensive efforts of Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, CPSMT, NIMS, and others to update CPS EFH. The HC supports the final preferred alternative 1B and appreciates the research and data needs are included in the EFH appendix. This includes the need need for research to identify additional squid spawning areas. The HC had supported habitat areas of particular concern, or HAPCs, designation for market squid spawning habitat to allow the National Marine Fisheries Service and the Council to provide additional scrutiny of non-fishing activities during EFH consultations, such as future aquaculture and sediment disposal projects in the Southern California Bight. Furthermore, as noted in the CPS EFH alternatives document, most of the non-fishing activities listed are being added to the CPS fishery management plan for the first time. Additional clarification on EFH and HAPC designations would be beneficial for future EFH reviews. HC recommends an additional edit regarding the research and information section of the EFH appendix. The current description of EFH for krill species in the U.S. West Coast exclusive economic zone is focused on their pelagic habitat and states that krill do not have a benthic association. Globally, research on krill has shown that some species occupy benthic boundary layer habitats and some species utilize these habitats for feeding. Research is warranted to inform this habitat association for West Coast euphausiids. The HC recommends including this in the research and information section. And what follows are the references for those krill worldwide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Questions on the Habitat Committee report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Corey. One question, the note in the end of, I think it's the first paragraph, additional clarification on EFH and HAPC designations would be beneficial in future EFH reviews. I'm thinking about what Dr. Chavez said a little bit ago, which was just sort of these sideboards and some of the complexity that comes from both the law and the regulations. Curious if you could tell us a little bit more about if there's something we could do to make those clarifications easier or better.
Yeah, for sure. There's those kinds of clarifications. And I thought that was a good question and discussion over sort of how to define EFH. In addition to that, I think there's some confusion over sort of the role and definition of HAPCs. And so in that respect, I mean, I think it's worth noting that they don't support any additional protections, but they do offer additional scrutiny for actions, particularly those non-fishing actions. They don't have to be tied to fishing impacts. And finally, I think the rationale for choosing HAPCs, I mean, there's 4 elements of the rationale, and I think there was a lot of attention drawn to the sort of rarity aspect for squid HAPCs, but there's others, including ecological importance, and that was the rationale that was of most importance when there was discussion of spawning habitat HAPCs.
Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Corey. Yeah, so what you're saying there is that you're responding to the discussion the council had last time we took this up, and saying that the committee was noting areas of confusion or ideas that could be further fleshed out when we take this up again. So you're referring to our council discussion in terms of you all didn't think we were necessarily appreciating some of the finer aspects of HAPCs. Is that?
Yeah, and I think this is important because we've got HMS, EFH, and maybe more importantly, from the HAPC perspective, salmon EFH in the near future. And so I think it's worth recognizing that those conversations are going to come up, and we want to be sort of understanding of the regulations and the rationale for choosing HAPCs over and the distribution of EFH.
Okay, Corey.
Much smaller question here. I just wondered, do you get any reaction from Carrie or others on your request to just add these references? Do you think there's any? Do you get any feedback on whether that's going to be a problem or not, or whether the?
We had that discussion and there was support, and so I think we're pretty much all on board.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, that will complete our reports, and that'll take us to public comment, which I believe we have one individual signed up. Jeff, I believe, is he online? Okay, Jeff, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Jeff Schuster. I'm representing the conservation organization Oceana. I wanted to just start by acknowledging and commending the EFH team for several key advances that have been made in this EFH review, particularly with respect to additional information on non-fishing impacts and also breaking out EFH descriptions and designations by species, specifically for the krill and market squid. With the main concern that we wanted to raise is with respect to the requirement, as Carrie Griffin mentioned, that EFH reviews must evaluate fishing impacts on essential fish habitats. And specifically, when there is evidence of potential impacts, an analysis is required to inform a determination of whether any adverse impacts are minimal and temporary. The squid, as we know, are often found in shallow nearshore waters. And there is evidence from the bycatch data that is available indicating there is some benthic contact with the squid purse seines that are used. Specifically, squid eggs are often in the catch, as well as other species like benthic tunicates. And we did discuss a bit with the EFH analysts what the rationale was for simply sort of concluding that there are minimal and adverse impacts of this bottom contact. The rationale that we heard from the analysts was that squid seines are not intended to contact the bottom. There was an assumption this is only happening in soft substrate, and soft substrates are generally not impacted by bottom contact. And that the squid resource is still healthy. We believe that this is insufficient and inadequate analysis and rationale. Specifically in the history of EFH, since it was established in the Magnuson Act in 1996, similar rationale has been attempted by multiple councils and has been rejected both by courts as well as scientific bodies such as the Center for Independent Experts. And so we believe, and we have previously requested, that a more robust fishing effects analysis is needed, specifically rather than a qualitative analysis based on some of those assumptions we described before. We believe that the council should quantify the impacts based on the readily available data on the fishery from logbooks and EFH information. Specifically, look at the location of where set locations are and the depths at which the nets are set, and determine how frequent the sets of purse seine nets are in waters that are shallower than the depth of the net. And then what is the spatial extent of this potential bottom contact, and then compare that with the EFH maps of specifically different bottom types and different substrates, as you've done in the groundfish EFH process, particularly because this may cause impacts both to market squid EFH as well as EFH for other species, such as some of those groundfish species that also use benthic habitats. And this council and other councils have done fishing impacts models to then look at that and look at the available data and actually quantify with fishery data the extent of those impacts, and used that to make a determination of whether impacts are more than minimal or temporary. There's also a strong potential here for localized impacts, particularly where there is repeated and heavy use of specific areas. So we've made this request in previous CPS EFH reviews here at this council, and we made this multiple times during this process, both in phase 1 and phase 2 of this review. We believe it's a reasonable and straightforward analysis. The data is available, and that the council really has a deficient EFH review because this analysis was not done as it is required under the Magnuson Act for these reviews to look at fishing impacts. And just lastly, Carrie Griffin also mentioned the other potential impact of fishing is on prey removal. And while I think there's not necessarily a concern here about the removal of prey for coastal pelagic species, the coastal pelagic species are prey species and designated as a component of essential fish habitat for all 3 of the other council FMPs. That's HMS, groundfish, and salmon. And so what we have not seen is in any of those reviews or this review an impact analysis of what the fishing removals of coastal pelagic species as a prey item and a component of EFH may have in terms of a potential adverse impact on EFH. And so we were hoping to see that in the HMS EFH review recently, but we're kind of constantly being told, well, this isn't the appropriate place because that's CPS species. And so we're wanting to point out that whether it's this review or the reviews of those other EFH, that the prey removals is a required element of this examination of fishing impacts. So thank you again for your time. I did want to reiterate just thanks and acknowledgement for all the work that has gone into this. Again, there's a lot of great advances, and wanted to commend everyone who's worked on this, and be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on his testimony? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Jeff. And I believe that is the end of public comment, which takes us to council action, which will be on the screen here shortly. And there it is. So we'll open the floor for discussion. Brianna Brady.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just would like to say thank you again to our advisory bodies for their work and review on CPS EFH. And I agree with the comments supporting alternative 1B as the final preferred alternative, and also the HC's request to add krill and benthic associations to research and information, and could provide a motion when ready.
Okay. You, Brianna? Anyone else? Discussion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I mean, question for Carrie and Josh or both. Jeff just testified into the lack of analysis on the benthic contact with the gear. Just wondering if you had responses. I'm blanking on us talking about this last time we discussed, but what Jeff gave some of the reasons, but already at the point of the week where not everything is sinking in. But can you just respond on what you looked at, what was it in the scope, and
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Niles. I'll also look over to Eric Chavez. He might be able to add something to this, but I'll take a shot at it. Yeah, you are supposed to evaluate potential adverse impacts from fishing activities. And as I think we mentioned in our overview, and Mr. Chester also mentioned that that we looked at, actually, I don't think we talked about other activities like trawl gear and fixed gear, but we did talk about that in April, and we acknowledged that, and there were some maps in the briefing book materials from there that showed some of the management measures that are already on the books in other FMPs, like groundfish closures, or bottom trawl closures, bottom contact gear closures, and that is part of the evaluation that you're supposed to do, is to look at actions that are already on the books. So to the extent that, or with regard to CPS gear, as Jeff mentioned, that is not designed to have contact with the bottom. And so there are other gears that, like midwater trawl gear, that may occasionally have contact with the bottom. It's not designed to do that. And so a lot of that happens over soft sediment that it has a much faster recovery rate as well. And so, we didn't quantify the impacts, but we did recognize that there's already minimization measures in place, and B, that with regard to gear that's not designed to touch the bottom, that it appears to be no more than minimal and temporary. There's also a practicability standard in the EFH regulations, so it does bring up the question of, like, how would you quantify benthic impacts from gear that isn't designed to hit the bottom. So there's some question. I'm not sure how we would go about that. So I think Eric probably has a little bit more to add on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Eric Chavez, NIMS West Coast Region EFH Coordinator again. The only thing I would add to that is that when we were digging through, again, this is a 2-phase process. You take all this literature from phase 1 and apply it in phase 2. When we were looking at that literature to, consider whether HAPCs for market squid were warranted, the literature did talk about removal of these spawning individuals, but there was nothing that I saw or anybody else noting the fishing impacts being a concern, as far as impacts to the substrate. So we're kind of going off of what we saw in the literature, and there wasn't anything indicating concern there.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Maybe a motion. Brianna?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. May I have the motion displayed, please? I move that the council adopt alternative 1B in agenda item G3 attachment 1 as the final preferred alternative and approve the proposed FMP amendment text and include the research and information recommendation regarding krill and benthic associations from agenda item G3A supplemental HC report 1.
Okay. Thank you, Brianna. Is the language accurate? Ms. Green?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. A second? Second by Bob Dooley. Oh. All right. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. We've been working on EFH for CPS for some time now, and I think council and NIMS staff have done a thorough job in providing the information needed to update EFH. Additionally, the proposed EFH revisions have gone through review by our various advisory bodies. And for guidance, I think council staff could work with NIMS to finalize the FMP text, acknowledging there will be minor changes from what's in the briefing book to make any edits that are necessary. For example, one of the maps still says draft. And then also to include the Habitat Committee's request to add krill and benthic associations to the research and information section as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Brianna. Questions for the motion maker or discussion on the motion? Okay. Well, if I'm not seeing any, I'll call for the question. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passed unanimously. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll turn to Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I apologize if I'm out of order here. Are we still in a discussion part of this agenda?
We're still on this agenda item.
We're still on this. Okay.
So if you would, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to quickly recognize the issues that Dr. Sester raised and thinking about this potential bottom contact, noting what Dr. Chavez pointed out, the literature review didn't necessarily bring up any issues, but a literature review, might not include that. So just thinking more about, can we bring more of this information and data forward to think a little bit more about this? The SSC, as noted, didn't get to weigh in until sort of the final hour here, so missed that larger conversation regarding sort of what's required to think about all impacts. So just putting out there that would be great. Maybe the council could make a recommendation to have an analysis to look at the fishery logbooks at the location and depths in which this gear type is used, and look at that and compare that to the depths of the purse seine nets and the habitat maps as suggested by the CPSAS.
Okay, Brianna.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. Ridings, for those comments. California Department of Fish and Wildlife is currently meeting with our Squid Fishery Advisory Committee, and we will be looking at this potential issue in the fall this year. So generally we'll take a look at information and figure out if any further action is needed, potential gear changes. So thanks.
Thanks, Brianna. That's great. Would it be possible to sort of get that to the council and like an informational report when that work is done?
I believe we could probably do that. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just one just quick comment on what we heard from Dr. Green and the Habitat Committee about HAPSIs and thinking about those more. I just want to support that. As I think Mr. Anderson and I spoke to last time, if this were Washington, we might have a different view on, or wanting to know more at least on how squid HAPSIs might have been beneficial. And then we're hearing here from our experts again that our discussion maybe didn't hit the right points, and we were too focused on rarity or too focused on what might happen in terms of regulations on fisheries. So I just want to support what the Habitat Committee told us, and when it comes up again, that their suggestion for clarification and more thorough discussion of HAPSIs and how they could be used would be good.
Thank you, Corey. Okay. Carrie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate it. That does conclude your business for this agenda item. You adopted the new EFH appendix, that is attachment 2, and approved the FMP amendatory language with minor modifications as necessary. I'll work with NIMP staff to get that dialed in and transmit the amendment. And then we'll also add in the research and information need as described in the Habitat Committee report. So yeah, that concludes your business. I think this was a lot of work, a lot of effort, and a substantial improvement, if I may add, over our previous EFH reviews of CPS. I think the council should be confident and proud that while there are always improvements to be made, that this particular EFH review was much more robust and really did a sort of a thorough update of all the scientific information, all the life histories, and all the other associated elements. So just wanted to put that in context. And yeah, that concludes your business for this agenda item.
Well, very good. Thank you, Carrie, and good work by everyone involved. And with that, I will hand the gavel back to Chair Grolnick for next steps.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger, and I'll hand the gavel to Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Guralnick. We're going to move into our next agenda item, council efficiencies. Before we do that, there's some changing of seats here. So we are going to take a 10-minute break. So please be back here in 10 minutes. I'm sure Chris can post our starting time up on the screen here relative to the current time. So 10-minute break.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right. If people can begin migrating back to your seats so we can get started. About 1 minute. All right, thank you all for coming back. We're ready to start on agenda item C2, the council and process efficiencies. And with that, I'm immediately going to turn the floor to Executive Director Merrick Burden for his report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. This is agenda item C2, council and process efficiencies. I'll give you a brief overview, and then we have a presentation that I will walk through. It's the presentation that the Budget Committee heard earlier. We also have Patricia Hearing in the seat here to help with any questions that may arise about this item in addition to myself. So the situation summary, as you know, we've been considering this topic of council and process efficiencies since last September. And that topic originated from the desire to extract lessons learned from the pandemic lockdown, and in particular, ways in which we may do business that are more efficient or more conducive to effective decision-making. At the same time, we've been having this discussion in the context of a deteriorating budget outlook for our council and the upcoming grant renewal that will begin the next grant period in 2025. So the convergence of these factors sets the stage for what we're talking about here today. So under this agenda topic, the council should consider the process that's most appropriate to bring together the strategic and all operational considerations that comprise what we're calling council efficiencies with the grant renewal and budget setting process that will occur in 2024 and shift over to our new grant beginning in 2025. You'll see a staff report on this topic, and it outlines a proposed process that provides for several key steps as outlined in the situation summary. I'd note that the presentation I'll give you also covers a summary of these steps and process. And in addition to the process outlined in the staff paper and the supplemental presentation, there's also an analysis that several staff pulled together that investigates time and resources used by the council during council meetings. At this point, think of that purely as informational, no judgment really attached to any of that, but it may be useful information for future consideration. And the purpose of this analysis is to diagnose where council resources are spent, and that provides some insights for where efficiencies may be gained. So under this agenda topic, the council should consider the staff paper, any advisory body comments, and affirm or specify direction regarding further staff analysis and process. So I'll pause there and happy to take any questions, Mr. Vice Chairman, before I turn over to my presentation.
Are there any questions on the overview? And I don't see any, Merrick. Very clear. So go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Let's see, we do have a presentation being broadcast now. Thank you, Sandra. A little bit of context before I launch into this presentation. When we first started discussing this matter, and for that matter, also our budget outlook, I had I guess I'll just loosely describe it as a hair on fire approach to this. And for a variety of reasons, our budget outlook has improved to the extent that I feel like we are in a place of being able to take some systematic and well thought out steps to bringing these items together. And so that's what you see here. And in particular, what this does is it addresses the thing that we need to address here over the next year, which is our fiscal challenge in the context of our grant renewal. That is not meant to preempt, other discussions about how we may do business differently or more effectively. Those can still occur. However, we also need to have this fiscal oriented discussion. So next slide, please, Sandra. So what are we trying to do? To start with, the Regional Fishery Management Councils operate under a grant awarded by NOAA. 2024 is the last year of our grant. Proposal for the next grant period, which begins in 2025, is due in 2024. So as I just outlined, at the same time, we are considering the topic that we are calling council efficiencies. And this topic has raised certain questions and ideas about council operations and process and possible refinements thereof. Depending on how we approach this topic could have substantial budget impacts. It may help us define what the council needs in terms of meeting, travel, equipment, and other cost categories that are part of this grant process. And so with that in mind, it makes sense to bring these two topics together into this one discussion that we're having now. And I would intend to fuse these two together through our grant renewal process through next year. So the task of this meeting is to define how to do so. And there's a proposal in the paper and in this presentation about that particular task. Next slide, please, Sandra. So a typical grant renewal process. This is what we'll talk about here in the next couple of slides. We do have a typical process that I'll outline, and what we are proposing is that we largely stick to this process and timeline, but we're adding a little bit of flavor to it. Next slide, please, Sandra. So here is our typical grant process. What you see in these ovals are spaces where certain work and consideration is being done, and each of the diamonds is essentially a milestone in building toward the grant renewal. So what we start off with typically is this fall, executive staff and NIMS, we discuss the grant timeline and our base and expected funding levels, and whether there's a percentage increase in that funding level. We then take that as staff into an initial grant narrative and budget for the budget committee to review. The budget committee and the council then provide input and recommend changes to that grant budget, and that's our first major milestone. That's shortly around right around the March meeting, which would be the March 2024 meeting next year. We then develop a preliminary estimate of funds that may be remaining from 2020 to 2024. We often refer to this as, there are different terms, so reserves or things that we haven't spent from the current grant, and we'll eventually file a no cost extension. And so we start developing estimates around the amount of funds that we'll need to apply to a no cost extension. We update budgets to reflect the action that's been taken by the council and the recommendations. And then we develop a second draft of the grant narrative and budget for council adoption, which is in June of 2024, and a preliminary draft of the no cost extension set of projects and budgets for the budget committee review and for approval by the council in June. We then finalize the grant budget for submission and work with the budget committee chair and notify the chair when that has been completed. NIMS then reviews the grant and provides comments for any additional information that's needed and approves that grant application. So that gets us through the fall of next year. Also around that time, we have the no cost extension project, second draft projects and budget, and that's considered by the budget committee and the council. That then gets us through September. And after that, we finalize the no cost extension. That gets us through November. And then the funds are provided to the council at the end of next year. And the extension is also approved at the end of next year. So that's how we would usually do things. Sandra, if you can get to the next one. So essentially what we're doing is proposing that we add 2 additional steps to this usual process. So one is a staff analysis in the summer and fall of 2023, and I'll outline what I mean by that here in a second. And then what we're calling a committee of the whole in January or February of 24, basically overlapping with that second row. And that committee of the whole would, the purpose would be to dive into the budget and whether there are any changes that we need to be making to our structure or our process or what have you that should be taken up as part of our budget and grant renewal. Next slide, Sandra. So like I indicated, staff analysis, you might be asking yourself, what is the staff analysis and what would it entail? And I think it's helpful to boil this down to two questions. Question one, how large of a budget deficit do we need to close? And so in the context of the budget discussions we've been having and our long-term budget outlook, this is driving a lot of our consideration about efficiencies and whether we may need to restructure in some way. And so answering this question was an important first step. So the way that I would envision going about this is to first identify what I think of as low-hanging fruit, things that we can change to our operations that should not affect the council process in a meaningful or noticeable way. After we have identified those and the cost savings that are associated with them, it becomes clearer what the larger items need to be and how much ground we may need to cover. And that gets us to question two, which is what changes do we need to make to our process or our structure to close that remaining deficit gap? And these would be more difficult questions. And this would essentially tee up the questions for the committee of the whole. So next slide, please, Sandra. So if we narrow in on this this time period between the staff analysis and the committee of the whole, which I think of as really the nut of what's new about what we're proposing here. So in September, the staff would bring our initial analysis of this low-hanging fruit cost efficiency measures. We would then go back after the September meeting and identify any further cost efficiency measures that may make up the remaining ground. So there will undoubtedly be a variety of ways to do that, and we would flesh those out and bring those back in November, where we would discuss those more with the budget committee and the council. And at that time, the council would set the agenda for the committee of the whole. And then in a January or February time period, the committee of the whole would meet and develop recommendations around those additional matters that are needed, that we need to undertake to close whatever remaining budget deficit we may have. And then in March, we have our grant renewal recommendations that are considered by the council, and we get on with our usual process. Next slide, please. So some additional thoughts. Like I indicated at the start of the PowerPoint, much of the process is described as organized around fiscal questions, and that's because these fiscal questions are things that we need to address, but it's not meant to preclude other discussions about more effective ways to do business or different ways to do business or structure. So don't mean to preclude that, but we do have to address this fiscal matter, and so we brought these two issues together here. Next slide, please, Sandra. So questions for consideration for you. Do you have further or different suggestions about the proposed process here, either timeline or steps or roles, or and by that I mean, do we actually want a committee of the whole? Do we want a different body? Do we want staff to do something else? And then if you are inclined to go along with the committee of the whole suggestion, we should start talking about dates. And so there are a few weeks there that we think we can make work on the staff end. There are pros and cons to each of those, of course, but some guidance from you all about which of those would work for you is useful at this time, so we can start making appropriate accommodations. And I believe that's the last slide. So happy to stop there and take any further questions you may have.
Questions for Merrick on the presentation? Phil Anderson.
Could you, maybe you already did, and I apologize if I missed it, but what is meant by committee of the whole?
Yeah, thank you. That's a question I should have addressed right away. It's come up several times. Maybe to start with, it's not anything very different from what we've done before. And so my understanding of the last grant development process was that there was a budget committee meeting somewhere in California early in the grant development year. The budget committee was invited, and so was everyone else, whatever that means. And that is essentially a committee of the whole. And the committee of the whole in Robert's rules, it is there would be a seat for each council member, or each council seat would be present. It's a non-voting committee in the sense like it's not the council voting on an action, it's a committee making recommendations for the council. And the meeting structure is done in a way where it's more conducive to discussion, creative thought. So it's not a formal council meeting. It's run like we would run an advisory body. So I had been envisioning that as a public meeting. I guess there's some discussion about whether we should have that be a public meeting or not, but that had been my vision. But it's a meeting of the council in a committee format that develops recommendations that the full council takes up at another time. Is that answering your question?
Yes, thank you.
Further questions on the presentation? And I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Merrick. That's going to take us to our management and advisory body reports. Before we get there, I've just been a bit negligent in watching my remote screen. So everyone here is aware, in the Alaska seat, we do have Rachel Baker online with us. In the Fish and Wildlife Service seat, Roger Root is online. So good morning to each of you. And I just want to make sure everybody's aware they're participating at the virtual table. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm sorry if I'm jumping a little late. Is this the appropriate time to ask questions also about the report that council staff offered under this agenda item?
Yes, I believe so. The presentation covered the report, so questions regarding that are appropriate.
Okay.
Go ahead.
May I? Thank you. Thanks, Merrick, for the presentation. That was helpful. Also, thank you for the report from you and your staff. Also very helpful. I had one question reading it, the section on further developing strategic decision-making frameworks. And I read these couple short paragraphs a couple times, and I still wasn't 100% sure what you were talking about. So I was hoping just to get a little clarity before we move forward from you on what those sections were talking about.
Merrick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. Just to clarify, you're looking at page 5 of the report, is that correct?
Yes, it looks like it's about halfway down of page 5.
Give me a second here to remind myself of this text. Oh, yes, I see. So the idea here, let's see, it's probably best characterized through an example. We have traditionally had a salmon FMP where we have, at this point, we have ESA listed species that are FMP managed species. And the harvest policy within that FMP for those species has traditionally said that the harvest policy will be consistent with the ESA in some way. I'm forgetting the exact language. We've started deviating from that, and we've been saying the harvest policy is 6.7%. And so the first example is an example of a framework. Like, we will be consistent with this Endangered Species Act, and now we're getting more and more prescriptive. And so if we want to then change the harvest policy, we have to go through an FMP amendment, and it's a lengthy process. As you know, it's a couple of meetings to do that. If it's a framework action, the idea is that it's simpler to do in terms of council time. So that's the logic behind what's in that section.
Further questions for Merrick? And I don't see any, so we'll next go to the various reports. The first one is the Budget Committee report. Patricia Hearing is here to present that. So Patricia, go ahead.
Good morning. This is the Budget Committee report on council and process efficiencies. The Pacific Fishery Management Council Budget Committee received a report from Mr. Merrick Burden on a proposed process to merge the council efficiencies agenda item with the process associated with the council's next grant renewal cycle. The BC recommends the council support the process as outlined by council staff. As outlined, this process would entail several key steps that include council staff analysis of cost efficiency measures necessary to achieve a budget that is in line with expected income, and 2, a meeting of the Committee of the Whole to discuss the changes of the council structure or process necessary to align revenue with expenses. These key steps will be folded into the council's usual grant renewal process. The BC notes that several questions should be addressed that set the parameters for a meeting of the whole. These questions include 1, the scope of issues to be considered by the committee, 2, the degree of which the committee meeting should entertain input from the public and council advisory bodies, and 3, dates for the committee of the whole meeting. If the council agrees with the proposed timeline as outlined by staff, the BC will consider this matter at the September meeting. At this time, the BC anticipates receiving an analysis from staff that identifies measures that may bring council expenditures in a closer alignment with revenues without disrupting council functions. Recommendations: task staff to work on proposed analysis as outlined in the executive director's report and report back to the council as part of the September 2023 budget committee meeting. 2, identify dates of a committee of the whole as appropriate. And that concludes the report.
Thank you. Any questions on the Budget Committee report? And I'm not seeing any, so we'll move on to the Habitat Committee report, and Dr. Corey Green, I thought was here. Take a minute. Renee is going to look in the hallway. I know he had been with us moments ago. See, do we have someone who can read that into the record? Patricia, since you're here at the microphone, would you do that for us? Thank you.
I certainly can. This is the Habitat Committee report on council and process efficiencies. The HC briefed this by staff of the Pacific Fishery Management Council process efficiencies document with an emphasis on the amount of council meeting floor time spent on different topics and agenda item components during a 4-year period, and provided insights and useful information for looking at needs and determining potential efficiencies. It would be compelling to frame this discussion in terms of efficiency. Additional time and work are needed with the same amount of resources to prioritize and address complex and emerging needs for West Coast fisheries. Effectively, how do we reduce inefficiencies to ensure that time and resources remain available to tackle difficult issues such as climate change resilience, gear switching, and marine planning? It would also be useful for additional clarification in table and figure titles so there is no misunderstanding of the floor time analysis presented. For example, Table 4 summarizes council floor time by percentages. From a process efficiency standpoint, absolute duration would be a more accurate summary of inefficiencies than relative time, i.e. the percentages. This issue becomes obvious when comparing Table 6 with Table 4. Table 4 suggests a huge proportion of time is spent on habitat reports, but Table 6 shows the habitat is a small duration compared to most other agenda items. Likewise, the large difference in proportions of time, report time versus council action time, reflects that the HC completes council actions, example, letter rating, without the need for extensive council discussion. Both points highlight the color coding percentages to improve efficiencies without thinking about absolute duration might be misleading. To better clarify these issues, we suggest better descriptions and table captions, as well as consideration of additional tables summarizing absolute duration. The HC notes that this report only considers council actions that occur on the floor, but should also acknowledge that the council action includes off-floor actions that have fishery conservation implications, such as council letters to action agencies regarding impacts to EFH and marine planning. The HC notes that essential fish habitat reviews, which take a considerable amount of time, council time, are not included in Table 8. This is likely because it was not a subject to a specific text search. It is probably part of the all other items category and possibly included under the respective fishery management plans. Given the council's extensive engagement in EFH reviews, particularly groundfish, it might be instructive to at least note this as a footnote. It might also be useful to rename the table duration of selected issues during council floor discussion. While there's an advantage to having advisory body input during the process, having an outside person with business management and process efficiency expertise come in and assist later in the process may be useful. And that completes the report.
Thank you, Patricia. And so as not to put Patricia on the spot to answer any questions, I see Dr. Green has joined us now. Are there any questions for Corey on the Habitat Committee report? And I'm not seeing any, but Corey, I do have one question on this. Did the Habitat Committee have any discussions about the proposed process? I looked back at the committee's comments in April about hybrid meetings and meeting structure, but relative to what was presented in this staff paper, the process moving forward, was there any discussion about timelines or anything on that?
First, pardon my absence from the reading. I just stepped out for a moment, but it was the wrong moment. I'm just trying to think back. So my recollection is that we did have several discussions about that process. We definitely support the need for hybrid meetings in as much as certain members, the current Habitat Committee, have health constraints and so appreciate the ability to come in remotely. But I think we strongly recognize the importance for in-person interactions as building better decision-making. And so I think our statements in the past have been that we appreciate meeting together when as much as possible, particularly when there's EFH issues on the table.
Good. Thank you. Any further questions? And I don't see any, so again, thank you.
Thank you.
That completes our report, and there is no public comment on this, so that will move us into council discussion and action. There it is summarized on the screen before you. Any direction to staff regarding the scope of analysis, the consideration of the process outlined, and potential dates for a potential committee of the whole meeting. So I will look for any hand to initiate discussion. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Pete. Might as well jump in and get it going. A question on committee of the whole. I guess, I've thought about it in the public part of it, and particularly making it a public meeting. My initial view of this was that it would be, an ability for the council to look at this and together and actually have committed time to do it and come up with maybe some recommendations that would then, no decisions, but then that would go before, at a council meeting, go before the public, and our advisory committees and such would weigh in on that. But then understood maybe there's some value of having everybody in attendance or having whoever wants to be there in attendance. And I guess the question is there a legal responsibility to make this a public meeting, or is it something we could just do? And I'm looking at it as an efficiency to get us at least a starting point with council recommendations and all the council members being part of this, council and staff, obviously, or some hybrid thereof. It seems like it could turn into a multi-day mini council meeting if we have too many people involved. So just that was my thoughts. And I guess there's that question in there. Is there a legal responsibility to do that?
Merrick, do you want to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you for the question, Mr. Dooley. Maybe to paraphrase or break down your question, I hear a couple of pieces to it. So one, I guess I would pose it to Ms. Stanley. Could we structure a committee of the whole meeting in a way that is entirely closed session? I think that's one way to interpret it. I don't know if you have a response right away, Ms. Stanley, but it would be related to budget, but not entirely about budget, is what I would have in mind.
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure I can answer off the top of my head, but I will look into that.
And then maybe the second part that I hear your question, Mr. Dooley, getting at is that depending on the way that we would structure a public meeting, it could be quite involved. And you're right, there are a lot of ways that we could structure the meeting. What I would have in mind is a meeting that, I don't imagine advisory bodies coming and giving testimony. It's a discussion of council members in a committee of the whole. And so if it is a public meeting, we would structure the agenda so that there are times for public comment. But in general, it's structured so that the committee is having a discussion. And doesn't look to me like a council meeting, I don't know if that addresses your question, but I've thought about that and I don't see the need. And I think it would be, for this purpose, it would be counterproductive to have lots of advisory bodies in attendance. The time for that would be at the follow-on council meeting where the report from the committee of the whole is available and everyone else can comment on that.
Thank you for that. That's kind of what I wanted to dig out of this, to understand both those questions. So it clarifies a lot for me. Thank you.
Further discussion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate the work the council staff did in looking at floor time for things. But the piece that seems to be missing, that as we've been talking, is the times that our advisory bodies put in on these things. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. An hour on the council floor doesn't mean the GMT only talked about it for an hour. I've likened it to my council members kind of like a college course. For every hour you're in class, you spend 3 to 5 hours doing homework. So in addition to what can we do with our efficiencies, what else can we do to help our advisory bodies and their workload moving forward? And yes, I still have my GMT hat on a little bit with that one. We've tried to provide them guidance on what they should focus on and what not, but I think we need to make sure we're considering them in this process as well, and how we can make their time more useful, more efficient, maybe.
Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, council staff for I think it's the second bullet in the additional thoughts slide, that this is not intended to preclude questions related to council strategy, form, or function. I know this agenda item and the larger conversation that led to it was wider than just thinking about the budget and trying to save money and being efficient. And frankly, like listening to the budget committee discussion, the budget's a moving target largely for us anyway. So I think it's also about asking questions about how we're doing. Many of these questions have been bent we've seen that from the change, both environmental and social, especially over the last 5 years. and ultimately just leading to a better council process that serves our fisheries and fishing communities better. So I wanted to highlight the section in the report, the council process and information flow section. I thought that covered a lot of what the council had been talking about in the previous years and meetings on this topic, and we just wanted to express my support for seeing the bullets in that section further fleshed out and brought to us at another time.
Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Bob's question got me thinking a little bit about the required engagement of the council in developing the grant, or providing recommendations on the development of the grant. And I'm thinking back to the last cycle, and I'm just wondering is what exactly is the requirement for the actual council in terms of review of the proposed grant? You mentioned you want to have a conversation or have folks have dialogue in the course of this committee of the whole meeting, but what exactly is it that is expected of council members in this dialogue? Is there a requirement that it be vetted, like the grant be thoroughly vetted by the council? Like what's driving the motivation for the detailed review?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Remco. Sandra, can I ask you to pull back up my presentation? And then there is a slide that has the timelines on it, that Gantt chart. One more back. So maybe to start the answer to your question, Mr. Remco, there are a couple of milestones here where we're asking the council to essentially adopt or approve the budget. And so each of those milestones is one of these diamonds. And so you see a few steps where we're saying we want the council to weigh in and say, yes, this is what we want to do. And so one of those is essentially at the March meeting next year. That's the first time. There's another step then, approval by the council. You see the next diamond down halfway through. And then there's another step where we work with the budget committee chair to finalize the submission, but that's taking what the council has already approved and just fine tuning it. And then you see another step where the no cost extension is put in front of the council, and that's the fall of next year, so the September time period. And then there are a couple of other steps thereafter. So I hope that's answering some of your question about when the council needs to weigh in. And so we have a few milestones. The other part of your question that I heard was what's the need for the detailed review? And I took that to mean the committee of the whole discussion. Is that correct? What's driving this is the likelihood that I see that we will need to make some fairly substantial changes to start to close a budget gap. And if those changes are substantial and may affect our form or our function, I would not be comfortable making those decisions on my own. And so I want the council to grapple with those questions because they may affect how we do work. So that's what motivated this idea of the committee of the whole, is to create a space for council members to have a discussion about what we need to do. And some of those discussions may be difficult. And that's something that's appropriate for you all to tell us what you want rather than staff to do it, if that makes sense.
Rose.
Thank you. So looking into the question, I do not think it would be appropriate for the council to meet as a committee of the whole in a closed session. It would need to be a public meeting that is noticed and again, open to the public. Thank you.
Chris Oliver.
But if it were just the budget committee, they could meet in a closed session. Is that right?
Just a minute.
While you're looking into that, Marcy Remco?
Yeah, I think I have a related question. Rather than it being a closed session of the budget committee, I would view it being a closed session where we might consider fiscal and personnel matters. I mean, this is a fiscal matter, which, as I understand, would be appropriate for a closed session discussion of the council.
If I might,
Chris.
I know that some of the other councils have closed sessions to discuss finance and personnel issues, and there are certain personnel implications to this process. But that's all. I don't want to dispute what Ms. Stanley is saying, but I do know that other councils have either finance or budget committees, or essentially closed sessions of the council, which is essentially a committee of the whole, to do budget discussion. Maybe I'm getting them in trouble and should have kept my mouth shut.
So there are a couple of questions to lead general counsel there. And while you're looking into that, Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe that we need to be very careful here about excluding the public and maybe more specifically our members of our advisory group from listening into our discussion about council efficiencies. I think it needs to be, so I think we need to be very, very careful before we were to move in that direction. There may be some we may think about some hybrid where we have a portion of it that is a closed session where it's specific to fiscal and personnel matters, and then have a portion of it that is an open public meeting. But I would caution us about using a closed session for the majority of the deliberations on the topic.
Chair Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I think that there's two questions. One is whether we may be closed, and the other is should we, even if we may. And I think that this council has a good reputation for having an open and public process. So I guess I would echo Mr. Anderson's comments that we should be very careful here. And if we're going to have a meeting that is closed or in part closed, we should circumscribe that closed portion very carefully.
Further discussion. I know there's two questions where I'm giving general counsel time to research this on the can we do it side. Ms. Stanley.
Thank you. So looking into this a little bit more, there are limited reason under the Magnuson Act and under regulation for which the council can close a session. And those are limited to issues of national security, employment matters, briefings on litigation, and under the regulations, other internal administrative matters other than employment. But it does appear that that should be limited to issues where there are privacy interests at stake. And so I am not at this juncture seeing that a budget reason would be enough to close the session.
Thank you. That provides a little clarity on the part of that. Can we? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. And I just wanted to share how I'm processing this too, and thinking of committee of whole. It's a new term for me. So I appreciate the discussion, and particular, Merrick, when you said you kind of envision it as like an advisory body meeting or a council meeting. And so as I think about some of the advisory body meetings that are held in advance of a council meeting and how they, it seems like they function very well. There's a public comment opportunity that's well defined in the agenda. It seems like that if I think of it in that way, in terms of it getting to be too big to handle or too big to manage or going over multiple days, if it's, when I think of it as one of these advisory body meetings and the way it's structured, that's how it's making sense to me. So thanks.
Vice Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, I think Vice Chair Hasmer. Open and public meetings can be held in different ways. You could have a lot of opportunities for input from the public for comment during it. You could have virtually none if you wanted to, I believe. It depends how we want to do it. I certainly appreciate what Merrick has laid out here. But I think that if we open public comment too much, it might kind of interrupt the flow of how things are going. And sometimes we need to work things through stuff. Maybe have a open comment maybe at the end of the day or something like that for people to kind of sleep on, chew on. But certainly, I think as far as being open and transparent, people just need to hear what we're doing. I mean, you could have it where it could be remotely public, right? So it's different. I think we need to be careful about put ourselves in a box about what that open and public part is and how it might facilitate us to do the best job we can do at this stage before we move forward to approve something. So.
Further discussion, hands? Marcia Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a question on budgeting for this special session in January. Is there a line item identified in the current or the 24 calendar year budget for this particular extra meeting at this point, or what's the thought on that? I'm just thinking about efficiencies and budget, and perhaps the easier choice is to add a special half-day session to the March meeting. I'm just wondering if you've worked through those concepts. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Remco, for the question. Patricia and I have we have thought through that. We have expensed it out. We originally had it in our original budget for this year, and just due to the timing and the nature of things, have stripped that out of the budget. But it's definitely in our thoughts. I do think that we would have to have this before a council meeting to stick with this schedule that we're outlining here. And so I do think January and February is the right time. Maybe this is where you're going, but it's an expense that we can handle if that's your concern. But
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you. I know we're still talking about format, but January, February gets busy for a lot of us on multiple levels. Would there be a remote participation option for the committee of the whole members, not just public, but so like how we deal with Ring Central with council members who have to leave early, catch a flight or things? Would that likely be an option as well to maybe save some wear and tear and travel on some of us?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Ms. Mattis. We can certainly provide a remote option if we were to do so. We would host the meeting in Portland at our office. I guess I don't see I don't have the interest in packing up our van and driving to San Diego or something for a 1 or 2 day meeting of the committee. So if we were to do a remote option, which I think is a fine idea, we would just host the meeting in Portland.
Vice Chair Pettinger.
Well, I'd just like to say that I like the direction we're going. I think given the financial issues before us, I think it, and the culture of this council is, I mean, we talk about the council family. And I think that's pretty important as far as the relationships that we build over time and that interaction that people have. I think it's pretty special. I think we want to be very careful about how we address changing that. And I think a 2-day session for some real thoughtful discussion would go a long ways to retaining what we have. And because I think it's, I would hate to lose that. I would hate to lose that. So I'll just put my 2 bits in there. I think that I like what has been laid out before us, and I'll just, I'll stop there.
Okay, Chair Gurelnik, I think your hand, and before you begin, Sandra, if you could put back up our council action again, not to push this along, but just so we keep that in mind, on what we need to accomplish here. So Chair Gurelnik, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's always a good time to consider and review our processes to be more efficient. Where I'm a little bit confused is that this is being done in concert with our new grant cycle, and we don't know what the numbers are going to be in the new grant cycle. So, you know, in the world of mathematics, you have independent and dependent variables. So are we going to review our process, come up with efficiencies and say, this is the number we need? Or is NIPS going to come back to us and say, this is the number you have? Those are 2 ways to approach the issue, and I'm not sure what direction we're going in, where we're starting and where we're ending.
Merrick?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Chairman. If you'll recall the chart that we were looking at, the first row there gets at that question. And so the process that we would work through is that Kelly and I and Patricia would sit down with NIMS leadership and talk through what a reasonable number should be to start that grant renewal discussion. And NIMS would give us some guidance, and there's usually a small percentage increase that we start to assume, and then we work from there. And so that's one of the first steps. Then, of course, there's what Congress does later that year, and who knows what that will be. But we do start with a budget number.
Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to add, I was looking at the Habitat Committee report, and they have a recommendation for outside expert support for someone who's a business management expert. At this point in the process, I don't think I have a specific recommendation, but just throwing that out, that at some point it could be beneficial as we move through this to bring in someone who has that management expertise, perhaps organizational expertise that can help us move through this.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just adding on to the in-person or remote conversation, I think a lot gets done when we're in person and being able to actually physically interact with each other. And in context of that this isn't envisioned as a formal like council meeting format, I think it could be detrimental to be totally virtual. I think people should make the commitment where they can to be there. And I think, if it's going to be a 2-day session, it gives us a chance to reflect on the conversations of the day and talk about it, and maybe come up, in the final analysis here, what we're bringing forward is hopefully guidance to ourselves and to, a format or something to discuss on the council floor with our advisory bodies and everybody in public involved ultimately. And this is more like a scoping session almost than my vision. So it's trying to help us along so it's easier to deal with in the council format. And to that, I see it as more informal. And in that case, I think we all should make best efforts to be there And so that's what I got to say.
Thank you. Looking around and maybe I'll provide some of my thoughts on this too at this time while you think about it and how we want to move forward. As Executive Director Burden and I have discussed this, it's a difficult topic to mesh these two and figure out how to look through, but we're looking for that council support and approval, letting the council as a whole decide what the priorities are and how we do our work into the future, but using this committee of the whole as a starting point. So we don't have to have that discussion around the whole table, that the committee of the whole can do some of that work and bring it back. I think Marcy asked an excellent question at the beginning. When we look at the grant renewal process, what's the requirement of the council weighing in on that? My recollection, having gone through it once or twice, is there is none. But that's something we do as part of our transparency as the staff builds that, whether it's an annual budget that goes through our process or every 5 years, the grant renewal builds this product that comes back and the council has an opportunity to review and look and see if it's consistent with what the council wants to do. So, here, I think with what Executive Director Burden and the staff have put together in a paper is how we can mesh those two processes, getting through the next grant renewal process, recognizing, as Chair Gorelnik pointed out, we don't know what the next budget is right now, but at the start of this process, that's built in, that there is the discussion with NIMS on what those budgets might look like, and then fleshing out what are the council priorities for work and building in what we learned coming through COVID on some of the efficiencies that we can generate to make sure that our annual activities can fit within the budgets that are provided with us. So if that didn't confuse it, I guess we do have, again, what the staff proposed in the budget committee report. You saw support for moving forward with that. So, again, I'll look around and see the council support for how we move forward with this. And part of that, the decision that I would ask Executive Director Burden, decisions about the committee of the whole. Can we come back to this in September, but at least now providing staff with some initial direction on what we want to see developed to help move this forward. So I'll turn to Executive Director Burden, unless Chair Gorelnik.
No, I was simply going to suggest that we ask staff to proceed along the lines suggested in the report. And that we plan for a public meeting.
Further thoughts? Sorry. Lynn Mattis?
I think I'm in agreement with Chair Gorelnik on the general process. Skipping down to number 3 on the dates, I appreciate that the week of the IPHC annual meeting isn't listed, as a number of us will be there. Get to go hang out in Anchorage in January. But also when thinking of that, the week prior and the week after, if the week of the 15th is chosen, if it could be in the early part of the week, or if the week after, it could be a little later, so that we're not traveling on Friday and then again on Sunday. That would just be some consideration, because I think there's 3 or 4 of us that are going to have to be at that meeting. So I would just appreciate some additional consideration for that travel. But overall, I think the process you all have outlined is agreeable.
Butch Smith?
I wasn't going to weigh in, but I don't know. I think I'm being the only elected official on the council that's done budgets that are under both state and federal rules at the Port of El Waco and the city when I was on the city council. But when we have our budget meetings open to the public, they're called special meetings. Special meetings indicate that you only talk about that subject. If you just simply say it's going to be a council meeting, then you can open yourself up to, if they wanted to talk about the birds in the sky. And so if you want to focus it to budget, then you probably, my recommendation is called a special budget meeting, which hones it down to just that. The other thing that, I've listened and I completely agree with Mr. Anderson that we need to be very careful here, but we also need to be very careful. Just an example. If there had to be, some budgetary cuts on all the advisor meetings, that would be in a public session at our special meeting. But if there was some specific personnel or department that was, talked about, then you would break into an executive session or a closed, we would call it executive session within that meeting and to discuss that part, then come back into the public, making no decisions, obviously. Little bit confused on, using the budget committee versus using the budget or using the council in a special meeting, but that's because I'm from El Waco and things get confusing in El Waco. But I just want to point out that you probably want to specify this meeting if you just want to hone it down to the budget. And anyway, that's just comes from my elected official running budgets for 7 years now. There's only 3 people in El Waco, so I got elected into one of the 3 spots. But anyway, it doesn't say much for El Waco, but I am the port chair of the commission. So anyway, we have to do this every year. So anyway, just a fun fact for you. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thanks for that, Butch. And maybe I want to ask Executive Director Burden to respond to something, and just getting back to what Lynn mentioned, the schedules. And I think as part of this process, we realize that everybody has lives outside of this and responsibilities and roles, and it's difficult. And excited that people are interested in participating that, but Executive Director Burden, maybe you can flesh out a little more the ideas on the size, the structure of the committee, because again, it's not intended to be everybody, but this committee of the council to do some work. So can you just define that committee of the whole a little more?
Yeah, certainly. So the committee of the whole concept is what it is that each seat that's part of the council would have a seat on the committee of the whole. And so what we'd be looking for is one person from each agency, in addition to the at-large and obligatory members, to participate in the committee of the whole. That's the size. Is that answering your question, Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Further thoughts on moving forward? I just have seen, heard support for proceeding as the staff has indicated. And I'm going to look around and ask if there's, well, let me ask Executive Burden to summarize what he's heard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I believe what I'm hearing is, it sounds like there's support for the process as outlined and recommended by the Budget Committee. There has been some additional thoughts put forth about making sure that, we don't just consider this the end of our council efficiencies item, but I think recognition that we do need to address the fiscal issues. And so That's all in alignment with the staff proposal also. The largest remaining question I have is about timing. Our calendars are always quite full. And if we can get some more guidance on timing, that would be helpful for us. I did propose some dates in that presentation that you have in your briefing book now. And just to recap, if I look at those dates, January 1st, the week of January 1st is really hard. The week of February 5th is really hard. It's those 2 weeks in the middle to late January, which would be, I think, preferred by us on staff. And I did recall Ms. Mattis's comment about meeting, I don't remember which week you're speaking to, Ms. Mattis, but looking at early in the week. And that had been where I was looking to, is tending to be a Monday, Tuesday type of an affair. So if there are any further thoughts on the timing of that meeting, I do think it's good to start to block that time off on our calendars before we get them filled up. So.
Phil Anderson.
I have a Pacific Salmon Commission meeting the week of January 8th, for whatever that's worth.
Okay. Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Question on the Monday, Tuesday type approach. Are you thinking of starting 8 o'clock Monday morning? And if that's the case, does that mean travel Sunday to get there?
I guess I'm open to either option. Right now, I guess I did have in mind, starting first thing in the morning. And so that would entail a Sunday evening travel. I'm not wedded to that, of course. We could look at a Tuesday, Wednesday affair if people would rather travel Monday. So just to recap, what I was looking at in terms of actual weeks that I'm aiming at was the week of January 16 and the week of January 29. And I think those do not overlap with PSC or the IPHC. And that was the reason for those 2 weeks.
Any thoughts on staff pursuing something during those weeks? I know other things will pop up on calendars, but Lynn Mattis?
Given the general weeks and the few other odds and ends, would it be good to do a doodle poll? A doodle poll of when folks seem to be available. That way we could get a gauge if Monday, Tuesday or Tuesday, Wednesday would work better. But I don't know if you're trying to get the exact dates right now, but that might be an option to let us all go home and look at our calendars and get back, but just have a general range that it might be this week or that week, and we'll figure out the exact dates.
Bob Dooley.
Just another comment. Sorry about that. Just to note, January 15th is Martin Luther King Day, and it's a holiday. So consider that in travel parts too. You might have people, not traveling on the Monday. So just brought it up just so people are aware.
Yeah, I realize that some time off in the distance, but for planning purposes, Merrick has identified those 2 weeks to explore further, and amongst all the restrictions that come within the week and other meetings, is there some agreement that at least start looking at those as indicated? It would be best to accomplish this prior to the next council meeting, the March council meeting. So we are somewhat constrained on dates. So not seeing any opposition to that. So Merrick, is that enough to go forward with?
Well, we're getting close. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just follow Ms. Mattis's lead and hone in on those 2 weeks and circulate a poll to us all to see if we can get a little more specific, if you're amenable to that. Okay. So we'll aim for the week of either June, I guess, or not June, January 16. I don't think we want to overlap with the MLK holiday, and the week of the 29th. So look for a poll on those 2 weeks.
Right. Further discussion on this. And again, I will turn to Executive Director Burden and ask if there are other parts of this you would like to explore or need some input on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. What I'm hearing is that I'm gathering that everyone is comfortable with the staff proposal that we hashed out in the Budget Committee in terms of the process and how to move from the end of this meeting through January and then into the usual budget process. So if I'm getting that wrong, it would be good to know that now. Otherwise, what we'll do is after this meeting adjourns, we'll start looking at what we call the low-hanging fruit type of things that we can do that will help to address some of our budget challenges, but that we don't anticipate really affecting the council process. And we'll identify those in anticipation of our September meeting. So that would be our next step. If you all are not in alignment with that thinking, it'd be good to know that now. Otherwise, I think we have a process and next steps, and look for a poll regarding meeting of the committee of the whole in January. And I think that's where we're at.
All right. Thank you. Marcia Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Merrick. I don't know if now is the time or if there was a plan to discuss at all in open session the content of the white paper. We took some questions, but I don't know that we had dialogue or if that's even on the table for this agenda item.
I believe that's part of this agenda item. So if you want to discuss it, we're in discussion.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Just a couple of remarks. I appreciate the information that's summarized and presented for our consideration. I'm looking at table 8 and the duration of the selected issues across the meeting agenda items. And I see agenda planning at the very top of our of the top category in terms of the number of hours that we spend. Not super surprising. But I will just note that CDFW has really appreciated the opportunity to be able to participate virtually on this item. It is much easier for us to have the respective council designees be able to speak with individual voices and yet kind of share the seat, so to speak, virtually. It's much easier than trying to convey notes from one designee to another on how to maybe provide input on agenda planning. So that's been really effective and really efficient for at least us back home. And I know I've noticed in a few recent council meetings that folks will actually, in order to catch flights and such, leave and attend that session virtually and participate. Kind of thinking about the content that we address in agenda planning, and it's generally a lot of overview, a lot of presentation, walking through future agenda items. There's not a lot of public comment. We'll get some on occasion, but there's not kind of this need for a lot of face-to-face or sidebar discussion oftentimes. So just thinking about cost savings and thinking about efficiencies. I don't know if this would save cost, but I certainly have found that virtual sessions of agenda planning work just as well, if not better, than in-person sessions. So anyway, that was, I know other councils structure things somewhat differently. Perhaps we end early, go home, and do an agenda planning session 2 days or a day after the end of the council meeting. Just just an idea, but in any case, just some thoughts from us. And again, we appreciate the flexibility that the council's allowed us in terms of sharing the seat concurrently with multiple designees with virtual participation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you. This is also sort of a general overarching thing. Today, we are very focused on this one aspect of the council and process efficiencies. I don't want us to forget or lose momentum on the other stuff we've talked about over the last few meetings. Our advisory bodies have provided us a lot of good input, and I just want to make sure we still keep that in mind as we're looking at this bigger picture, how we improve our overall process, that we don't get so focused on this, we miss that other piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Yes, at our prior discussions, we had a lot of advisory body reports, and they are still part of the record and valuable to the staff, I think, as they move forward and do their work. Any further discussion on this? Closing comments? And not seeing any hands, I think that completes our work on this agenda item. So I thank you all for that, and we'll pass the gavel back to our chair.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to groundfish. Agenda item H1, our first groundfish item. We've got some chairs to change, and in the interest of maybe working until we start lunch, why don't we take a short break here and short break. Try to be back by 10:40 or 10:42. Keep it to a 10-minute or slightly less break. Give enough time to go out in the hallway, stretch your legs, grab some coffee, and then we'll be back.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All righty. Why don't we grab our seats?
I'll make a few comments and toss to you. So,
okay. All righty. We're going to get started on H1, the NIMS report, and we have our staff officer, Todd Phillips, in the seat. So Todd, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Of course, as the Chair just noted, this is agenda item H1, which is the first of the groundfish items for this meeting. And this is the National Marine Fisheries Service report. So as per usual, the West Coast region is here to provide updates to the Council regarding rulemakings and notices, as well as any other information that is pertinent to the region. And they will also bring up some information regarding current workload and future rulemaking plannings. Additionally, Mr. Russell is here to speak about activities that are undergoing with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And looking down the situation summary, of course, your action today is to have council discussion and provide any guidance as appropriate. It's a very brief overview. I'm happy to answer any questions, but it'd be my recommendation just to move directly to Ms. Kent.
All righty then. I'll look around to see if there are any hands. I see none. So we will, I guess Craig Russell is with us, perhaps virtually. Oh, there's Craig. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Craig Russell. I'm the Director of the Fishery Resource Analysis and Monitoring Division at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. I'll provide just two brief updates and then get out of your hair here. First is on our surveys. We've got our three primary surveys on track for planning and execution this year. The first is the full 4-vessel groundfish bottom trawl survey. That is underway. They are completing leg 3 of the first pass, which ended in July, and then continue the second pass in August. The next survey is our joint US-Canada Pacific Hake and Integrated Ecosystem Survey. That survey is delayed by 1 week. Planned departure was last Friday, but due to vessel equipment issues and then some staffing gaps, the vessel's been delayed, and its planned departure right now is later this evening today. As always, our team is working closely with our counterparts at Fisheries and Oceans Canada to work on how to adjust the survey accordingly, but they go through this every year, whether it's vessel staffing or weather issues and the like. And so they have a good plan for how to adapt to that. The third survey is our planned Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line survey. That is also on track for execution later this year in September. And finally, we're very pleased that we were able to host the first STAR panel of 2023 at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center in Seattle earlier this June. The panel reviewed full assessments for 2 areas of copper rockfish off California, as well as reviewed coastwide length-based data moderate assessments for short spine thorny heads and wreck sole. Wanted to note that these assessments, the last 2 assessments, were developed as part of a class with the University of Washington, led by staff from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and wanted to give kudos to all the students and the staff that supported that to make that a successful effort. The panel did endorse the base models for all the assessments, and is our understanding that the Groundfish Subcommittee of the SSC will pick this up in August again. And that concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Mr. Russell? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to welcome to the table Keely Kent for NIPS. So any report you have, Keely?
Thank you. I think it's still morning, so good morning, everyone. I'm Keely Kent. I'm the Groundfish Branch Chief for the Sustainable Fisheries Division of the West Coast region. I'll be speaking briefly to supplemental NIMS Report 1 and then provide a few additional verbal remarks. Supplemental NIFS report 1 is our typical rulemaking and workload report. I think since the last time we talked, we've had one publication of a rulemaking that was the final rule for the 2023 Pacific whiting harvest specifications that published on May 31st and was effective the same day. The only other update I'll provide is that what you see in that table is kind of our expected rulemaking timeline for the EM program revisions, and then Amendment 32, the non-trawl area management. Those are on track right now. For the EM proposed rule, just because of where we are in June, it probably won't publish before the end of the month, but more likely in July. That doesn't change the overall timeline, but just providing that quick update. The second page of the report is our usual workload chart. Some additions, we added in the limited entry fixed gear follow-on with not a lot of information. We'll wait and see how that agenda item goes today and what the council decides there. We'll continue to track and make staffing decisions as appropriate, whether that's one package that moves on at the same time or whether there are multiple packages that come out of that list of items. I don't think I have anything else on that report. I will just provide some verbal remarks and then happy to take questions on anything. We recently put out a Federal Register notice that we are seeking nominations for a couple of positions associated with the Whiting Treaty. There are 2 positions on the Joint Management Committee and 6 positions on the advisory panel. These are all 4-year terms. That nomination period is open for 30 days, so it will close on July 7th. The Federal Register notice provides the information on how to submit nominations. They do go directly to Frank Lockhart, and then we'll be trying to finalize those appointments in time for when the current terms end, which is around September 16th. So please do reach out if you have questions, but wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that nomination period. The other update I have is a quick update on our electronic logbook. We had told the council before that one of the major updates we were waiting on was the ability to use the electronic logbook across multiple platforms. That is now available. We're extremely grateful to Pacific States and Archipelago for moving that forward. The electronic logbook can now be used on smartphones, tablets, and computers, as well as started on one platform, picked up on the other, which we believe will allow really needed flexibility for fishermen. We did put out a public notice about that, just so everyone is aware. There was a couple other requested updates from fishermen, such as being able to save your favorite fish in the drop-down menu. And we'll continue to look for those opportunities to improve the app as we go and improve the usability so that fishermen are able to comply with that requirement, as well as for us to be able to get that data. So we'll continue working on that, but wanted to make sure the council had that update. And that is all I have right now, but happy to take questions.
All right, thank you, Keely. Let's see if there are any questions of Keely on the NIMS report. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Keely, I know you've been in communication with ODFW staff and Oregon State Police staff. I'm not sure if others are aware of the issue, so maybe a heads up to my counterparts at CDFW and WDFW. Currently, there's no MOU in place for our agency staff to get access to the electronic logbooks. I know through the state of Oregon, we are working on that process for our port bios to be able to get that. Is that something, as we move forward with further electronic logbooks, we can put in place? We can do something preemptively, so we don't have to do 8, 9 port bios filling out individual MOUs to get access to a fixed gear logbook, and then another one to get access to a trawl logbook, et cetera. Is there some way we can make this a little more efficient for some of the back end users of the logbooks, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, thanks for the question. We are in the process of working through the data sharing agreements. The MOUs are at the higher level. That's kind of the overall umbrella covering that data sharing between the feds and the states. There actually has been a process ongoing for a little while now with CDF and W. I'm not as involved in that, but it will cover all of the data, including the logbook data. We have reached out with WDFW about that as well. The MOU itself is a higher level agreement, but then that has created the need for having individual non-disclosure agreement that we would like people that are accessing that data to sign. For those that are really involved in data, those kind of agreements already exist for things like observer data, and Pacific States has their own version. I think in this kind of new, in the electronic logbook, relatively new for the West Coast region, have this type of data that, we're technically the owners of. And so perhaps we weren't as prepared as we would like to have been about that data sharing, but we are looking to try to get that information out as soon as possible to the people who are allowed to use it. So it is one of our top priorities to try to make sure those agreements are in place and get folks access as needed.
Thank you.
Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik, and good morning, Keely. This question came up at our morning delegation meeting, and I regarding the DC District Court decision on the Maine lobster fishery, and just thinking ahead about how that might impact or affect analysis under the ESA and MMPA. And I realize it just came out last week, but thinking we'd like to hear from NIMS about that down the road, what that decision, how it might affect other biological opinion analysis and all of that.
Thanks for the question. I don't have any information to share at this point. I'm not sure if my colleague from GC Northwest has anything to share, but point taken, and we will provide more information when we have it.
Further questions on the NIMS report? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Keely, thanks for the report. I'm just curious, is there a place where we can actually view that logbook form? How do I see it? How do I understand what it's doing? Thanks.
Thanks for the question. We have the paper logbook form, which almost mirrors the electronic logbook at the moment. When actually anybody can have access to the electronic logbook, we don't ask that people that are not fishing fill it out, because that data does get transmitted, but you can actually go in and play with it, just not submit a form if you wanted to look at that. But we do have the paper logbook form available. I should double check on this, but I think it's available on the Pacific States website. We have been directing people to Aileen Smith, who's been our project lead there on that. I can certainly circulate it, but that's my first thought in terms of where it is standing in terms of always available. But that said, we are planning, we started the conversation with some of the Science Center folks, like the stock assessors and the observer program. It came up under the Endangered Species Work Group, which we might hear about later in this meeting. But all of the groups that we expect to use the data will start having that opportunity to actually look through the data, kind of figure out, here's how we're going to use it. The GMT will be one of the next major groups as well. So I expect that will happen now that we are actually getting data in, that we will kind of meet with all of those groups, start to work that through, the states as well. How are we going to use this data? What is it looking like? Is there any, tweaks that we need to make? So that's our expectation for the rest of this year. And then if there were any tweaks to the actual information collection, we would try to line that up to the beginning of the year. So kind of an ongoing process of trying to look at that. And if there are specific asks that you'd like to know about, this data field, that data field, we're happy to work with you on that.
Thank you for that. I just think it'd be a good understanding of what's being requested and what data is there, and having knowledge within the council to understand what that is. So, thank you.
Further questions of NIMS on the report? Thank you, Keely. I'm not seeing any other hands. We've had our Science Center report. We don't have any advisory body reports or management entity reports. We don't have any public comment. So that takes us to our council action here, which is merely discussion and guidance as appropriate. So I will open the floor to see if there is any guidance or discussion. I don't plan to belabor this point. If no one raises their hand, I will conclude that there is no further guidance to provide. And I am not seeing any hands, so I'll turn to Todd Phillips and see how we're doing on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the council has heard both from Ms. Keely Kent and Mr. Craig Russell. Respectively, they would be reported on regulatory activities as well as Science Center activities. Council asked some questions. There were not much guidance or discussion post those questions, as you indicated, and I'd say that you have achieved your objective here and have addressed the action at hand. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Well, we only have one more agenda item for the day, and maybe we can finish that before lunch. But in order to make that happen, I'm going to hand the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Grolick. And I think we're actually on time, I think, right now. So looking good for the day. So people get in their seats. So let's pause for a couple minutes. Okay, we're back. We're back at session on H2. Just like acknowledge that Carla Bush, I believe, is in the seat for Alaska online. Corey has taken the Washington seat, and welcome Maggie Summers to the NIP seat. So with that, I look to Jesse and Jim to start us off when they're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chairman and council members. We're just wrapping up the technical adjustments here. There we go. And we are off. So we're here to talk to you this morning about Sablefish Gear Switching, your agenda item H2. The most important focus under this agenda item is selection of an initial preliminary preferred alternative, or IPPA, which you might think of as a decision on which of the gear switching limitation mechanisms seems most promising or no action. Then you're being asked to provide any other guidance on the alternatives as might be needed or helpful, and to provide guidance on the process and timeline for selecting the preliminary preferred alternative, the PPA, as needed. Staff has provided 3 attachments to assist you. The first is a synopsis that contains some key information from the other 2 attachments, so it's there for kind of a quick reference. Included at the end of that table, though, or end of that attachment, is a table listing some of the outstanding issues for each alternative that will eventually need to be addressed, and a final table providing examples of the types of outstanding issues that we could wait to resolve until the November meeting when you select the PPA, and the types that you would likely want to come back and talk about more in September. Then the second attachment is a detailed description of the alternatives, including the motions on the alternatives that the council has adopted in the past. And then the last provides the analysis. You also have a supplemental gap report, and that is your only supplemental report from an advisory body at this meeting or under this agenda item. The usual process for reaching a final recommendation is that you establish a range of alternatives, select a preliminary, preferred alternative, and then an FPA. Over the last several years, we've been having a problem making progress with that usual report, with that usual approach. So you decided to take things in smaller bites. And rather than trying to fully specify each alternative in the range, you decided to fully specify only the alternative that's identified as the initial preliminary preferred alternative. So at this meeting, you're scheduled to complete that the specification of you're scheduled to select the IPPA. And then in November, in September, if you come back, or possibly in November, you would complete the specification of the IPPA. And then November, you would do your preliminary preferred alternative and then select your final preferred alternative next March. So with respect to this process, for things that are relatively simple, and completing the specification of the IPPA, we might just bring a staff report back to you in November, and you could deal with it then. If development of options is required, but there's not any likely highly significant policy choices involved, then staff might bring some options back to you in September, and we would just do a light check-in in September. On the other hand, if at the end of after you select your IPPA, if we look at that and it looks like, oh, there's a lot more issues, the issues here are more significant in terms of policy, and you want some other input and guidance, you might either let NIMS and council staff work on that, or you might want to assign it to some kind of a work group for providing a more focused review of that and development that you would come back to at the September meeting. The main point here, though, is that for the September agenda item, if you do have one, it would be focused only on the limited issues related to finalizing the specification of the IPPA. We wouldn't be coming back in September to advance any of the other, or make any other choices, revise the other alternatives or so forth. It would really be just restricted to that, those questions that were outstanding and need a meeting of special attention to focus on them and resolve them in order to move forward then in November. And there's the bullets that go with what I was just talking about. Let me stop here before we have a presentation to go through. We want to talk to you about, provide you an analysis of the problem, review the alternatives, provide you a comparison of the alternatives, and then some analysis on specific elements, particularly focusing on the new alternative 3 that we haven't talked with you about before. Let me see if there's any questions about the process or what I've laid out about where, what's been set up here for you today.
Okay. Questions for Jim? I think you're good.
Okay, so we'll start the presentation, and as I said, we'll do this analysis of the problem and the review of alternatives. We are thinking that once we finish those first portions of the presentations, it might be a good opportunity for you to take a break, take a lunch. It might be an early break for lunch, but kind of have a chance to chew and digest on what we've presented to you in the first part, and then come back and take on the second part, because there is a lot of material here and there's a lot to think about.
Good morning, council members. So I'm going to pick it up here on the analysis of the problem. And the big issue of concerns highlighted in the purpose and needs statement that the council adopted is the attainment of the trawl allocations. And since the focus of the action alternatives is on policies that would limit gear switching, we're going to first review information about gear switching levels in the trawl fishery, and then we'll get into the question of causes of trawl under attainment. So here on the slide, you can see the levels of gear switching with the percent of the trawl allocation on the y-axis and the years across the x-axis. The blue line represents the 29%. So this is the level you adopted for development of the alternatives. And so on average, 29% of the trawl allocation has been gear switched, with gear switching exceeding that average in about half of the last 12 years. It reached a maximum of over 35% of the allocation in 2017 and 2019, and was less than 20% in 2021. So the IFQ program is expected to be in place for the indefinite future. And so we need to keep in mind not just the conditions of the recent past or the near-term future, but the conditions that may occur in the more distant future. So factors that may alter the levels of gear switching in the future include normal variation and extraordinary events, biomass changes and changing ACLs, sablefish market prices, conditions in crossover fisheries, whether there are latent or underutilized permits available for new entrants. And an indicator of future changes could be whether there are any trends in new entry or the acquisition of sablefish quota share. Now, right now, we're not seeing any trends towards entry or acquisition or exit and divestiture. So all of these factors help us look at the situation with gear switching, but it does leave open the question of the degree to which gear switching does or does not contribute to trawl allocation under attainment for other species.
So concern about a reduction in trawl attainment after catch share program implementation has been, has been present almost since the start of the program. So that concern has been there almost since the start of the program. So evaluation of what was going on in the early years is as relevant as more recent years. Previous analysis and the catch share review in 2017 assessed attainment trends before and during the catch share program and showed that for select species, attainments declined going into and after the 2011 implementation, particularly for Dover sole, thorny heads, and lingcod. For other species like petrale sole and sablefish north, there have been increases in attainment since implementation. The document points out that there is a reduction in attainment due to competition with and between strategies, that if there is a reduction in attainment due to competition with and between strategies, the DTS complex is the most likely to be impacted. We've tried to evaluate the potential causes that are named in the purpose and needs statement, as well as addressing a consideration raised by the SSC. First, the purpose and needs statement mentions that low trawl vessel participation levels might be a cause of trawl under attainment. Low trawl vessel participation might be caused by things like market prices and market capacity, but those are issues that are covered under other possible causes that we'll be getting to later here. So here we just isolate the question to whether there is sufficient vessel capacity and sufficient profitability at the prevailing prices. Reviewing the numbers of participating vessels, the amount of fish they've been able to harvest in the past, and their levels of profitability at prevailing prices, it seems unlikely that these factors are contributing substantially to underattainment. The purpose and needs statement also mentions infrastructure as a possible limitation. The catch share review looked at changes in infrastructure and numbers of first receivers And using EDC data, we looked at the numbers of first receivers that are processing plants. For most types of infrastructure, as of 2017, there had not been a substantial decline. There had been some decline in the number of first receivers, primarily in the South, but the numbers that were actually processing remained stable. For this and reasons I'll cover under the next topic, it seems unlikely that a decline in fish receiving capacity, in particular processing capacity, on its own would be contributing substantially to reduced attainment after trawl catch share implementation. Though that does not mean that increasing processing capacity might not be needed to substantially increase attainment. That then brings us to marketing capacity concerns. Market capacity deals with market volume and prices. There are indicators both that there has been market capacity sufficient to handle larger volumes of Dover, and that the opportunity for expansion is more limited than the allocation available. This is demonstrated in what we saw during a major expansion of Dover landings from 2007 to 2010. At higher landing levels, there was a substantial increase, there was a substantial decrease in prices for fresh deliveries and an increase in the proportion that was delivered for the frozen market. By the way, the history of this higher volume that happened from 2007 to 2010 is an indicator that the infrastructure has been adequate to handle higher landings than we've seen since the catch share program was implemented. So that's going back to the previous point there. With implementation of the catch share, so we had this expansion from 2007 to 2010. We saw the decrease in prices for fresh deliveries, increased amounts that was frozen. Then we had the catch share program implementation, and Dover sold landings had already started dropping in 2010, but they dropped more substantially with that implementation, and ex-vessel prices went up to levels higher than had been seen before with that drop in volume. At the same time, there was a long-term reduction in the co-occurrence of sablefish in the catch of DTS vessels. In the presence of a market limitation on Dovers, one would have expected to see DTS vessels try to maximize revenue by increasing their catch of the species like sablefish. But again, we didn't see that, and that reduction or possibly avoidance of sablefish by TDS vessels has been a pattern that's continued through most of the catch share program. This could be because other vessels were outbidding DTS vessels for sablefish, indicating the possibility of a sablefish constraint on Dover landings, but not eliminating the possibility that there was also a Dover market constraint at the same time. This then brings us to the issue of competition for sablefish quota pounds among vessels using different strategies. The analysis shows that for most other trawl target strategies, the total amount of ex-vessel revenue generated per pound of sablefish is much higher than for DTS vessels or gear switching vessels, making it likely that these trawl vessels using other strategies would outbid DTS vessels and gear switching vessels for the sablefish quota pounds they need to prosecute their respective strategies. Gear switching and DTS vessels are closest to one another in the amount of revenue generated per pound of sablefish landed, and EDC data on individual vessel profitability reveals that there are some gear switching vessels that are able to generate higher per pound profits than DTS vessels, but also that there are some DTS vessels that are able to generate higher per pound profits than gear switching vessels, which is why we end up with this mix of strategies in the sector. And that brings us to the request made by the SSC that the analysis address whether and why the current market-driven allocation of sablefish quota pounds is undesirable, and what problems the proposed alternatives are trying to correct by constraining the market. In response, the first thing to note is that under the MSA, multiple objectives, in addition to efficiency, are to be considered by councils in developing recommendations. Within the context of the catch share program, one of the reasons for maintaining different sectors are these other objectives. For example, why we have 2 at sea and a shoreside sector, rather than just relying on the markets. These multiple objectives are also why the limited entry fixed gear catch share program, the permit stacking program, includes a number of social policy provisions, including owner on board provisions and stacking limits. These provisions and other differences between the programs distort markets in a way that for some vessels could make gear switching in the trawl fishery more attractive. At the same time, the trawl IFQ program includes its own requirements that interfere with solely market-driven solutions. These include quota share control limits. When quota share control limits were imposed, it was recognized that they would interfere with market-based solutions for the purpose of pursuing other criteria of concern under the MSA. But at that time, we didn't have an idea of exactly what the result of that interference might be. It's been proposed in public comment that if there were more certainty about future access to the trawl sablefish allocation, there would be greater investment in more efficient processing equipment, which would then result in production of more cost-competitive products, which would in turn help develop and expand market volumes. Under a freely functioning market, companies reluctant to risk major investments due to uncertainty could use the market to handle that uncertainty by vertically integrating. In this case, securing long-term access to needed quota pounds by acquiring quota share. However, under the trawl catch share program, the ability to vertically integrate in this fashion is limited by quota share control limits, setting up a situation where it could be that the market can't function as it would normally to resolve this issue. So I want to emphasize there that this is a possibility. Not a certainty that we know this is happening, but we're just trying to identify what might be going on here in response to the SSC's indication that this question needed to be addressed. So in response to the SSC question, we're able to identify some reasons the market may not be fully functioning, but we don't have the information and modeling to say whether or not these factors are actually having the adverse effect that we are identifying as a possibility. So now let's move to the alternatives. Of course, we have the no action alternative, and we now have 3 action alternatives. And so those will be our focus. The first of these is identified as the gear-specific quota share alternative. Under this alternative, gear-specific quota pounds would be distributed to holders of the corresponding type of quota share. In order to establish those quota share types, there would be a one-time conversion of quota share to trawl only in any gear quota share. Qualified gear switching participants would receive up to 100% of their quota share as any gear quota share. And qualified non-gear switching participants would only receive a portion of only have a portion of their quota share converted to any gear quota share, with the remainder being trawl only quota share. Next, we again have the gear-specific quota pounds, but instead of quota pounds being issued to corresponding quota share, it would be issued based on the quota share owner's status as a legacy or non-legacy participant. So there would be a one-time legacy qualification at the time of implementation. then the annual trawl allocation will be divided into trawl only and any gear quota pounds, as it would be under alternative 1. And under alternative 2, the non-legacy participants would receive trawl only quota pounds, and depending on options selected, might receive some amount of any gear quota pounds. Legacy participants would receive up to 100% any gear quota pounds. So where under alternative 1, after implementation, NIMS would be tracking quota share transferred using the existing system. Under alternative 2, NIMS would be tracking legacy owners and the quota share amounts they own on the control date in order to determine the amount of any gear quota pounds that could be issued for a particular quota share account. Here, I'd like to review the quota pound distribution options referenced in the previous slide. So here I have a table, I've got a row showing option 1. The first column there, the initial amount of any gear quota pounds that would be issued. This is for the entire sector, and it would be 29% of the trawl allocation. Next column over is the initial ratio that non-legacy participants would receive. So the amount of any gear and trawl only that they would receive. That would be whatever is needed to achieve that 29% amount after taking into account the amount of any gear quota pounds that the legacy participants receive. So if legacy participants receive 12%, then it would be whatever the ratio that we give to non-legacy participants would be to get them to 17%. Next column over is what happens for those non-legacy participant ratios as the legacy participants divest and leave the fishery or sell off all or part of their quota share. So under option 1, the ratio for the non-legacy participants would be increased in order to maintain that 29% any gear quota pounds for the entire sector. So that means that over time, going to the last column here, the minimum amount of any gear quota pounds that would be issued after all the legacy participants left would be that 29%. So this option 1 maintains the 29% and does so by adjusting the non-legacy participant ratio. So for option 2, going across the same row here, again, the initial amount is the same 29%. For the initial ratio is the same as for option 1, whatever we need to get to that 29%. The first difference here is that as the legacy participants divest, that ratio doesn't change. So going to the last column then, that means that the minimum amount is going to be the 29% minus whatever that initial legacy amount was. So if that initial legacy amount was 12%, then after they've all left, you'll be issuing 17% any gear quota pounds for the entire sector and to all quota share participants or quota share owners, excuse me. So now we go to option 3. So the initial amount issued is the amount that goes to the legacy individuals for the quota share that they own. So if legacy, again, if legacy folks own 12%, then that's the amount. If they own 6%, then that's the amount, because any gear quota pounds is only given to legacy folks under option 3, so the ratio under the next column over, it indicates it's 0 any gear quota pounds, so 100% trawl only for the non-legacy participants. As the legacy folks leave, that doesn't change, which means you end up with 0 and completely phase out gear switching once those folks, the legacy folks, have left have divested of their quota share. So the seasonal management alternative is pretty straightforward. The gear switching would be limited to 29% of the trawl allocation. After the date on which 29% is projected to be attained, retention of sablefish while gear switching would be prohibited. To determine the date on which retention would be prohibited, projection models would need to take into account things like incomplete trips, observer data in process that hasn't come in yet, and quota pounds that would be expected to use to cover discards after closure. So recall this, in all of these alternatives, we're only talking about limitations on sablefish while gear switching. Vessels would be continue to be allowed to gear switch to target other species without any new limitations. So after this closure occurs under alternative 3, if there were some additional vessels targeting on other species, they might have some sablefish bycatch that would have to be covered with quota pounds. That said, we have seen very little gear switching that seems to be targeted on anything other than sablefish. So that modeling may not be that tough. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, at this point, we would move into a comparison of the alternatives. I guess we're almost to 11:30 here. I don't know if you would like to take an early lunch and let people kind of think about what we've presented here so far, or we could continue on.
Corey Downs.
Apologies for getting the plan, Jim, but if I do have questions on there on that previous set of slides, or did you want to wait until the end?
Or no, that's a good idea. I'd actually intended to take questions before. I'm just feeling hungry.
Well, let's go with questions at this point. Let's see how far we go and then go from there. How's that sound? So, Corey.
I didn't mean I wanted to go first necessarily, but I had a question. I don't have the slides open, but Jim, on your, it was the slide with the, where you were looking at the potential causes. And I think I was following along in the analysis, but maybe just asking you how to fit what I'm about to say into how you, what you have here. I think the, one of the main causes we've heard from the, the bottom trawl processing sector in particular, and I don't know if it fits in infrastructure or the market capacity, but here's their argument that they've been making, as I understand it, over time. Well, first of all, it's it's a competitive market for whitefish. We came out of a rebuilding period where the markets really changed from what they used to be. One of their big challenges, and this is what I didn't necessarily hear you mention, was keeping their workforce intact, the fillet workforce, and how groundfish fits into all the other species like crab and shrimp that go on, and groundfish is the one that goes throughout the year. So it's important to keeping that workforce intact. And you can't find these people just everywhere who have the skills to do this. Yet these folks were also, getting towards retirement age, and we're not able to find younger folks to come in and do it. So therefore, some of the businesses we've heard from are looking into automation machines, which require sizable investment, and making that investment involves some risk. It's not a sure thing that they're going to make enough profit for it to pay off, especially if there's volatility in the lease price for sablefish. Therefore, they're to make it more attractive to invest in that kind of automation instead of manual or human labor. That was their main argument for why we should act. And I guess how does that fit into your infrastructure, your market capacity thinking? And I might have just not heard you say it, but be interested in if you could walk us through that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Niles. Yeah, so that would be kind of under the market solution interference. So a free market approach in that kind of a situation would be say, fine, you have, your risk, you're worried about your risk, do what you need to do to control that risk. And if you're worried about your risk to a key input that you need to be able to be able to be certain of recovering your investment, then go out and buy the source of that input. So if it was a timber company, buy some timberland or whatever it is you need in order to justify the risk of a major investment you're going to make. So that's how we would approach it. Well, why not just do that here? Well, that's where the market solution interference comes in because of the 3% ownership control limit. The equivalent of that vertical integration would be owning quota share because that gives you the long-term certainty of access to those quota pounds that come from those quota share. But there's a 3% quota share limit. We do know that there are a few, there's not many, but there are a few that are bumping up into that limit, either the quota share limit itself or the 2.7% aggregate limit, because these operations want to not just have the sablefish.
Hey, Corey, anyone else? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jim and Jesse, for a great report here. On the infrastructure, from my perspective, California perspective, this didn't start at the infrastructure decline did not start with the beginning of the catch share program or a couple of years before. It took a long time to do that. I remember back in the day, California had harvested a large amount of the groundfish on the coast, upwards of 50%. But that infrastructure through the decline, through the disaster years, went away. One of the biggest processors on the coast that had a huge plant in Santa Rosa is no longer there. There was a lot of groundfish being processed there. I think there's efforts to rebuild that infrastructure going on. And I see in, the way you represented it was that infrastructure isn't an issue. And I see efforts to try to revive that infrastructure. And obviously the fish needed to support that. But I would just offer that as information that infrastructure that may not, it's perspective. It's where you start looking at it. If you're looking at it from the beginning of the catch share program, it looks different than if you looked at it from, the early 90s or even before that. So, so I just wanted to bring that point up. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Dooley, if I can just want to make a note along those lines, because it's sometimes a little bit subtle what we're trying to say here. With respect to the infrastructure and first receivers and processors and so forth, our focus was the observation was that there was a decline in attainment that occurred with the start of the catch share program. So to your point, our focus was there a decline in infrastructure and processing right at the start of the catch share program, or maybe subsequently to that, not the question of whether ultimately there is some kind of an infrastructure limitation, a processing or first receiver limitation that couldn't help the fishery better attain its allocations. There's something else I was going to say on that point. Just slipped my mind. Yeah.
Anyone else? Maggie Summer.
Thank you very much. A question for Jim. When you're talking about decline in attainment, we know that for some species, and Dover in particular, there was large increase in harvest limits over this period. And there is some information in the analysis on overall attainment and poundage, and I think Dover in particular. But I'm just wondering, when you talk about a decline in attainment, Is that taking into account the increase in overall, ABCs, ACLs, and harvest levels?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Ms. Suber. Yes, in particular, depending on your frame, the decline is greater or smaller. But if you look at the Dover, the pattern of Dover landings, and I was just going to try to find the figure to reference you to, you'll see that there was an increase that occurred 2007, 8, 9, and 10 in absolute, an increase in the absolute amount in those years. And then it started to decline in 2010 and then declined substantially in 2011 with the implementation of the catch share program, not necessarily causative, but correlated with it. And then it has pretty much stayed at those lower levels and not climbed up even to the levels that appeared to be supportable by the market in 2007, 8, and 9 before it kind of got up to that, 2006, 7, 8, before it got up to the levels that it was apparent that the market was really constraining with the amount that was going to frozen and price reductions. And as soon as I can find it, I can give you the a number here. It's going to be in section 3.3. Anyway.
Jesse?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I also just wanted to point to, we did note a couple of studies that have been done on this specific question and specific species. So on page 7, it describes previous assessments, one done by Sean Matson and the other that was included in the 2017 trawl catch share review that showed that select species, as Jim was talking about, Dover, also lingcod and thorny heads have seen a decline in attainment, noting that was before and then after up to a certain period. I don't know that off the top of my head. And attainments have continued to decline since 2011, but we also have seen increases in attainment for species like petrale, sole, and sablefish north. So there are those 2 studies that I would point you to that have some specific information. It's not on all the species of the IFQ program, but it's kind of those highlighted species that have been looked at in the past.
Anyone else? Okay. If I may, I think your the causes here is there's a lot of inputs and I noticed that have effects to the fishery, but I think I'd mentioned earlier about the overfishing of petrale, or the overfish status of petrale in 2009. We went down to less than 1,000 tons. I think probably was a curtailed trawl attainment. And then the advent of the record shrimp and crab production and prices during that period also held that down. I don't see that in here. I could be probably a fuller viewpoint of what the world was back in that day and why those numbers are down. And a 30% decrease in sablefish in 2012 or 13, the quota was a big impact also.
Mr. Pedro, yeah, thank you for that. We probably should, we have looked at the petrale issue and at this time we didn't feel we haven't included it, and maybe we should include it just so we can kind of look at that and consider it. Okay. Also, with respect to Ms. Summers' question about the Dover, so if you want to see the pattern of landings just in terms of absolute total tonnage, it's on page 5, attachment 3, page 15, it's figure 4 there.
What's that? Okay. No one else? Kristen?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a question, I guess, on the unlikely portion of low vessel capacity profit, just in terms of how that conclusion was come to, particularly when, and I was just pulled up a couple of PACFIN numbers, but if you look at the average from this year versus the average of 1986, I just picked a midpoint year in the 80s. Our price today is averaging 42 cents. The price back in the 80s was averaging 26 cents. And with inflation, you'd be looking at over 70. So I feel like we're asking our vessels in the trawl sector, well, probably every sector, to do more with less, meaning in terms of the margin that they're making based upon what they had been making in this fishery is significantly less. When you, like I say, when you're looking at inflation, and that hits home particularly right now, I think for everybody, because inflation is hitting most people's pocketbooks. So I'd be interested in how that was maybe not ranked what I would have considered as higher.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Ms. Svensson. So first, with respect to timeframes, so we're talking about the events that occurred, right after implementation. This situation has been present through, through the last many years. And obviously situations that are occurring now are changing that and maybe adding to stress and creating more stress than the economic stress for the vessels that was there in the past, inflation and price changes and some things like that. But this issue has been going on, has been one of concerns since the start of the Catch Share program. With respect to the question of whether the vessels are making profits, there's two things to look at. One is obviously over the long term, they've got to cover their fixed costs and variable costs and so forth. Over the short term, the question is, are they making a profit on, just on going out on a particular day? And I actually think on both counts, though, that looking at the EDC data and looking at the DTS trips, for most of the period, or in particular the early part of the period, there was good profit going on. Now that I believe has probably declined more recently. The second question with respect to the vessel capacity, what we did there was we looked at the vessels that were active prior to the start of the Catch Share program and continued to be active during the time of the Catch Share program. And just isolating that subset of the fleet, that subset of the fleet alone had the capacity to almost take what is being taken, or to see what they were taking in the late 2000s was was substantial. It was almost the total amount by itself. And then you add on to that the new vessels that have come in, and it was apparent that there was plenty of physical capacity in the fleet, which probably isn't surprising if you talk physical capacity. I think it's more the economic side of it, and I need to look at that figure again, and I can give you a better articulation of the comparison. But basically, it was comparing two sets of vessels, looking at how they were doing in both situations, and concluding that you take those historic participants that are still in the fishery and look at their capacity, and that alone told you that there was really enough there to take what's being taken.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And just kind of a follow-up question on that, because vessels do change. Did you look at changing capacity and the size of the vessels when you were doing that comparison? Meaning if somebody spawns in their boat, et cetera, was that taken into account, or was it just vessel for vessel? Just
vessel for vessel. We don't have the data on whether they've have increased the capacity of the individual vessels or decreased the capacity, but on a vessel to vessel basis, or the same vessel comparison.
Great. Thanks, Jim. Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Oh, Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. There's a slide on basis of allocation. Sorry, I don't know the number. Has a table looking at all.
Oh, yeah.
Alt 2.
Is this the one you're?
No. Let's see.
Jesse?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, I think the table you're referring to, we haven't gotten to quite yet.
Really? Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any hands, so we're probably going to lunch here pretty quick. But before we do, Chair Grudlick would like to say a few words.
Yes, before we go to lunch, you may remember our April meeting. Last day was April 7th, and many of us were not present because of an unfortunate viral disease that was around. But April 7th was also the last day of Dr. Karen Braby's membership on the council from the state of Oregon. She's obviously moved on to Pacific States, so she's still with us. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge Dr. Braby's many years of valuable contributions to the council. Always seemed to get us back on track when we invariably found ourselves wrapped around the axle. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge Dr. Braby.
Thank you, Chair Grudlick. And we're going to have a little bit longer lunch than normal. So we'll be back here at 1 o'clock and for part 2 of Jim and Jesse's presentation. So anyway, see you then.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back from lunch. I hope everybody had a good meal. We're going to continue with Jim and Jesse's presentation. So I will turn the mic over to you. So Jesse?
Yep.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, so we're now going to pick up on the comparison of the alternatives. And so this is section 3.0 of attachment 3, just for reference. And there's two main sections here. We're going to talk about impacts that are determined by specific design elements, and then impacts that are driven by a gear switching mechanism. So the quota share, quota pound, and seasonal approaches. Next slide. So first up is impacts of design. And so these are things that aren't specific to the gear switching mechanism and therefore shouldn't be used as the basis for a selection of an IPPA. For example, different qualification criteria or the ultimate level of gear switching allowed could be moved from one alternative to another. Oh, okay. So first, we're going to look at the amount of gear switching allowed and whether or not there is an expiration or phase out associated with the alternative. And so this is 3.2.1 and 3.2.3. So for the amount of gear switching allowed, alternative 1 and 3 have the same total in the short term as they do in the long term. For alternative 2, though, there's a range of levels of gear switching allowed depending on the quota pound distribution option chosen. The change from the short term to the long term on that lower end depends on that as well and is tied to the phase out. For alternatives 1 and 3, there is no phase out of either being a historic gear switcher or gear switching overall. However, alternative 2 does phase out historic gear switchers as legacy statuses are not transferable. And so you can see that in the first row here in the pink box. However, whether or not gear switching in its entirety is phased out depends on the quota pound distribution options. Again, we just want to highlight that all of these elements are things that can be modified across the alternatives. And so if there was an interest, for example, of having a phase out or expiration in the other alternatives, you could look at something like a sunset clause. For alternatives 1 and 2, there is a direct allocation to historic gear switching participants. And so we wanted to do an overview of that basis for allocation because it is a key design element that affects who qualifies for the opportunity. So first of all, we're going to talk about the history evaluated. Alternative 1 looks at the personal history of the vessel owner, whereas alternative 2 is the history of the permit that the entity owns at the time of implementation. Next, what must be owned on the control date? So alternative 1 just requires that someone has ownership on the control date, quota share ownership on the control date. The vessel that had the gear switching history could have been sold at any time before that. Alternative 2, though, you need to have owned quota share and the permit and potentially a gear switching vessel on the control date. In terms of implementation, again, on the control, alternative 1 just requires that some quota share is owned, all of which could be divested and reacquired between the control date and the time of implementation. For alternative 2, though, you have to have owned everything on the control date continuously. So that's either a quota share and a qualifying permit or a quota share permit and possibly a vessel. In terms of the amount of quota share, you have to have owned at least some, that the amount of quota share could have dropped, but some ownership of quota share has to be maintained over that entire time period. And finally, other basis for qualification, there are specific allowances included for alternative 1 for qualifying, which includes groups like quota share ownership groups and co-ops, in addition to a sub option for first receivers. Next slide. And so this is a summary of how all those design elements that we just discussed kind of rolls out in terms of quantitative impacts. And my apologies that our teal and white color scheme is not showing up very well, I'm realizing, on the screen. I'm not going to go through this table in detail, but I'm happy to go over it if there are any specific questions on the values or any of the underlying information. And I might stop here, given Mr. Anderson had a question before we broke for lunch on one of these slides, to see if there's any other questions.
I should have waited until you explained it, and that way I wouldn't have had a question. So I don't have one.
Okay.
Thank you, Jesse. So now we're going to talk about impacts that are tied to the gear switching limitation mechanism choice. Under no action, participation in the trawl sector requires a trawl limited entry permit and quota pounds. And then the most direct and certain way to acquire quota pounds is by owning the quota share for which the quota pounds are issued each year. Under all the alternatives, the same trawl limit entry requirement is maintained. And under alternative 1, in order to gear switch, one would have to obtain some any gear quota pounds, which would be issued to the owners of the any gear quota share. And that any gear quota share would be fully transferable. Under alternative 2, there is the same requirement to have the any-year quota pounds, but it's issued to the quota share owners based on their status as legacy and non-legacy participants, and those statuses cannot be transferred among participants. Under alternative 3, the access privilege system would be the same as under no action, but of course could be a new seasonal restriction on use of those privileges. Next, we'll talk about contrasting fisherman flexibility. There would be full flexibility in the timing of fishing activity under all the alternatives, but a risk that timing of harvesting could become more limited under the alternative 3 seasonal approach. Another flexibility issue is scaling operations through the acquisition of quota share in order to have a secure source of quota pounds. For no action in alternative 3, scaling is relatively easy through the acquisition of quota share in whatever size units you want to acquire it in. Similarly, it would be easy under alternative 1, but the amount of quota available that could be used for gear switching would be more limited, but still the same flexibility with respect to scaling to the exact size that you want if you can acquire it. Under alternative 2, things become more challenging because for any additional quota share acquired for somebody who wanted to scale up or didn't receive enough quota share to cover what they have historically done as a gear switcher. Anyway, in terms of requiring that additional quota share, at most, only a portion of the quota pound issued would be any gear quota pounds. Therefore, full flexibility would only be through the acquisition of the issued quota pounds and would be difficult to secure over the long run through the acquisition of quota share. So in order to secure a source of any gear quota pounds through quota share acquisition, a fisherman would need to acquire much more quota share than is actually needed because so much of what they receive would be trawl only quota pounds. Also, as with alternative 1, under alternative 2, the amount of any gear quota would be limited. Manager flexibility has to do with what it would take to modify a gear switching limitation policy in response to changing conditions or unanticipated impacts. For each alternative, how complicated would it be to revise the policy, and what degree might the changes create controversy or disrupt those who are impacted? Under no action, there are no gear switching limits, so there's nothing to talk about there. For alternative 1, change would require altering the distribution of quota pounds among different quota share types. One approach would be to change the total amount of quota pounds given to each type of quota share. So for example, if we're desirable to reduce the amount of gear switching in the future, the amount of quota pounds issued to any gear quota share owners could be reduced, and the amount for trawl-only quota share owners increased. I've received quite a bit of negative feedback about this approach from individuals on both sides of this issue, so this approach might be controversial. The other approach would be to keep the other approach would be to keep the same proportion of quota pounds going to each type of quota share, but to issue some of it as the opposite gear type. So for example, if it were desirable to reduce the amount of gear switching in the future, trawl-only quota pounds could be issued to any gear quota share owners. NIMS has raised some concerns about possible implementation challenges for this approach. So with the approaches we've been able to identify so far, one might be controversial and the other somewhat complex, or at least having some implementation challenges. For alternative 2, it could be as simple as changing the proportion of any gear quota pounds issued to the non-legacy quota share owners up to the point if you were doing a reduction up to the point that they are not given any gear quota pounds. If amounts of legacy given to legacy holders had to be changed, it might become more complicated and controversial, similar to what we just talked about for alternative 1. For alternative 3, it could be easy to change the level of gear switching that triggers a closure. However, if there were, for example, the desire to reduce the level of gear switching, there might be some risk that seasons would start to shorten substantially in response to the reduced amount of gear switching allowed.
Okay, so I'm going to pick up here with cost. And so for cost, we worked with the National Marine Fisheries Service to provide an initial assessment on cost based on previous reports and other discussions. And I do want to note that these are really preliminary impact discussions and may change based on the final components of the action alternative if one is selected. So under new action, there would be no new cost. We would have the annual quota pound issuance to quota share accounts for Sablefish. Under alternative 1, in terms of implementation, it'd be a relatively low implementation cost with the highest load associated with the determination cost. In other words, who qualifies as a gear switcher or a gear switching participant and a non-gear switching participant. Ongoing, it would be similar to no action, as there would just be a new type of quota share, which would have a one-to-one relationship between quota share and quota pound types. For alternative 2, compared to alternative 1, the implementation may vary. So the implementation cost may vary. For allocation purposes, it might be slightly lower because of the determination. There's fewer iterations to figure out who is a legacy participant. However, for the programming cost, it might be slightly higher compared to alternative 1. And that's because we won't just have a quota share to quota pound one-to-one relationship. We would have one quota share type and 2 quota pound types. In terms of ongoing costs, new task would be tracking legacy participant status and redoing any ratios if quota pound distribution option 1 is chosen. Again, this is uncertain in terms of our comparison to alternative 1 and depends on the qualification criteria chosen. For alternative 3, the seasonal approach, this is overall seems to be the lowest for implementation, but would have cost ongoing to monitor in-season gear switching levels and to do any type of closure notices associated with the 29% cap. Moving on to first receivers and processors. So under no action, currently first receivers can secure long-term opportunity through quota share acquisitions. But as we've discussed over this action, and Jim had discussed at the beginning of the presentation, there is that limitation of the control limits and that they can only secure up to 3% of the Sablefish North quota share. For alternative 1, there is a sub option that directly considers first receivers. First receivers, therefore, could have the opportunity to secure long-term gear switching opportunity through any gear quota share. Additionally, alternative 1 would have more trawl delivery certainty, as there would be a known cap on the amount of gear switching, which may allow for investments. For alternative 2, first receivers are not explicitly considered in the initial allocation unless they were to meet the criteria as all other participants would have. There would be limited or no opportunity to secure long-term gear switching opportunity because for each quota share unit, only a portion would be issued as any gear, if at all, depending on the quota pound distribution option. Similar to alternative 1, there would be more trawl delivery certainty with that known cap on the amount of gear switching. And finally, alternative 3, overall, it would be the same as no action unless we were to see the season substantially shortened. And so the sections we just covered reflect some of the more significant differences amongst the alternatives. And there are 5 other sections that we're not going to cover today in the presentation. However, if you have any questions about the contrast between alternatives with respect to any of these categories, we'd be glad to discuss them further. And the last section we have here is on section 4.0, which is analysis of specific elements of the alternatives. And given that alternative 1 and a version of alternative 2 have been seen before, we're really going to focus in on alternative 3 because it is the newer of the concepts to the range of alternatives, but would be happy to explain anything in 4.1 and 4.2, which have more of the details and quantitative impacts of alternatives 1 and 2. So alternative 3, our seasonal approach. Here in the on your screen in my lovely Easter egg color graph, as Jim noted, is the percentage of the allocation that is gear switched historically, with the years going up the y-axis and the percentage of the allocation on the x-axis. Each of the months is shown in a different color. So his percent of the allocation, which is marked by that black vertical line on the graph. And thinking through and you can see that when we typically have reached over 29%, it's been in November, with a couple years being in October and December. So in thinking through what may or may not result in a season shortening, we thought through different factors that may cause those and listed them out for to kind of get people thinking about that. And so factors that may cause shortening of the season would be gear switchers' response if the fishery closes early in our previous year. Could be the number of pounds that were provided based on the allocation, or if there was a higher, if there was more opportunity for fixed gear sablefish or reduced opportunity in other fisheries. Factors that may maintain year-round season, again, it would be this gear switcher response, and should have kind of expanded a little bit more on that in the first bullet, and that this would be if a fishery were to close earlier in the previous year, we may see gear switchers decide to go out earlier in the season to ensure that they would be able to harvest their quota. We could see them, or maybe if they're leasing pounds, maybe they lease fewer pounds than the previous year. So that gear switcher response is one of those factors that could lead to either shortening or maintaining a year-round season. Additionally, something that may maintain a year-round season would be if trawl gear uses more than 71% of the allocation. In that case, we would never hit that 29% cap, and so we'd have gear switching would be allowed the entire year, assuming that vessels had the quota. Finally, lower ex-vessel revenue and profit for fixed gear sablefish or greater opportunity in other fisheries may keep gear switching levels down and maintain that year-round gear switching season. So to sum it all up, your council action for today is to select an initial preliminary preferred alternative, provide other guidance on the alternatives as needed, and discuss and provide guidance on the process for selecting the PPA as needed. And we'd be happy to answer any questions on the presentation or anything that in any of the documents.
Thank you, Jesse. Questions on the presentation? Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have two questions, and I guess I'll start on slide 24, which is the cost slide in terms of relatively lower, lowest, et cetera. And I just wasn't sure if there was a magnitude of scale on that in terms of, sometimes things are relatively low and it's 12 times more than something that is just low. So looking for maybe a little bit more detail on that would be, well, it would be helpful for me. I don't know that it would be helpful for others, but I'm asking because it would be helpful for me to understand that.
Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Svensson. Speaking specifically to the cost of initial implementation for alternatives 1 and 2, the National Marine Fisheries Service is very uncertain about whether there would be much difference between those two. And we don't have a magnitude yet. We have told the council and still plan to really do a deeper dive into what the steps we think it would take to implement these and costs, absolute costs and workload, and estimate those things once the council clearly indicates a preliminary preferred alternative. But right now, we think alternative 2 might be somewhat higher cost to initially implement, but I don't have a whole lot of confidence in our estimates of that yet, partly because there are so many moving parts. There's so many options and sub-options, and we weren't yet sure whether the council might contemplate moving some of those qualification options between alternatives. So still too uncertain there. Thanks.
No, thank you. That was very helpful. So much appreciated. And then the second question is on slide 28, if I may. Mr. Vice Chair. Is that okay? Thank you. So in talking with stakeholders, particularly in the last couple of days here at the council meeting, there is some interest in terms of what it could potentially look like if we were to start later, which is not part of my current alternative. And you may or may not have done any analysis on that, but you do have a real nice line showing kind of where it is in terms of later in the year. So for years that we've gone over the 29%. So I'm just wondering, in your opinion, because you have been so involved in the analysis, if we were to start later, or if we were to set an end date, if that would alleviate some of the concerns around the potential for having people bump up against the 29%.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Benson, it's ultimately, I think, this whole gear switcher response is really going to play into that. And I think it's really hard to say if we bumped it later. We don't see a lot of activity and on the color, how far into the season, would you start date or set the start date or ending earlier? I understand that depending on what other opportunities are out there, people kind of set their fishing in various parts of the year. So I think you could, depending on how that was set earlier or later, you might impact one group over another. So I think it's really uncertain to say whether or not what that impact would be at this point. And maybe Jim has more.
Yeah, just continuing on a little bit, if I heard correctly, you were talking about that maybe a later start might reduce the chance of going over the 29%, or that was that kind of the, and just my in that regard, if we start with a shorter season, then yeah, okay. But and then the other thing you mentioned was a end date or an end time. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it really is a function of if there's concern about reaching 29%, I'm not certain that there is. But if that is a concern, similar to there is some concern from some stakeholders at the beginning of the season, not having essentially a fair start for those of us that are in the crab fishery, which is most people in Oregon at this point in time. And I realize we don't manage crab, but I do think we need to think about some of these external factors and how that's really going to impact our stakeholders. And so really this question is around if we're concerned around 29% not being enough, now having a real clear picture of maybe we should have asked for more than 29% when we decided to have the freeze the footprint conversation. would starting later and or ending at a fixed time potentially reduce that concern around what if we bump the 29% cap? That's really the question there. I don't have a preference necessarily, but I am interested in what that looks like to make sure that we're giving people as much opportunity as we can.
And just for clarification, so when you say end at a fixed time, would it be we end by, for example, October 31st or attainment of 29%, or would it just be October 31st? And if we go over the 29%, then that's just kind of what happened.
I would say it would be October or the 29%.
Okay.
But
I just wanted to understand.
But I mean, again, this is more me just asking a question on this, seeing a chart and having new information from a variety of people this week that was not part of my equation when I put this alternative out there.
I just wanted to thank Jim and Jesse for including this chart, because I know it was something a number of us were interested in, is when would we hit the 29% given recent history? So not a question, but just a thank you for providing this. It's not quite the way I would have displayed it, but it makes sense too.
Okay. Phil?
I have a feeling this is in the dumb question category, but here. Same slide, trawl under the factors that may maintain year-round season. Among those was trawl gear uses 71+%. Could you help me understand how that maintains the season?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson. Yes. So given that this alternative is based on gear switching, retention of sablefish would stop at 29%. If we have a situation in which trawl takes 71% or more, we will never hit 29%, even would not be gear switched. There wouldn't be that possibility, because we would only, let's say trawl took 73%, the most that gear switchers could take would be 27%. So we would never have hit the cap. So our season would stay year round. There's not the threat of it being cut short, I guess. Or
over 71% trawlers wouldn't be selling them the quota they need.
Please.
So if trawl took 90% by July 1 and say not 90% by July 1, what happens to how does that affect the limit on gear switching?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, doesn't affect the limit on gear switching. So under this alternative, the maximum that could be gear switched is 29%. It might be that in a given year, it might be 20%. But if trawl were, for example, to hit 71% or more, so 90% in your example, the most theoretically that could be taken by gear switching entities would be 10%. So we would never hit the 29% cap, which would cut our season short. And maybe Jim can take a different stab at this.
Could I just ask a follow-up?
Please.
Maybe it'll help me. I'm sure everybody else is going, I don't know why he's asking these questions. So if on July 1, there'd been 10% taken by gear switchers and 90% by trawl, wouldn't the gear switching season close?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, at that point, everybody would be in deficit, I guess, because we'd have 100% taken.
So you wouldn't have a full season.
Well, nobody would have a full season.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Jim or Jesse, could you please go to slide 26? I just wanted to recognize that there's a lot of important information in these sections. And then I have a question specifically on opportunities for new entrants, and it also relates to communities. You don't need to change slides. I'm just looking at some of the information in the analytical document. And this is under 3.3.3, opportunity for new entrants. The summary of the main points, first bullet says, under alternatives 1 and 3, new entrants would be able to acquire the same mixes of gear switching access privileges, quota share and or quota pounds, as those already in the fishery. Which I guess, let me, first am I right in interpreting that? Well, no, let me just say, that sounds to me like it's saying under, I get it about alternative 3. So let me focus on alternative 1. If there is gear specific quota share designated, it seems to me that it could and maybe would likely be more difficult to acquire any gear quota share or quota pounds because it would be a more scarce resource than under status quo. And so I'm not sure I agree with that if my interpretation is correct. It seems to me like under alternative 1, it would be more difficult for somebody to access that gear switching opportunity. Do you think I'm off track there with that interpretation?
Hey, Mr. Vice Chairman, Ms. Summers. Yes, I went to this fisherman flexibility slide because this is the one that a lot of the points here are similar to the points with respect to new entrants. And so we just decided to have the one slide. With respect to ease, there's different criteria for evaluating ease in different contexts. We're talking mainly about, not so much about the amount available, but the flexibility and ease within whatever amount is available. So as you point out, under alternative 1, there's much less quota that would be available. However, under alternative 1, whatever level that you want to get to, up to the 3% maximum that you're allowed to for quota share ownership, you can get there. Maybe a little bit more expensive to get there because there's less of the quota, but you can go out in the market and buy the quota and get there. Under alternative 2, in contrast, you can't get there because as you try to acquire more quota share, this is a scenario where you want to support your gear switching activity with quota share. First, as you acquire more quota share, for each unit of quota share you get, you only get a portion of it as any gear quota. Then as you acquire more and more to try to get to the level you want, you end up, maybe you hit the 3% limit and you're only getting 29%. So whatever that comes out to, so you just simply can't get there in terms of having the flexibility to support your gear switching operations with long-term security of owning quota share to support them. And so that was the context. And I think someplace in there, I think we had a sentence in there to kind of give a bow to the fact, yes, it would be more expensive under alternative 1 to do it. The quota share would be more expensive, but you could still get there if you're willing to pay the price. Obviously, not every fisherman can get to that same level because you now have the 29% limit. So there would be, there would be the market competition to do that.
Please.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jim. That makes sense. And that's, so this is focused on, I guess, flexibility in terms of acquiring secure long-term access through ownership of quota share. And if one is thinking about this just in terms of what could a fisherman do within a year in terms of access to quota pounds, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a different question. This one is maybe just a confirmation, looking at, or in reading section 3.3.9 on impacts to communities. It looked like this section in this document is primarily focused on what the impacts would be of the side of this coin of restricting gear switching. So potential negative impacts to communities that are dependent on gear switching. And I just wanted to ask, make sure I didn't miss somewhere in this document, whether there's a discussion of impacts on kind of from the trawl side of it, from maybe more certainty of trawl gear using participant or first receiver that receives gear from trawl vessels, and the community related impacts of those. I have seen quite a bit of information on that in previous documents. So I'm not at all implying that it's not there or you haven't done it.
Mr. Vice Chair, yes, the primary, we were focusing more, the discussion focuses more on the gear switching side, but I think there is a sentence or two there just to acknowledge that if this policy is successful, then obviously the trawl communities would benefit by an expansion of the trawlers. And I think the other thing I maybe will emphasize at this point is these sections were also focused more on the relationship between the gear switching mechanism choice and the impacts on communities, which is pretty hard to kind of track and figure out, as opposed to the overall level of gear switching that's being allowed. Communities will probably be more strongly affected by whether you set it at 29% or go to zero, as compared to whether you do it with quota shares or legacy.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Anyone else? Okay, not seeing any. Okay. Is anything else for us?
I think that completes our initial presentations.
Okay, well, very good. Well, then that will take us to the GAP report, I believe.
Let's not share. Thanks.
Whoops. Okay, good afternoon, council members, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair. My name is Susan Chambers, and I will be reading the GAP statement into the record. I'm joined by Mr. Jeff Lackey and Mr. Bob Alverson. If you have questions that I can't answer, I have the experts here to answer them. So with that, I will read the Groundfish Advisory Panel report on Sablefish Gear Switching. Initial preliminary preferred alternative. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received briefings on this agenda item from Pacific Fishery Management Council staff officers, Dr. Jim Seeger and Ms. Jessie Dorpinghouse, and Mrs. Maggie Summer with the National Marine Fisheries Service during our June 13th virtual meeting and during our in-person meeting in Vancouver, Washington. And we offer the following comments. As the council is aware, the GAP has worked diligently to try to determine the best way to inform the council on gear switching options. We reached consensus in April to drop one of the alternatives, but remain frustrated as the options and alternatives seem to keep changing. The GAP recognizes we may never reach consensus or agreement around one specific alternative or option. However, to better inform the council the best way we can at this meeting, the GAP generally agrees that 1, a resolution date of January 1, 2026 is preferred. The gear switching issue is a remnant from the first groundfish trawl catch shares review and is overlapping or delaying the second review with no end in sight. It is incumbent on the council to move forward at this time for timely resolution on this issue. Number 2, of all 4 alternatives, Alternative 1, the quota share alternative, is the least favorable to the gap. However, that is predicated on incorporating into Alternative 2, two provisions from Alternative 1 that address equity issues of concern to some members of the gap as follows. A, incorporate as sub-options into Alternative 2 the principles behind provisions from Alternative 1 that address qualification of ownership groups, cooperatives, and first receivers. Because of differences between the structure of alternatives, the language of the provisions will be different when incorporated into Alternative 2. And B, include in Alternative 2 a sub-option that would allow entities to qualify for legacy status. Entities such as partnerships or corporations that own quota share and receive the annual issuance of quota pounds and meet gear switching legacy criteria would be attributed legacy status at the entity level. In other words, the legacy status would stay within the entity. For example, if the entity is a corporation, the legacy status of the entity would remain valid or not expire upon transfer or sale of an or inheritance of the corporation. In the event one of the shareholders decides to leave the entity, then the entity would decide what happens to the legacy status and inform NIMS accordingly. In all cases, the maximum amount of quota share, quota pounds the legacy applies to would remain static. The GAP also discussed the issue around passing on historic opportunity to family members through quota share, status, etc. The GAP recommends the council consider tasking staff to bring back sub-options for consideration on how these concepts would be incorporated into the eventual IPPA. And with that, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, that concludes our GAP statement. Happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Questions for the GAP? Or on the GAP statement? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Susan, and thanks to the guy. I know this has not been an easy issue, as you said, not lending itself to consensus. And please don't take anything I say here as critical. Recognize that I guess what I was hopeful for in this kind of unusual step we took for an IPPA, that it would give everyone a little bit of time to back up off the details a bit, and then spend a little bit more time on the higher level policy choices that are before us in these alternatives. For example, leaving aside action versus no action, but for example, quota pounds versus quota shares, allocating based on the permit history versus the way Alternative 1 does it with the vessel owner linked to a quota share account. And I had a little benefit of hearing from our morning delegation meeting. It doesn't seem like that happened at the GAP this meeting. And so, for example, and I'm just asking you to react to what I'm saying here, I'll end soon. But for example, when in your second paragraph or number 2, that Alternative 1 is least favorable to the GAP, I was hoping to hear why quota pounds were preferable to folks and the reasons why versus quota share. So, but all I will see here is some mention back into some of the details of adding the details about family exceptions, which are good things to think about, but not necessarily the higher level policy. So did you guys go through that and kind of deliberate on, allocating by permit, allocating by quota, by vessel quota? But I'll end there and see if I'm not making sense. I can try to be more concise, but we'll see if you get what I'm asking there.
Thank you, Mr. Niles. For that, I would turn to Jeff Lackey and Bob Alverson to answer those questions about quota pounds versus quota shares. And I think I may have also skipped a paragraph, so apologies for that. Jeff or Bob, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, council members, thank you for the question. There wasn't a large back and forth discussion. There was just some commentary that from the trawl meaning on the trawl side, the choice of the quota pounds over the quota share. With the quota share, there would be a large chunk of the trawl quota share carved off, and if it wasn't already owned by fixed gear interest, it would be very incentivized for fixed gear interest to purchase it, and there would be a permanence about it. And that was the comments, and there wasn't a large back and forth in more detail. That was about it.
Yeah. So through the chair, Mr. Niles, we really didn't have that discussion of quota pounds versus quota share at this meeting. Generally, I think the fixed gear felt more comfortable with the quota share in alt one discussion. But it really wasn't part of the discussion that we had for the yesterday and the day before.
Okay. Corey. All right. Marcy. Marcy, your IMCO.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Susan. The first point of general agreement, it looks like the resolution date of January 1st, 2026 is preferred. Can you explain to us exactly what you mean by a resolution date? Is that an FPA by the council? Is it a final recommendation or a consensus recommendation out of the gap on an FPA? What do you mean by resolution? Thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Uremko, thank you for the question. There was, oddly enough, a little bit of significant discussion about this. Originally, the January 1, 2026 date was chosen because we wanted to stay on track with the proposed IPPA at this meeting, PPA in November, and FPA in April. If we deviate from that, it will take more time and would not be in place until January 1, 2027, because of the time necessary for National Marine Fisheries Service to write the regulations. So we just did not want to delay the process. That's why that initial date was preferred. It is up to the council what kind of FPA would be in place in time for January 1, 2026. And there was one other point. But that was generally what we discussed. Bob or Jeff, did I miss anything? Go ahead.
Through the chair, the original language here was implementation. And so through negotiation, we changed that to resolution as opposed to implementation. So the concern from the trawl side is that it be timely implemented, if that's the direction the council goes down.
Thank you, Marcy. Sorry. Lynn Mattis.
Thanks to the three of you for coming up and answering questions. I don't see alternative 3 mentioned in the report. Did the GAP have any discussions on alternative 3? I suspect you probably didn't come to consensus on it, but is there the elevator speech you could give us on the different thoughts on alternative 3, please?
Through the chair, Ms. Mattis, with regards to alternative 3, the fixed gear segment is still supporting no action. That alternative 3 was offered up by my association and some others at a previous meeting to the GAP, and the council, I believe, voted on it at the last April council meeting. As the least damaging to the fleet, and has not pursued any more bells and whistles to it at this time because our primary position is no action. Does that help?
Thank you. That does. Appreciate the feedback.
Thank you, Lynn. All right. Jeff?
Yeah, just real quickly, as just mentioned from the trawl side, similar to the concerns on alternative 1, that control dates negated with alternative 3 and quota share can flow to fixed gear interest after that, the major concern.
Okay, thank you. All right. I must see any further hands. So, yes, Susan.
I just want to, if I can, thank Jim and Jesse and Maggie for spending the significant amount of time that they did with us to help us get through this. It was very, very helpful and very grueling at some points, but they were very patient with us, and I just want to say thank you.
Yep. Okay, very good. Well, thank you. And with that, that will conclude our reports. And that will take us to public comment. And I believe we have, I see 13 up there. 13 people signed up. And Jeff, I think you were correcting your assumption that you might be first. So, and you are. So, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Jeff Lackey, and I will be speaking on behalf of Midwater Trawler Cooperative, 7-member vessels bottom trawled in 2022. I will focus my comments today on the task at this meeting, which is to choose one of 4 mechanisms. Alternative 2, quota pounds, has many combined advantages relative to the other 3 alternatives. Following are 5 important features of Alternative 2. Alternative 2 is the only one of the 4 that does not incentivize additional future flow of trawl quota share to fixed gear interest. This is a fatal flaw in each of the other 3 alternatives, including no action. Second, Alternative 2 allows vessel owners that fish fixed gear with their own quota share 3 years at 30,000 pounds before the control date to continue to fish that same quota share with fixed gear. Third, future manager flexibility is much higher in Alternative 2 than all 3 other options for 2 reasons. First is the QP mechanism allows for the most functional future scaling of gear switching limits. Second is with the future quota share outflow limited, this gives future councils the greatest flexibility to scale gear switching and also flexibility to effectively manage the trawl fishery for trawl success. Fourth, Alternative 2 has greater capacity relative to the other 3 options for trawl fishery and communities to improve towards achieving OY, national standards, FMP goals and objectives, program goals and objectives, this action, purpose and need, jobs, seafood to consumer, and community stability. The other 3 options allow for and incentivize additional flow of trawl sable quota share to fixed gear interest, which could effectively be permanent and reduces the capacity to positively impact previously mentioned metrics that guide all MSA-based fishery management decisions.
Hey, Jeff, can I say just back off the microphone a little bit? It'll be clearer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fifth, passes the National Standard 4 test. Quote, an allocation of fishing privileges should be rationally connected to the achievement of OY or with the furtherance of a legitimate FMP objective, end of quote. The intent of Alternative 2 is to positively impact improvement towards achieving OY, FMP goals 2 and 3, and FMP objectives 6, 7, 9, and 16. For Alternative 1, quota share, it creates any gear QS out of a large chunk of trawl quota share that greatly incentivizes fixed gear interest to purchase all of it. This foundational flaw of Alternative 1 makes it unrecoverable for 2 reasons. First, the likely permanent QS outflow means a permanent loss of capacity to improve towards achieving OY, national standards, FMP, goals and objectives, etc. Second, greatly reduced manager flexibility. QS consolidation makes future scaling very difficult and also reduces flexibility for trawl management itself. For alternative 3, cap and no action, they are very similar and have the following 3 problems. First, there would be an immediate large incentive for fixed gear interest to purchase trawl Sable quota share for 2 reasons. First, the control date would be negated. And second, the fixed gear eligible quota would be divisible and not have an owner on board requirement. This is flexibility not afforded participants in the fixed gear fishery itself. This management structure would incentivize fixed gear flow into the trawl fishery, even as fixed gear allocations are likely to go uncaught in the millions of pounds in the coming years with allocations increases. Similar to alternative 1, both alt 3 and no action would incentivize a flow of trawl quota share to fixed gear interest, resulting in a permanent loss of capacity to improve towards achieving OY national standards, et cetera. The second problem is both alternative 3 and no action each have a different feature that could easily cause additional negative unintended consequences. For alternative 3, the cap could first cause a competition for fish, and second, a competition for building history once the competition for fish made it apparent to both participants and a future council that significant further action would be necessary. For no action, the lack of any restriction could cause attainment to go above 29%, and there would be a bigger issue than there is now. Third, given the previous 2 points, there is significant possibility that if either alt 3 or no action was chosen, that a future council would be forced to again take up gear switching and start over. But by this time, gear switching would be further entrenched. There are many changes in the bottom trawl fishery that are either in the exploratory or the implementation phases that could contribute to fulfilling the capacity and potential of the fishery. Some of these changes are fishing methods like midwater door use and increased spread, processing investments like fillet machines and tunnel freezers, use of nano ice machines on vessel and dock, development of frozen markets, new entries into the processing sector, government-based purchases, and geopolitical risk favoring domestic food production. Any combination of these could be game changers, but if a big chunk of the trawl sable allocation has already been effectively permanently removed by QS going to fixed gear interest, the capacity to take advantage of these changes in our communities would be compromised. That would mean compromised capacity for the trawl-dependent brick and mortar processors and port infrastructure that anchor sustainable year-round markets that directly benefit non-trawl fisheries in and around those ports. It is incumbent upon us as stakeholders, as vessels and processors and fishery managers to give our best effort in maximizing the sustainable and consistent harvests of fish for food, jobs, and community stability. This is where the rubber meets the road for MSA, national standards, FMPs, and especially OY. If Alt 2 is chosen at this meeting, then it would allow all parties between now and November PPA to focus on choosing the most optimal version of alternative 2 from the existing sub-options and range of percentage limitation. And that concludes my remarks, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Question on Jeff's testimony? Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate the thoroughness in lining out what you see are valid attributes and in some cases detriments. I am curious, and you've been very clear that option 2 is the preferred path for MTC members. Have you had discussion if there are other options that were picked as preferred? Do you have kind of a fallback or secondary in terms of if the council does not pick option 2, where you would like to go?
That's really difficult. The second fallback would have been the permit endorsement, but that's not one of the 4. Of the other 3, there's really not a preferred of the other 3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. It's just been, thanks for being so responsive to some of the questions I've been asking over time. I think I got two for you. One small picture. It's under your comments on alternative one. Sorry, I have a benefit. Jeff shared a draft with me, but you said something about it. Alternative one, reducing management flexibility. It makes changing things, scaling things difficult in the future. I thought I kind of heard the opposite from staff presentation. So can you just explain what you mean, why you think alternative one is less flexible?
Yes, thank you. The main thing is in contrast to say alternative two. Alternative two, if you have the any gear spread across all the quota share accounts in small amounts, maybe there isn't the expectation that from, as opposed to somebody who buys any gear quota share for the purpose of using fixed gear, and then that be scaled down with trawl only, or that's on that if you wanted to scale that way. If you want to scale the other and make there be allow any gear on the other side or what's left over in the fishery, then you've really got less room to work with. Because if you only have 71% of your sable, like that's going to be prescribed to fish the fishery you have. You're going to have your whiting boats. You're going to have, you've got a lot less flexibility with 71% than if you've got a number much higher, because you got to execute your fishery. And it gets, in the IFQ fishery, the more a species starts to get constraining, the more people hold on to it. And so you got a lot less flexibility at that point.
Corey, thank you.
Thanks. I think I understand your thoughts, and we can discuss that later. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But here's the bigger picture question, and I was excited to see you talk about hear you talk about the things that are happening in the fishery that are going to potentially have a good economic benefit here. So the question I've had in mind is, yeah, if that happens, your concern is quota share getting locked up by fixed gear folks and quota pounds getting leased by fixed gear folks. But if this stuff happens and it takes off, we've already seen evidence that the trawlers can make more revenue per pound of sablefish from the DTS complex as a whole, and the fixed gear guys can just by what they land. So if this happens and things take off, trawlers can out-compete the fixed gear folks, buy the quota share, lease the quota pounds, and make more overall. So that is the vision the theory we would have an IFQ program that this is competitive. You can earn more. You're doing the creative things that this program is meant to do. So therefore, it's just the question is, in that scenario, why would quota share be locked up, and why wouldn't it flow to those people who are making more money from it?
Your scenario, or your comment about if you make more money from it, some of these things take off, then trawlers could outcompete. I think that would be true under alternative two, because you have quota pounds. Under the other alternatives, quota share is most likely to flow to fixed gear interest, and then it's effectively gone. Or if once trawling processing infrastructure goes away, a lot of times it's hard to come back.
Okay, I kind of see. I guess I think you got what I was saying, but I was like, if I'm a fixed gear boat and you're going to pay me more for it than I can earn from it, I'm going to sell it to you. That was what I was pointing. But I think I might not be willing to let go of it, is what you're saying, and I'm just gonna got it. Okay.
Anyone else? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Recently, in the non-trawl action, the council recommended a provision that would allow the IFQ fishery to use open access gear in the RCA that would essentially allow you to be using a different gear other than trawl gear. The reason I asked this is based on your comment about if either alt 3 or no action was chosen, the council would be potentially forced to take up the gear switching issue again and start over. And that at that time, gear switching would be further entrenched. I'm thinking about the current situation too, with what I hear, a fairly strong marketplace for trawl caught rockfish, shelf rockfish in particular. We have pretty healthy populations of those stocks, and it's kind of a mixed stock fishery, chili pepper, boccaccio, and widow and yellowtail. So I'm really just interested in hearing a little more about gear switching conceptually in the bigger picture of the IFQ program. This action, as presented, is specific to sablefish, but do you see the potential on the horizon for addressing the gear switching provision for other species in the IFQ program?
That's a difficult question for me to answer with any type of there's some knowledge I don't have about those fisheries, and so it'd be difficult for me. However, my first reaction is I would wonder about the economics and the 100% monitoring and some things of that sort, and the fact that gear switching has been available to this point, and it's not a big. I don't think it's a big. It hasn't developed yet that I know of very much. More so thinking in terms of up and down the coast, reinforcing our trawl fisheries so that the brick and mortar processors that support those non-trawl fisheries can remain open. And in California, there's some, a purchase of Kaido fisheries. There's some things happening that hopefully can be strengthened by this action in the long run that would strengthen the non-trawl fisheries. And could something develop like you're saying? I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Thank you.
Hey, Marcy. Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for the testimony, Jeff, and thanks for your consistent engagement on this issue. I have a question actually about your written public comment letter, and I'm skipping to the very bottom in the table where you present some perspectives on the overall impacts of the alternatives. And you say for alternative 2, that the 29% version of alternative 2 is still so high as to provide no material benefit towards achieving OY and other positive impacts achieved under the alternative 2 version that would result in about 6.5% of any year quota pounds. Is that saying that you don't see alternative 2 at 29% as any better than no action? Or, can you help me understand further your thoughts on the value of alternative 2 with that would get to 29%?
Yes, maybe I should have worded that differently. I am concerned that any 29% alternative could be challenging to see a material benefit. And that includes alternative 2. However, the contrast is with the other alternatives where the quota share effectively leaves the trawl fishery effectively. Alternative 2 gives us a fighting chance. I don't know what the ability of the fishery would be to do what Mr. Niles said. If we can see some of these game changers, will then the markets that the processors can provide have the incentive for the trawlers to start out competing for the quota than to make that 29% number go less organically. Well, I don't know if I would hope that would happen, but alternative 2 would give us the fighting chance where the others, once the quota share is gone, we don't have that chance. So I probably should have worded that a way I worded it to say is still so high as to not provide material benefit. I should have said possibly. It could possibly not provide material benefit because there's a lot of questions at that point, a lot of variables.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Next up will be Lori Steele, followed by Michelle Conrad, and I believe Lori's online. Lori?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify remotely today. I will be brief as Jeff Lackey, I feel, really covered a lot of the issues in detail, and I strongly support all of the comments that he made. I would like to urge the council to take action at this meeting to identify alternative 2 as the initial preliminary preferred alternative, with all of the options moving forward under alternative 2, and to please keep the gear switching action moving forward on the council timeline and schedule as expeditiously as possible. West Coast Seafood Processors Association represents all of the shoreside processing companies that participate in the groundfish fishery and all of the facilities that process volumes of non-whiting groundfish. This includes Pacific Seafood, Bornstein Seafoods, Ocean Gold Seafoods, Hallmark Fisheries, and Kaido Fisheries in California. Representatives from all 5 of these groundfish processing companies have testified, in addition to myself and the association, a number of times over the last several years about the problems that we face as trawl allocated sablefish continues to exit our sector. The entire groundfish shoreside processing sector is on the same page about this issue, and our message hasn't changed once in the last 8 years. We have all identified gear switching as a very significant problem, and we have repeatedly implored the council to take action to limit gear switching. And at this time, we all support moving forward with alternative 2 as the IPPA. Again, without repeating the comments made by Jeff, I think that his rationale provided for alternative 2 is very solid, and I echo all of his sentiments. I want to take a minute to extend my appreciation and gratitude to council members who have taken the time and made the effort to visit some of our processing facilities. This includes Councilmember Mattis, who came this past month along with a number of ODFW staff, as well as Abby Moyer from NIMS. And we were able to visit and tour Pacific Seafood in Warrenton, Bornstein Seafoods in Astoria, and Ocean Gold Seafoods in Westport. I also appreciate the efforts made by Mr. Niles, Heather Hall, Mr. Hassemer, Mr. Smith, and others who've gotten into the plants over the last year. I really believe that this hands-on experience is the only way to gain a true understanding of how important this issue is to our fishing communities and how serious we are as shoreside processors about investing into the future of this fishery and into the future of our communities. I want to extend this invitation to all council members. Please come visit our plants this summer, especially any council members who still don't believe that gear switching is even a problem. I really hope you will take us up on this offer. You are all invited. Again, our position on this issue hasn't changed, and I really don't have much new or different to add to the testimony I've provided over the last several council meetings. We support moving forward and finishing this action. We support no further changes to the current range of alternatives, and we support alternative 2 as the IPPA with quota pounds as the mechanism to limit gear switching. I articulated at the last council meeting why we support using quota pounds over quota shares. Very briefly, it's less complicated, less permanent, and provides the council with more flexibility in the future than perhaps some of the other alternatives. I'm strongly opposed to the no action alternative. That should be obvious. A vote to support the no action alternative at this time really suggests that you don't support the trawl fishery and that you don't ever want to see this fishery have an opportunity to achieve OY. I'm strongly opposed to alternatives that essentially codify 29% in regulation or treat 29% as some target. 29% isn't a magic number in these alternatives. It's a number, in our opinion, that is very illustrative of the problem we're trying to address, and a number that is way too high to codify in regulation. The trawl sector has not had access to its complete allocation of sablefish since the inception of the Catch Shares program. Things have gotten so complicated, but all we've been asking for in this management action is to keep trawl allocated sablefish in the trawl sector. We would like a chance to realize the full potential of this fishery. I agree with Jeff that if alternative 2 is chosen as the IPPA, this would be a clear signal for all parties and all stakeholders between now and November to focus on choosing the most optimal version of the action alternative from the existing sub options, and would really allow us to focus our efforts and our work over the next several months. Our alternative 2 allows the council to maintain some flexibility for future adjustments. I think Jeff just talked about that, at least with respect to some other alternatives, and doesn't take an action that would permanently affect quota share allocations. We don't believe that the council needs to address ownership to fix the problems with gear switching. All we've been asking for is the council to limit the amount of quota pounds that can be leased out of the trawl sector in any given year. Thank you so much for your time, and please take the necessary action to move this issue forward at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Questions for Lori on her testimony? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Lori. And kind of like I was saying to Jeff, in the spirit of just being open on the questions I have, and these are questions, not answers. And I'll use the term Jeff used, material benefit, and I think you echoed that. And you don't think 29% will create that benefit. Something lower is necessary. I guess the question I have in mind is, what analysis are you all using to say that? And how can a percentage, when the ACLs have been so different, like what is the financial circumstances that say that 29% is a problem, but 12% would not, or 6% would not? So just not necessarily, if you have a response now, great. But the thing that has been lacking in my just understanding of your arguments is what are the financial situation that makes it different between 29% and those numbers? And to me, that is something that can be looked at in terms of when folks do a business plan, when they go to a bank for a loan or ask investors for money, they put that kind of thing down and show the people they're asking money from, what's your best guess here? And so I just, again, the sake of being open, transparent, that is what's been, I'm not hearing in your arguments. And yeah, it was very nice to visit Ocean Gold. Very exciting to see the investments that are being made, and again, hearing what Jeff just told us about what's happening in the fishery. I've been lucky to be part of Positive Groundfish for pretty much since the beginning, and that group is one of my favorite parts of this job. Seeing how people are working hard to make a go of it. But yeah, I'll stop there. Don't expect you'll have a response now, but I don't see what you're seeing, and it's just maybe it's me, and it probably is me, but I think there is an analysis there that could show that.
Okay, thank you for the comments / question. I think there is a question in there. And I do appreciate what you're saying. I think that over the next few months, I think that we can dig into that a lot more. I mean, I guess my initial response is, 29% is a number that is really reflective of, of where we've been over the past few years. And, that from our perspective is indicative of the problem. We've been claiming that, we've been saying there's a significant problem with the amount of trawl allocated sablefish that's leaving the sector for years now. And 29% is sort of an average of several years where that's been a major problem. From our perspective, we need all of our fish. We need all of the trawl allocated sablefish in the trawl sector to be able to maximize the potential of this fishery and realize all of the economic benefits that it's capable of. It's very difficult between all of it and, where we are over the past few years to draw a line and say, well, at this level, it no longer becomes a problem, or at this level, it's okay financially, because there are a lot of factors that play into this. But the fact of the matter is that for our fishery and our sector to be able to optimize itself and really catch all of the available yield that it can catch in any given year, given the markets, the economy, all of the other factors that are influencing it, we need all the fish that are allocated to us. That doesn't mean we're going to catch them every year, but that certainly gives us the maximum flexibility to grow this fishery in such a way that we can maximize economic benefits for everybody. And how that pencils out in an analysis or in a spreadsheet is very difficult. Those lines are very difficult to draw, but we're willing to compromise and recognize that we're not going to get all of it. But we certainly cannot comfortably say that 29% is anywhere near a number that makes us comfortable, that we're going to be able to realize the economic benefits that this fishery has to offer.
Corey?
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, apologies for the long comment, but you got the question I had and the point, and would look forward to talking to you more about it. But appreciate the response.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you for your testimony today, Lori. I noticed that you kind of drew a circle around the processors that you are representing of your organization today, as opposed to a number of others that have been in here and testified differently, which is fine. But I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Jeff in terms of the folks that you are representing. If we don't go with option 2, which is what you are indicating as your preferred, and fair notice to everybody else, if you don't hit on what your fallback position is, I'll be asking the question. Is there a different alternative that would be more preferential to others, or is it option 2 or bust?
Well, thank you for the question. It's a very difficult question. I mean, I guess I have a very similar answer to Jeff in that, many of the other alternatives or components of alternatives that we thought were potentially viable aren't really on the table anymore. Alternative 2, with all of the options contained in it, is still it still offers a pretty wide range, within the overall mechanism for quota pounds. So, I think there's still a lot of room for working within that alternative. I really can't say at this point. It certainly is an alternative 2 or bust. We're going to have to live with whatever comes out of the council. And I certainly hope that that's more than anything, not no action. But beyond that, I'd say that's a tough question to answer. And then in terms of the processors that I represent, I do represent within my association every brick and mortar facility that processes groundfish on the West Coast that I'm aware of. If there are other processing facilities that are processing volumes of groundfish, I certainly would like to be I'd like to know who they are to at least get them in the association, if nothing else. But in terms of the non-whiting groundfish that's processed shoreside, I don't know if there are others. And at least the 8-member companies that I have are all on the same page in terms of our position on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to take a break. My clock here, my yellow clock says to stop at 2:30. So we're going to take a break to get back here to say 2:40 and start up, and then continue on with Michelle Conrad.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, if we can all take our seats, we'll get going. Okay, I've got the green light from the tower. So with that, we'll start up with back into a public testimony and Michelle Conrad. Michelle, followed by Paul Clampett.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Pettinger and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'm here providing comments on behalf of the Fishing Vessel Owners Association, Ocean Ballad, and Bassiker Company. The people I'm speaking for today are a mix of fixed gear fishermen, trawl fishermen, IFQ owners, permit owners, vessel owners, QP lessors and lessees, and a buyer of fixed gear sablefish. We've participated in gear switching activities over the past 12 years through a variety of means, with quota from initial allocation, quota we've purchased, and quota we've leased or traded. We rely on gear switching opportunities through one or more of these mechanisms to complete our fishing portfolios and annual business plans. Our participation in the IFQ fishery has not only been done by the rules, but the program was designed to provide this opportunity. We weren't trying to get away with something or exploit a legal loophole. We participate in the fishery to make a living and support our families and communities. We appreciate and respect the council's process. We understand the intent of the control date as a signal to gear switching participants that we should think twice about acquiring more assets because post-control date activities may not count towards future allowances. But signaling that an activity may be capped in the future is different than pulling the rug out from under us, degrading our assets, and imposing a penalty as if we did something wrong. Those are the outcomes of the alternatives being considered. We share the concerns that have been expressed by trawl interests regarding the underattainment of harvestable yield and the desire for greater economic return, and we stand ready to work with the council and industry members to identify the barriers to achieving success and addressing the real problems in a manner that is fair and equitable to all participants. Gear switching is not the problem. Underattainment of groundfish allocations is not the problem. Underattainment and low profitability are symptoms of much larger market-related issues. Some served up gear switching as the problem, and we were an easy target. We are a small group of like-minded individuals with different interests than the norm. Our differentness sets us apart from others within the IFQ fishery. We were viewed as outsiders. We arrived unexpectedly and we caught some people off guard. Those who served up gear switching as the problem have asked the council to fix this market-driven issue because the council invited our participation. Maybe some of those who invited us did so more as a courtesy, thinking that we would not show up. But here we are. The thing is, whether by accident or design, pointing at gear switchers has been a diversion. It has distracted the council, going on 8 years now, from dealing with the real problems. With the focus on gear switching, the council has diverted its attention and its resources away from the IFQ program review, the very mechanism by which to uncover and address these programmatic issues. In doing so, these alternatives were developed, which will make the situation worse. By capping or restricting market competition, the economic growth potential of the groundfish fishery will be limited. Because sablefish are one of the more valuable groundfish stocks, restricting the amount that could be sold to fixed gear markets will reduce program flexibility and make it more difficult for IFQ harvesters to use sablefish as a higher value groundfish to realize profits. Fortunately, the council has time to turn its attention to the IFQ program review. Under no action, gear switching will likely not reach, much less exceed, 29% of the sablefish IFQ, provided the allocation is at or above the 2020 level. Gear switching has not been limited since the program started in 2011, and people are not clamoring to catch IFQ sablefish with fixed gear. If people were not trying to get into gear switching when fixed gear sablefish prices were high, they are certainly not going to try when prices are at an all-time low. Given that sablefish ACLs are anticipated to be at or above the 2020 level for at least the next 3 to 5 years, the council would have the time to focus on the real issues through the IFQ program review, provided it initiates scoping for the review in September, as described in your year at a glance. In summary, we are asking for no action. Please resist the temptation to select one of these alternatives because you feel compelled to do something. Focus on identifying the causes behind trawl allocation underattainment and low profitability and address them to the extent you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions on her testimony? Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you for your testimony, Michelle. I have a question actually on the written testimony that you provided. And I don't need to ask you that. How would you prioritize? Because you did note in there what your priorities were in terms of options. But I did have a question about the cooperative piece that you do mention in that testimony. You could do a cooperative under any of the alternatives, I think. But I'm just wondering, you make mention of time and effort, and you also cite if we were to move towards option 3, that you would basically recommend having a cooperative. Do you see that amount of time as being in tandem, meaning you're not asking to delay, or you might be, I don't know. That's really what the underlying question is why couldn't people do cooperative behavior at any point under any alternative, firstly? And secondly, if that were to be put in as a requirement under any of the options to get people to work together or hopefully work together, would that in effect be possible with the timeline we're looking at for implementation?
Thank you. Yes, cooperatives are voluntarily available now under status quo and under any of the alternatives. There's cooperatives in place now, effectively. The design, the objective of those cooperatives currently is different than it would be under Alternative 3 if we were specifically asked to have a cooperative to address the seasonal approach and ensure that fixed gear quota weren't harvested prematurely or before the season ended. So the co-op structure would be different. The co-op participants would be different. And how complicated it would be and how long it would take would depend on the structure and guidance that the council provides us. We would certainly try our best to come forward with a proposal or a plan in whatever timeline the council asked us to.
Please. Good. Great. Thanks, Krista. Anyone else? Oh, Phil.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Michelle, for your thoughtful testimony. I just wanted to ask a question regarding a comment that you made. I think I had it right, and that it was in your best judgment that if the ACL is at or above the 2020 level, which was, I think, 57.23, that the potential, or not the potential, but the chances of gear switchers taking more than 29% was very low. I'm paraphrasing what I understood you to say. And I'm wondering, did that conclusion come from looking at the data in terms of ACLs and what the percentage of gear switching was relative to the overall trawl quota for sablefish? Or did you arrive at that perspective looking at that and perhaps some other information?
Thank you. At the latter, it certainly involved looking at the data to select the year and what the corresponding ACL was, but it was also in conjunction with talking with the people that I'm representing who have participated in gear switching activities. The fixed gear market is essentially at capacity. So provided the trawl allocation remained at the 2020 level or above, we would not be able to harvest more than 29%.
And just quick follow-up. So, I mean, then the logic progresses to if we're up at a level where we are in 2023 of 84, 86, we're a long ways above that 57.23. And with the limited market, then that leads you to conclude, and I understand the logic, that you wouldn't be looking at 29% and probably less than that at those higher levels.
Yes, that's correct. We expect that the 2023 fixed gear would be substantially lower than 29%.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Phil. Anyone else? Maggie.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for your testimony and your consistent engagement, Michelle. I want to just follow up on something you had in your public comment letter and that you mentioned just now in your response to Phil. You said the fixed gear market is essentially saturated now. And I am wondering, as someone who is representing some buyers, some processors, maybe you are closer, maybe you have a better understanding of market dynamics than I do. Is it in your estimation, I would have thought that there are probably continuous efforts to expand markets, to find, more opportunities to sell fish. And I guess what I'm hearing from you in there is maybe an implied assumption that the fixed gear market is not going to change, or there's not a likelihood of expansion there. Can you comment further on that?
Yes, thank you. I will say that the fixed gear interests that I represent and work with have worked really hard to develop the markets that they have in place. And they certainly are in contact with them regularly and looking out for future plans and what expectations might be for their own businesses and what market capacity will be. And the message that they're receiving is that they will not be higher than what they have been.
Thank you, Maggie. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Michelle. I'd like to follow up a little bit on your discussion about collectives, and that historically collectives have been formed for other purposes. And I think what you're probably referring to is bycatch risk pools in some cases, maybe other situations I'm not aware of. But are you suggesting that, at any time IFQ quota holders who might be concerned about running out of sablefish can pool through some form, some agreement voluntarily, those shares offline, or sign some kind of agreement that would allow them to, or that would create kind of an obligation to buy, sell, trade, what have you, in the event of a need? Or maybe you can just elaborate a little bit about how you would see a collective or voluntary agreement coming together to solve the problem that has been at the origin of this discussion.
Yes, thank you. During our participation in the IFQ fishery, we've voluntarily formed a cooperative, and in some years have operated through a cooperative, that being a group of harvesters coming together, pooling their resources. And unlike the trawl fishery type of cooperative that is maybe more focused on bycatch, the Sablefish cooperative is focused on harvesting the target species. So it would, as I explained to Ms. Fenson, it really depends on how it would come together. It really depends on the guidance and direction we get from the council. If the council has specific objectives they would like the cooperative to achieve, then that's going to affect how it's designed and who participates.
Marcy?
Thank you. I think I understand. But I think you were also explaining that even in the event of a no action decision, that those types of arrangements are possible to achieve any purpose that a group might wish to achieve collectively. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Michelle, for your thoughtful comments. I'm trying to understand in the point of view of alternative 3 and a cooperative structure that is basically an open access system within a ITQ system, how a cooperative would work and how it would not disadvantage those that don't choose to be in the cooperative. How do you protect their right to harvest and not be precluded from being in the 29% race? And I think there's some legal issues there as well, but I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you. I haven't thought through all of the different nuances and different combinations of co-op structures and the rules that might be in place, the incentives that might be in place to participate in the cooperative. I understand what you're saying, that the intent would not be to force participation in the cooperative. But I certainly think your experience is greater than mine in terms of how co-ops could be structured and the types of rules that could be in place and the types of incentives that could be available that would encourage participation. And again, this is in the context of alternative 3, assuming the overall objective would be to achieve that seasonal approach to spread the catch out of the fixed gear harvest over the season so that there isn't an unexpected early attainment of fixed gear sablefish. So again, the rules that are in place and who would be the participants, the members of the cooperative, depends on what the council would like the cooperative to achieve.
Follow up, I would just, maybe you will recall, I remember you're probably sitting right in this spot around the table at the time, that there was an issue when we were talking about open access in the mothership sector and how you had to reserve a particular part of set aside of bycatch and all of those things just to meet the legal challenges of inequities. I would I'm sure there's a better term there, but anyhow, I think that's a real issue and a real roadblock. And I think you're right. I've been down this road a few times and have a little bit of experience, but not all of it. And so just a question. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, again, I haven't thought about this fully. I understand there are a lot of tools that may be available through cooperatives to use. I think the situation that you're describing is one also in the mothership sector of where there is a declaration system. So prior to the fishing year, participants have to declare whether or not they're going to be in the mothership fishery and who they're going to deliver to, or if they're going to be in the open access fishery. So that is one tool, potentially, that declaration that might be something that could make the cooperative more workable.
Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Michelle. We also had the benefit of hearing from you this morning, but you said this clearly, but just to you're not asking to have to do this. You think it's possible. You much prefer no action. You'd rather attempt something like this if the council were to want to do something other than no action. So you're just saying it's something, a tool you think you could work and we're willing to work on it. You're not asking, and it would be working on this would be preferable to the other action alternatives. Just I heard that message loud and clear. I think you said it already, but just clarifying, that's your main message here.
Yes, thank you. You're correct.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Thank you, Michelle. Next up is Paul Clampett, followed by Bob Etter. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you, Chairman and council members. My name is Paul Clampett. I'm the president of the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association, and my family's been fishing off the Pacific Coast groundfish fisheries for 38 years using fixed gear. We primarily fish for sablefish, but also catch halibut and rockfish as bycatch. Our current vessel is the fishing vessel Augustine, which is operated by my two sons. We purchased a trawl permit and trawl quota as soon as it became available after the passing of Amendment 20. We saw an opportunity to regain what was lost after the last allocation fight in the early 90s, when the division of sablefish went from 51% trawl and 49% fixed gear to 58% trawl and 42% fixed gear. At the time, the trawlers argued that they needed more sablefish to prosecute their other species, since they would be killing the sablefish anyway. I'm hearing the same arguments now, and it feels like fixed gear is being punished again for being more species specific, even though it has a lower impact on the environment. There's a lot of talk about how sablefish is constraining the trawl fishery, but there's no clear explanation of how it's constraining. Is the sablefish necessary to catch Dover because they're mixed, or are trawlers topping off Dover trips with sablefish? How can it be constrained if processors have imposed trip price points on Dover sole? How is constraining gear switching going to stimulate demand for Dover or Arrowtooth? These questions haven't been fully answered or studied, and we are just expected to assume it's true, in which case limiting gear switching becomes purely an allocation issue that the market should decide. I don't believe that gear switching is the cause of their problems. Instead, I think this is an attempt to remove fixed gear competition from the sablefish market so that trawlers can purchase trawl sablefish at lower rates and gain higher profits. If the lack of sablefish was truly inhibiting their ability to land Dover sole, there wouldn't be price points imposed by processors on their deliveries. For 2022, there was still 150,000 pounds of sablefish available north of 36 degrees and 1.4 million pounds south of 36 degrees. How can this council consider doing real economic harm to participants in the fishery when there is quota available to harvest? All indications show that the quota will be going up in the coming years. We will not achieve maximum sustainable yield in this fishery, and by limiting gear switching, you will make the problem worse, not better. Sablefish surveys show the possibility of more big year classes coming, and the year classes all the way back to 2014 are still looking strong. There is no reason to eliminate or curtail gear switching. The council should also reconsider moving more of the quota from the south to the north before thinking about limiting gear switching. There is no biological reason for the dividing line between the two areas. If the council deems it necessary to restrict gear switching in some way, I believe that anyone who has been involved in gear switching at any time needs to be made whole. We invested in gear switching in good faith, and there was no indication that it would be eliminated. If it is, it will be done arbitrarily and to benefit a few. Why harm people when all indication shows that there's an abundance of sablefish for years to come? I thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul on his testimony? Chris? Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So thank you for your testimony. And from your testimony, I'm taking it you're at no action.
Yes.
But wanting to clarify that. And then in terms of the other alternatives, do you have any preference or thoughts on components of those that either would be helpful to focus on or potentially remove?
I don't. I just don't see the need for this. I haven't from the beginning. There was 1.8 million pounds of sablefish left over in 2015. I don't even know where this comes from, other than greed.
Hey, Krista?
Thank you.
What else? Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Paul, for coming forward. A couple things, keep mentioning the Sablefish South that's left unharvested and that's not included in this action at all. And then pretty much you can fish with any gear down there, and that's not contemplated to change in the near future, I don't think. Why is it that wouldn't be a viable option to fish that fish, since I understand you travel to Alaska with your vessel as well as coming back to the West Coast? It seems like rather than have the fish come to you, you could go to the fish. Just curious.
Well, I was suggesting it be reconsidered. It was considered at one point about there was discussion about removing the line or moving fish from the south to the north, and I believe the idea was to make it available for trawlers, not necessarily make it available for fixed gear.
Response,
please.
Yes, that's true. That is true. But the question I'm asking is, it's available, and it's available to gear switch. Why would you not travel to that area to harvest that fish when you pretty much have an unlimited amount to fish with?
Through the chair, thank you. Well, some do. Some do. We don't. We fish off of Washington coast. We're based in Seattle. It's a long way for us to go all the way down that direction. So we don't fish there. But it seemed to me in the earlier discussion that there was some issue about trawlers being able to go down and harvest that. And so the idea was if you needed more sablefish for the trawl industry, it was available if you just moved that arbitrary line. Maybe we're going around in circles here, and I apologize if we are, but the reason we personally don't go down there is because of time constraints and distance.
Do you fish in Alaska?
We fish in Alaska. We have 3 tiered permits off the coast of Washington. We have a trawl permit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Next up would be Bob Etter, followed by Bob Alverson.
Vice Chair Pettinger and members of the council, good afternoon. Very briefly, I want to commend the council and thank them for their outstanding leadership in addressing offshore wind. Gear switching. Some options and some options would surely benefit our business more than others. But today, I'm not going there. Because clearly, no action is called for. The Trawl IQ program was crafted to feature free market trading of quota and maximum flexibility. Consequences of any of these action alternatives will have enormous negative impact on some permit holders. We are all of us aware that quota share programs and privileges don't come with a promise to last forever. But in the history of this council, has there ever been an instance where fully invested, fully qualified, law and regulation abiding participants have had such privileges rescinded? And the participants I'm describing are not the whole. but a subset, a group newly demoted to second-class citizenship. Oh, the market is still free, just not for some permit holders. This discrimination is just not called for. I congratulate the council on the development and success of Amendment 20. Is it perfect? Of course not. Is it good? Very. Unfortunately, we're living with 30-year-old fish values, and that colors everything. The conservation benefits alone will continue to pay dividends beyond our lifetimes, the very best kind of gift. You have brought full accountability to us, the fishermen. Please be as accountable for your own critical decision-making. Full attainment is a good but theoretical goal. Fact is, my business has done all right by this program, and so have the businesses of my colleagues who describe gear switching as a problem. It would be different were we not doing well. The perceived problem 10, 12 years ago was an insecurity about cost and availability of sablefish. Major circumstantial changes, mainly from the resource itself, have altered that greatly. Plenty of fish available at low cost. All of us like to be productive and have something to show for our efforts. The gear switching issue has consumed a huge amount of time and council time and energy. Multiple committees, exhaustive analysis. We've even come full circle to consider a derby as a possible solution to a perceived quota share fishery challenge. Think about that. I maintain that the narrative of a big problem is false, and repetition alone does not make truth. Council, for legitimate participants, the severe consequences of taking action simply aren't justified. Status quo is the way to go.
Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Bob. I have two questions for you. One thing you mentioned was we're dealing with 30-year-old numbers of fish. I believe something close to that. Are you talking about what Paul has continually brought up about the council made the split between limited entry sablefish, between trawl and non-trawl in the mid-90s? Is that what you meant by the 30-year-old numbers?
I was referring to the values. In my case, I'm most concerned with the ex-vessel values of all ground fish, including now sablefish. Our prices are about equal to the early 1990s with no inflation adjustment.
Thanks for that. I had what you meant wrong then, so thanks for clarifying. And this is a question it's been stuck in my mind since one of the last times you testified. You didn't say it today. And, I'm not meaning to debate. I'm really trying. I know you have always frequently have thoughts and points that I just don't understand until you explain them. But I asked you in the past, hearing you loud and clear that no action is your strong preference. I asked you once, under Alternative 1, I would presume you do pretty well, and I understand that some of your partners you've been leasing quota pounds from or trading with wouldn't do as well. But then you said something about Alternative 1 would still allow new entrants. and you may not remember this, and if you don't, it's kind of an unfair question, but I was stuck in my mind as no action. You can also have new entrants into the fixed gear part of the gear switching part of the program. You can also have more trawlers come in. So if you don't remember that, fine, but do you have, if you do remember, what was your issue with alternative one and new entrants being allowed in?
Corey, I'm entirely aware that I personally may do better under some of these action alternatives. I really don't think it's justified. That's why I'm taking a clear position. You're not hearing me describe my own business. I will if you'd like. But when I spoke last meeting, it was the new alternative 3 that I questioned. It wasn't number 1. It was the season, and I questioned why a new alternative would be developed that lets in more participants. If gear switching is perceived as a problem, why would we want to do that? And that would definitely dilute the opportunities for those of us that have investment history, production, checking all those boxes. And yes, status quo leaves it open too. You've heard 2 people before me today from the other side of the conversation say, when asked similar questions, say, well, it was the endorsement would be our second choice. And the endorsement is what we had supported, but I had supported in the past. If there's a way of taking none of these action alternatives and declaring a moratorium today, that would be tantamount to an endorsement. But, I don't know if that's doable or not, but yes, that would be good with me if you're asking me to step off my position a little bit. But I really, the main thing is this kind of action, particularly for those of us who are fully invested, it's not called for. What's with that? I'm not going to be a fully permitted, trawler. I'm going to, 63% of the fish that we caught last year were leased. There's a good chance I might be able to keep that which I own. But being able to lease freely in the free market, the flexibility, remember, that'll be gone. We will be, it's like telling somebody, yeah, you're a citizen, but you can't own land.
Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you for your testimony today. I am very appreciative of you coming. I know that this is a big one for everybody in this room, but really appreciate the time you've spent with me. And I'm appreciative of the approach that you've taken today, which is why I'm not asking you what your fallback or secondary position would be, in that you are taking an approach that is looking out not just for yourself. So I did just want to comment briefly why I'm not asking you the same question that I've asked everybody else. And also to say I appreciate it. And I guess if I have to ask a question, I would say I hope we will see you here in the future for additional pieces on this, and am asking for confirmation if you would be inclined to attend.
Thank you, Chris. Further discussion or questions for Bob? Okay, thank you, Bob. Next up, Bob Alverson, followed by Georgian Lampham.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow council members. My name is Bob Alverson. I'm speaking on behalf of Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. We have a number of vessels that participate in the black cod fishery off the coast. 45 of the tier permits are fished on our vessels. And we had 7 to 8 vessels that are Our members are associate members that participate in gear switching over the years. We support no action. The record is replete with letters from the association as to the rationale that we don't believe the council has made the analysis has made the case to restrict gear switching. We believe the issues around gear switching is a market issue, and that causes for trawl underattainment will not be solved by limiting gear switching. I'm going to try an analogy of what I see you doing, because under Alternative 2, if the 12% or 6% numbers were agreed to by the council, you would create absolute pain for basically the legacy fleet. They go out and they buy some land in Idaho. I'm going to use an Idaho example. And they grow Idaho potatoes on 100 acres. And then this land management group comes in and says, no, you can only grow 6 or 12% of potatoes. 84% has to be rutabagas and other things. Well, I can't make any money. I even need a different type of tractor for that. So the bank comes in and says, you don't have the asset we originally loaned the money on. So you're going to have a cash call. And when you resell that land because of those restrictions, because they can only grow 12 or 6% potatoes, the money crop, your asset is destroyed. And that's what that Alternative 2, those sub options would do to the legacy fleet. Alternative 1 and also an Alternative 2 at a higher percentage level, and Alternative 3, all to some degree try to protect that legacy fleet, which makes up about 11% of the trawl landings. So we also submitted this 29%, which the council has. It is the least disruptive. It treats everyone the same. It maintains flexibility and accountability. It's simple and understandable. And according to NIMS, it has the lowest implementation costs. So there's the concern of the race for fish. 5 years ago, when I was on the SAMTech committee on this issue, Jesse and Jim produced paperwork on the historical participation on this fishery. During the control dates, there's 31 vessels total that participated. And if you put a lens of 30,000 pound minimum, it's like 12 vessels. So you have, if you wanted to go with this 29%, you're concerned about a race for fish, you have the data that could reduce this to 12 to 13 vessels. And I doubt if that number of vessels is going to create a race for fish for this. In addition, if you wanted the industry to also look at a co-op for a limited number of vessels like that, I'm sure the industry would try to, but is it really merit this? Where in the evidence that Jim and Jesse have worked on for 7 years does it guarantee that a single more pound of Dover is going to be landed, or yellow, whatever other underutilized trawl fish species? You have no evidence of that. Your options under Alternative 2 will create absolute pain for what gain? We don't see the gain. And so we continue to support no action alternative, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob on his testimony? Lynn?
This is just a minor clarifying question. At the beginning, you described how many boats you represent, and I couldn't tell if you said 7 to 8 gear switch or 78 gear switch. I think it's probably the former, but just want to make sure I've got that number clear in my head.
Through the chair, it was 7 to 8 vessels.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, Bob. Next up, Augie. Followed up by, what do we got? John Gonzalez.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, council members. My name's Jorgen Lapham. I go by Poggy. Most of you know me by that. And I want to tell you guys a good story today. I walked into England Marine early 2011 after this program started, and Chris Cooper, who had the Perseverance, asked me if I could catch his sablefish for him. And I said, I can do that? And he said, yeah, absolutely. That's how I was introduced to this program. Since then, I've participated at a high level every single year. I've leased fish from midwater trawlers, bottom draggers, quota share owners, all people that are still involved in this fishery as a whole. In 2000, I've submitted written testimony that says some of this. I just wanted to reiterate the finer points. In 2014, I was offered the ability to buy my vessel in whole. I was a part owner at that point, and the timing wasn't great. We'd had a short crab season on the coast that year, and luckily we'd fished sable in the south, trawl sable in the south, and we were working on fishing trawl sable in the north. And I went to my bank and I made a proposal. I still have the PowerPoint slide that lists trawl sable as a very integral part to my ability to repay the debt that I was about to incur. Because of that PowerPoint presentation, they allowed me the chance to buy the vessel. They gave me the money to do that. So that this program has allowed me to buy into a vessel and participate in a fishery, even though I don't own a vessel, a trawl permit, or any quota share. But that doesn't mean that at some point in the future, I wouldn't like to be able to own and participate on that level. My crew has relied on this income. They've also incurred debts that are based on their ability to make income from this fishery. Also, in my community, in my small lens on this program, in my community, it looks pretty dang good. There's a couple brothers that I went to middle school with and finished school with and began fishing as a deckhand alongside. They were on their father's vessel. It was a dragger crabber, and they had one boat at that point in time. They purchased a second boat before the implementation of the program. And since they've purchased 3 boats and trawl permits, and I guess they've gotten rid of one. Anyway, they have 4 trawlers now and 5 trawl permits. And if that's not success generated within the fishery and reinvested into the fishery, I'm not sure what is. Also, I have another business that's a metal fabrication business, and I do a lot of machine work, not me personally, but the machinist that works for me for a seafood processor in Newport. And I know the code for billing them is number 47 for the groundfish line. And that code goes through my computer a lot. And I'm a small player. So if I could extrapolate out the amount of money they're reinvesting into their groundfish line on my level into what they must be doing overall, I would say that those factors under this program that I know personally are all doing very well. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I just want it to know that it's a decision made based on demonstrable facts. Something you can go home and say, hey, we turned over every rock, and we came back to the table and we made this or that decision. And in saying that, I know you guys have invested a whole bunch of time. I haven't sat in this position since 2017. And sorry for my absence and sorry that it took so long to get here, but it's not time wasted. And it's especially not time wasted if you decide to do nothing, because the difference in cost between doing something and doing nothing for me is huge. If you do nothing, I can keep going and I can keep having those relationships I've had with the whole rest of the trawl fleet and be an integral part of their business. If you do something, any of the options besides option 3, which I don't particularly support, I'm out. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Poggy. Questions on this testimony? Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just for my own clarification, I'm understanding that you're supporting no action, and am appreciative of the time you've spent with us today to really clarify, as a new entrant, what it's taken for you to get in. So I guess I just I'm confirming you're at no action, and that's what your ask is today from us. And then as a second follow-on question, if I may, Mr. Vice Chair, are there others who are in the new entrant category as you are, that will be impacted? Obviously, every business is different, but you are definitely a younger person in this process. So just kind of looking at the future, can you give us some thoughts on that in terms of new entrants for groundfish fisheries?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. There are other participants. I can think of two off the top of my head that I know personally. I know they haven't participated on the level I have, and I can't tell you if they've participated every year, but there's two in my generation that have participated in a similar way that I have. And as far as the question about no action being my preferred alternative, because of the way I observe the program working, the positives that I see in it, and the fact that it's a open market, it's a capitalist market, and it's functioning the way it should, and quota can flow where it should based on financial factors. I'm for that option and not for any option that restricts the flow of quota, because that's kind of the way we got to this table now today, was the problems with the way quota was flowing. So anything that restricts the flow of quota, I don't, and that would be no action.
Thank you, Krista. Corey?
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me, thank you for being here and for the for your testimony and written, and the one you just gave. I'll just admit to I'm not able to remember everything you wrote and just said. And just a quick question: did you say you own the vessel, but you don't own a trawl permit? Is that, did I hear that correctly?
Yes, through the chair. Yes, that's correct. I own the vessel, and I have not ever owned any quota share or a trawl permit. Everything has been leased.
Thank you, Corey. Maggie?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for your testimony and coming up here, Poggy. Maybe following up on a couple previous questions, I think I saw in your written public testimony that you had been hoping to buy a trawl permit and quota share and decided not to because of the uncertainty about the future of gear switching once there was word of potential limitation coming down the road. Is that, well, I guess I'll finish that. I also heard, I think in Krista's question, if I don't remember the wording exactly, but asked something about if there are other participants in a new entrant category like you. I think I just wanted to observe that I guess you are not what I would view as a new entrant to gear switching. You've been gear switching, but you've been doing it with a leased trawl permit and with leased quota. I'm really just thinking about the uncertainty, I guess, that this process has introduced.
Through the chair. Yeah, that is correct. In 2000, right about the time I bought the vessel, it was actually slightly before I completed the purchase of the boat. I had, the opportunity come up for a base permit, and I passed on that based on the kind of the insecurity and where this was going to go. And instead, I invested in some IFQ in Alaska, which I fished last week on Augustine. And I'd rather fish. I was born and raised in Oregon. I'd like to stay here. And also, if I may follow up on a previous question Mr. Dooley asked, I fished the Sablefish in the South, and I hope I can fish down there again. It was a kick in the pants. It was a lot of fun, and it's an underutilized resource. At this point in time, the market is what limits that.
Anyone else? Okay, thanks, Boggy.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Next up, John Gonzalez, followed by Lisa Damrosch. Welcome, John.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is John Gonzalez. I'm the Government Affairs Manager at Pacific Seafood. Just want to start out by acknowledging and appreciating all of the hard work to date on this issue by the GAP, the council, and of course, council staff, Jim and Jesse. So thank you. I've attended all of the GAP meetings leading up to this agenda item today, where there was a lot of healthy discussion on this issue. And it was really helpful to have Ms. Sommer in the room during that discussion to provide the NIMS perspective on things. So thank you, Maggie. I'll say that I support the GAP statement as far as being in agreement with all of the items that the GAP generally agrees on. In particular, I really support the idea of a resolution being in place by January 1st of 2026, which I understand hinges on a FPA being selected by March or April of 2024. In fact, that may be the one consensus item here that we all can agree on, is that we all want this to be over as soon as possible. This issue has dragged on for years, which has made it really difficult, not only from a stakeholder advocate perspective to stay engaged on the issue this long, but also from a process and management perspective, as I feel that fatigue has set in for all of us, even for council members that didn't have the pleasure of being here at the table for the last 7 years. I think we can all agree this issue is anything but fun, but it's also very important to remember that just because this issue is dragged on forever and we're all sick of dealing with it, it does not, or at least should not, make this issue any less important today than it was 7 years ago. Some things have changed over the last 7 years and some things have not. Some folks may point to the fact that the Sablefish ACL is much higher than it was 7 years ago. And the Sablefish market is a lot worse today than it was 7 years ago. And in light of that, the level of gear switching today is naturally declining, and say, hey, what's the problem? But taking a look at those dynamics today, and by just looking at this one snapshot in time and drawing that conclusion, is almost like trying to evaluate the value of a business by only looking at one income statement. Rather than looking at just a snapshot in time, we are thinking about what will happen when the Sable market is back up and the amount of gear switching that will occur without any restrictions as a result. In other words, we're planning for the future. Some things that haven't changed in 7 years is even with a high Sablefish ACL this year, like we have now, boats are still having to avoid sablefish like the plague and are still avoiding traditional fishing grounds because they're worried they will run out of sable for the year. This once again highlights that trawlers need every pound of sable they can get, which is just as true today as it was 7 years ago, and it will remain true into the future. On the processing side, I can't speak for others, but we are still just as apprehensive today as we were 7 years ago, as far as willingness to make major investments into automation, not knowing what the future will look like, as far as what action this council may or may not take to restrict gear switching. Again, we're planning for the future. All of that being said, in closing, I'll say that we support the selection of Alternative 2 with all 3 sub options to move forward as the IPPA. And we really hope that won't jeopardize the council's ability to choose an FPA by March or April of next year. And I'm happy to answer any questions as long as it's not the question about what alternative I'll support other than Alternative 2. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Questions for John? Corey.
Thanks, John. You said something I didn't quite get, but was kind of along, I think it was along the lines of what I said to Lori, but you said something about looking at only one revenue stream. So just trying to understand better, but yeah, we've heard a couple of people, one today at least, go, if you had to go to a bank and say, hey, we lost the market to some competitors, we want to make some investments and get that back, the bank's going to want some proof that you're going to succeed or some collateral if you don't. So that's kind of what, like, I think there are things that could be looked at along those lines, but what can you just, long way of saying, can you explain what you meant by just looking at that one stream of revenue?
Through the chair. Thank you, Corey, for the question. I believe my words were just by looking at this one snapshot in time rather than revenue stream. I think what I was trying to refer to and didn't mean to have it misinterpreted, is just kind of looking at what we have in front of us right now with this high sablefish ACL year. And you can kind of see the graph that Jim had earlier, where yes, the average amount of gear switching that occurred prior to 2017 was on average 29%. It got up as high as 34, but you see it kind of go down to maybe 20 or so. I think it was last year or so. So again, I'm talking about just kind of looking at those current events as far as high ACL, gear switching kind of naturally declining, sablefish market not doing so well right now, and folks maybe drawing the conclusion, taking a look at all that no action is needed here. There's not a problem. And so what I'm saying is, I think it'd be more intellectually responsible to kind of take a look at the bigger picture, and kind of look at where we were 7 years ago or so, and the problem that was going on that kind of is why we're even having a conversation today. It was that 29% on average being caught with fixed gear that was identified as the biggest problem in the 5-year review that is still kind of going on today. So yeah, I was just trying to make the point of not taking a look at this right now and saying there's not a problem and ditching this whole issue. So yeah, we're thinking about in the future.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, on that point about thinking about the future, it sounded to me from your testimony that not a day goes by when you're not concerned about the future of sable and having enough sable in order to access your Dover. And I think we're all acknowledging there's quite a bit of sable available in the ACL at this time, and looking forward at least 4 to 5 years. But I'm thinking about Thorny Head. And the optimism may not be the same for Thorny Head. And the proposed alternatives in front of us don't speak to Thorny Head whatsoever. And if we're worried about a constraining species that would prevent access to a target like Dover, in the event in the future that we're short on Thorny Head, maybe you can speak to that, since it sounds like you're thinking ahead into the future about how to maintain flexibility.
Sure. Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Remco. So right now, I'm only speaking to sablefish just because of the issue at hand and the agenda item, and just also want to make it clear too that it's not just about sable restricting access to Dover. It's the full suite of species right now. And so to your question about Thorny Head, being a choke, yes, there's other chokes too, like halibut and other species as well. I think that's something to bring up during this next review. We have some ideas there in this next review about some other constraining species and some work that could be done there. But again, I was only speaking to sablefish here, and as far as it restricting our plans into the future about making major investments into flatfish automation.
Marcy? Good. Okay. All right. Maggie?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I've been acknowledging everyone's consistent engagement. So same to you. Thanks, John. A comment here that you made was something like folks are having to avoid sablefish like the plague this year. I don't know if I got your words exactly right. But given this year's high harvest limits, et cetera, I would love to hear a little more about that if you have the information. I recognize that you're not out on the water yourself fishing, so you may not. But if you have more to help us understand why that's the case, even this year with high availability or high overall sector allocations, that would be helpful.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Sommer. What I do, I'm in our headquarters in Clackamas. I'm not on the coast. I wish I was. I will be hopefully soon. I look forward to raising my family on the coast. But until I get there, the best I can do is I check in with our GMs, our plant managers, you know, and I ask them, what's going on? What issues are hurting you? What's going on? What can we help you with? Because a lot of what I do is support. I support our plant managers. I support our fleet, you know, the best I can, at least. So in talking to some of our plant managers, specifically in Eureka, just prior to this meeting, again, just like I always do, I checked in and I asked him, since he wasn't available to testify like he was last November, I just kind of asked, hey, you know, obviously the Sablefish ACL is very high right now, up 37.5% since last year. Haven't checked in with you yet this year. How are things going? What's the behavior of the boats? He says they're still avoiding sablefish. They're still not going into those traditional grounds. They're still not able to bring us the mix of fish that they used to. And again, even in a high ACL year. And so another kind of compounding element there, which we're all aware of, is just the boat's nature, captain's nature to kind of, at least the ones that fish whiting too, will hold on to a certain amount of sablefish, you know, and so again, yeah, that's what I'm hearing from our GMs, you know, and what they're, you know, hearing from the boats. So. Sure.
Thank you, Maggie. Anyone else? I see any. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Lisa Damrosch, followed by Gary Ripka. And Lisa, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me testify remotely, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Lisa Damrosch, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my family business, my brother, Jeff Betancourt, and our family fishing vessel, the Miss Mariah, which operates out of Half Moon Bay, California. Our vessel is actually one of the only vessels operating with both bottom trawl gear and fixed gear in this fishery, and I believe the only vessel to do so in California. We have participated since the beginning and in this process since the beginning, and been able to look at it from the unique perspective of both sides, literally both sides. Gear switching is an incredibly important part of our business and has been since 2011. But as a participant in the bottom trawl fishery that does not participate in other fixed gear fisheries, we're always mindful that this is a trawl fishery with many species, and that stability, increased harvest, and marketing of all species in the trawl fishery should be the priority. Taking no action at this point will not address the needs of the fishery. We have heard a lot about Dover sole and the deep water complex, which is important. But in recent years, and in fact, just in recent days, sablefish is also being encountered when targeting other species, such as rockfish, petrale sole, and even Pacific sand dabs. This only further indicates the need for action to be taken to ensure that bottom trawlers have access to enough sablefish to increase the attainment of all target species. We also agree that an active trawl fishery harvesting multiple species is important for infrastructure, and it's especially critical to supporting the infrastructure gains that we are working so hard for in California. I also wanted to point out, as Mr. Dooley stated earlier, the action before the council is for northern sable only, meaning that in addition to fixed gear opportunities outside of the trawl fishery, fishermen are now and will continue to be able to gear switch within the bottom trawl fishery without restrictions south of the 36 line. For California, this can continue to allow for new entrants in an area that needs them most. Finally, so much work has been done by so many, and so much time has gone by that it's easy to get off track, as I think is evidenced by where we are today. And I'd like to remind the council that the guiding principles that came out of the CAB and that were built on through SAMTAC were hard fought and remain extremely relevant. And it feels like these principles should be looked at often through this process and should be honored by taking action on this item at this meeting. So we are in support of the council selecting alternative 2 for this meeting and moving forward on the timeline as suggested in the GAP report. As a multi-generational business with the 5th generation now on board, we also feel the ability to maintain legacy status within a family needs to be part of that alternative 2 moving forward. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Questions for Lisa? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Lisa, for weighing in today. You mentioned, in the beginning, I'll start a little narrative here first. In the beginning, the focus was DTS and the need for Sable. And it seemed like that was the real focus. But now the stock seems to be increasing. There's more Sable in the system. But you mentioned that now there's a great need for Sable to get other species, like you mentioned petrale, you mentioned sand dabs, and I know last year there was a great need in the whiting fishery as well, to enable the trawl fishery to get that. Is that a change in position, I guess, from not a position, but a change in need since the beginning of this process when we were really focused on DTS?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, we have been down here in our area experiencing sablefish in different depths than historically we would find it. Typically, as the boats move, in shallower, there's less encounters with sablefish. And like you said in the beginning, was very much focused on the Dover fishery, which is, very important and trying to be rebuilt along this coast. And that's not to take away from that. But in addition to that, we're finding it everywhere. And as our boats try to move away from it, they're having a difficult time doing that. So yes, I think that's a change in possibly because of the year classes and what's happening. I don't know, ocean conditions. I'm a desk girl, but I know they're finding it at much different depths than they have in the past.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Bob. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Next up would be Gary Ripka, followed by Mark Cooper. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Gary Ripka. I own 2 vessels, a fixed gear switching vessel called the Genoa and a trawler called the Tabitha. I'm in a little different situation than everybody else in here. I have 2 vessels that are operating under the IFQ program with 2 business plans that are successful. So I'm kind of in a situation where I have a trawler that's doing well under the program, and I have a fixed gear boat that's doing well under the program. So who do I root for this week? Who's my favorite? It's kind of like having 2 kids on 2 different sports teams. Who do you root for this week? I talked to one group, root for them this week. Talk to the other side, I'm rooting for him. Pretty tough deal, especially when you have both your vessels that are successful under the program. So we've sat down and we've done a lot of thinking. My family that's helped me build this business, my son. And we've come to the conclusion after 7 years of this fight that we've been in. I call it a fight. Some people call it negotiations, but it's kind of a fight. Is we got to root for both of them. We can't pick one because they're both successful under this program that we're operating now. And we've come to the conclusion over long and hard discussions in our family and with others in the community that we are for status quo because our operations are successful under the current management regime. Both of them are. And I see that continuing with the increase in sablefish quota. In fact, I think it'll get better for both of my vessels. But I also look at the status quo that we need some sideboards. And if it's possible, I would like to keep the window period in as a deterrent for future entrants, or possible a moratorium on the people that we have participating now with no future entrants. Let the people that are continuing to do their job. If the council feels that they have to do something after this 7-year ordeal we've been through, that they have to do something, I would reluctantly support option 2. Although it would make my fixed gear boat much more difficult to operate, but I think we could possibly do it. It would put sideboards. It's going to be extremely difficult, I think, to lease fish. And as some of you know on the council, we probably lease more fish than anyone else besides the whiting guys, my operation, to keep 2 operations like this going. But it's going to be very difficult for the fixed gear boat. I hope we can do it. I think we can do it. That's kind of where we're at on this whole situation. I'm against option 3 because I think it's a step backwards, that we are going back to a race for fish. My vessels fish crabs in the wintertime. And with the 29%, I feel there's a possibility that we couldn't, by the time we're done crab fishing, and one boat is in Alaska tendering salmon right now, by the time it gets back, that we won't be able to fish, the fixed gear boat won't be able to fish our own quota that could possibly get caught before we get a chance to get a crack at our own fish. So that's my feeling on option 3. But if that's kind of where we're at with our operation. Any questions?
Thank you, Gary. Questions for Gary? Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for prioritizing. That's very helpful. I'm curious because you say you lease fish. Are you leasing both out of your businesses and into your businesses, or is it? Would you mind elaborating on that? Meaning, are you leasing fish from people, or are you leasing fish out to people, or is it a solid combination of both, or kind of how does that work for?
Right now we're leasing fish. We own rockfish quota. We own trolley quota. We trade the way this program, when it was first introduced and explained to me, will be better because we'll be able to trade fish around and get what we want. And I don't use my rockfish, so I trade my rockfish for petrale sole and blackhawk, sablefish for my fixed gear boat. And doing so if we move ahead with option 2, it's going to be way harder than that because I'll only be able to lease a percentage of that fish, and I'll have to compete against other fixed gear guys to do that. So it's going to limit our ability to lease fish. Did that answer your question?
It does, and thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Next up will be Mark Cooper, followed by Lynn Langford Walton. Welcome, Mark.
My paper here. Vice Chair Pettinger, council members, for the record, my name is Mark Cooper. My family owns 3 trawl vessels and we have 4 quota share accounts. We deliver fish into Newport, Hammond, and Astoria, Oregon. I come from a multi-generation fishing family, and my son Chris hopefully has a long future to come in the trawl fishery. I have said before that I believe that it is a mistake to have fixed gear in a trawl IFQ fishery. I can say this because I have direct experience with a boat as a boat owner who has trawl gear, but has tried using pots to fish some of my sablefish under the IFQ program, as was the intent of the original gear switching provision. What I found was that it made more economic sense for me to deliver a portfolio of caught groundfish species versus straight sablefish. Fixed gear sablefish has virtually no associated IFQ species catch with it, and they have caught, on average, 30% of the northern sablefish trawl quota since the beginning of the IFQ program. The analysis supports this point and indicates that in 2018, for every 100 pounds of northern sablefish landed with trawl gear, an associated 808 pounds of IFQ species was landed, minus the petrale. At the time, for every 100 pounds, at that same time, for every 100 pounds of fixed gear sablefish, only 5 pounds of associated IFQ species were landed. Why are we letting fixed gear catch so much of the trawl quota? MSA National Standard 1 states that management measures shall prevent overfishing while achieve on a continuum basis the optimum yield for each federal fishery. I have not heard the council discuss why they are ignoring this part of the national standard and related to achieving OY, especially when this council does pay strong attention to the overfish component of the standard. The statement has been made that trawlers would leave northern sablefish in the water if it wasn't for fixed gear. I would say that this isn't the case. We try to avoid sablefish so we can fully use our portfolio of IFQ fish. In 2021, we made a directed north sablefish trip. Our gross poundage was 71,000 pounds. Our sable catch for that trip was 58,000. In 2022, we made one directed trip for 51,000. Our northern sablefish, and that delivery was 38,000. I have a total of 150,000 pounds. So I could probably wipe my fish out in 5-6 trips if I just go out and fish for sablefish. Okay. At this meeting, council is trying to set an IPPA. I support Alternative 2 with a control date in it. And I'd like to have them look at a 6.5 percentage for the fixed gear. I agree with Jeff Lackey on his testimony and several other trawlers. Okay. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Questions for Mark? Corey?
Yep. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for being here for the test. I remember you saying this before, and I don't remember your answer, or even if I asked you, but what you just said there about for your business, it made more sense for you to use your sablefish and use your sablefish trawling than in pot gear, which I take it to mean that you're earning more profit by doing that than by using it in pots. And I'm trying to understand why that isn't true for more people. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts there.
I think most of the people that you're hearing that are just doing fixed gear are fixed gear fishermen. They're not trawlers. Gary's an exception. But if you look at everybody's history, I don't think that you'll see that they're trawlers. And they haven't done anything wrong. But in my mind, it was a mistake to allow it.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay. Thanks, Mark. Next up would be Lynn, and followed by Travis Hunter. Welcome, Lynn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. Oh, you got me? I don't know. Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Lynn Langford Walton, and I wanted to make mention that I'm testifying as an individual because I still have my clients that I've represented before that have various and assorted interests in fisheries from the Bering Sea and down through when we went to California and Morro Bay to try to do just what you said, Rob. But in the last couple of days, I realize as I'm discussing these things, I am referencing my own experiences personally and my own opinions. And I thought in this case, that was probably a more appropriate way to address the council today. Just to be very, very clear, myself and my members, my clients, they are absolutely 100% still at status quo. They haven't moved off from day one. And I'd like to be able to say that I have something that's more compelling to say, but I think I am just not going to be able to top Poggy, Bob Etter, Bob Alberson, and Michelle Conrad in terms of the things that they've raised, the comments they've made, the lovely articulation of those concerns that we share. So that is where we are. I've noticed that people are digging in a little bit deeper on, we don't really want to have an alternative to or an alternative to status quo. And I share that opinion, but we have trying to be reasonable through the process, said, if the council absolutely has to do something, what would we try to live with? And alternative 3 was what we would make an attempt to do. We don't want to do that. But if that has to happen, if something has to happen, we would make every effort that we could to come up with some vehicle that could use that amount of fish in a way that doesn't jeopardize the people that are there and doesn't try to exceed that amount for the year. Is it a co-op? Is it a designation? I don't know what those tools, a time, which I believe Krista Svensson mentioned. I've heard other things in the hallway, and I believe there are probably other tools you can get to. We just haven't invested the time because, one, getting people past status quo when you are that dug in. And honestly, alternative 3 has been available since, for 50 days or something. And I think it takes a great deal of effort. It takes time to do it right. You have to have full engagement from the community of fishermen that are going to be in that and outside that to do it properly. So that's what I have.
Thank you, Lynn. Questions for Lynn? Lynn?
We just need Lynn Massey here now and we'd be complete. I know you said you were representing yourself today. I just wanted to thank you for encouraging the people you do represent to reach out to council members individually. I think that's been helpful to hear from them in whatever venue they felt comfortable. So thank you.
Through the chair, you're welcome, Lynn. I am very opinionated. I don't think anybody here would not know that. But in this dialogue, you need to hear from them, and they need to hear it directly. And be able to vocalize it directly to you and others. Oh, and I wanted to make sure to thank Jim and Jesse and Maggie as well this last meeting. They were extremely patient and helpful, trying to make sure I understood exactly what they were talking about and the alternatives to the best of my ability, and I appreciate that.
Yes, I have one question on this, since you are in here on your personal opinion. And you brought up Morro Bay, et cetera, and we've now had some discussion about Southern Black Cod, but based upon your experience doing work down there, how likely do you think that it is that we would have people moving southbound? Or should we even be considering that in this context, as Ms. Damrosch recommended that we leave that out of this picture? So just knowing that you've been down there from the comments today, interested in your opinion.
Through the chair, Ms. Svensson, it was a very interesting endeavor. We spent several years and actually quite a bit of money and sent fixed gear vessels down. The fish were there. It would be hard to get my clients at least to go again, because what we learned was we were the devils of the sea. It was those big vessels coming down, taking our fish. And, how we looked at it was that we talked to Bodega Bay. We got Tyler Vesiker to come down and buy. We got Andrew Bornstein to come down and buy out of Morro Bay, which is a tough place to get to sometimes, right? And I would be hopeful that others would have a better experience, but I swear I saw a guy that had the Buchanans, a logo with a slash through it in Avila Beach. I mean, so there's not being local and having someone like Paul Clampett come down. I think there's a lot of footwork that would have to happen to make that work. And the fish are there, but my experience, even on the trawl side, because we did fixed gear and we put the South Bay in service there and bought it and put it in service, was the refresh rate is not the same as it is in the north. The fish don't come back as quickly to those areas. They fill back in, but for the trawlers in the north versus how soon they could run the same grounds again was delayed in the south. And localized depletion is a serious thing, and people need to be mindful of that and respectful of the locals And maybe we didn't take those steps to do that properly, but that was the experience that we had. And some of them have gone. The Buck and Ann continued, I think, for quite a number of years. But it would be a whole new venture, I think, to get back down there and feel that they'd be welcome.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Lynn.
You're welcome.
And last but certainly not least, Travis Hunter. Welcome, Travis.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger, members of the council. For the record, my name is Travis Hunter. I'm a third-generation trawler and own and operate 2 vessels out of Eureka. In the interest of time, I would just like to get to it and say I would agree with the 2 main points in the gap statement about the council keeping on their current timeline. I would hate to come back in September and have a PIPPA that we need to consider, a preliminary initial preferred alternative. And I would also encourage the council to adopt as their IPPA alternative 2. I think the people that spoke before me, Jeff Lackey, Lori, Mark Cooper, did an excellent job, and I respect and agree with their comments. The only other thing that I was thinking of here was, we can debate or argue the intent of the gear switching provision, but I think the name alone kind of signifies what the intent was supposed to be. Gear switching. It was for trawlers to have an opportunity to use a different gear. I think, we heard from Mark Cooper. He tried that, attempted that, found it didn't work. The Betancourts are currently doing that. I think gear switching implies what the original intent was. What's happening now is actually sector switching, or using the same fishing methods and gear to fish from a different pool. I would say that there is a reason we're here. I've heard people talk about, the 5-year review and the next one coming up and getting to those problems. This wasn't the problem in this program. It's one of them, but the elimination of gear switching isn't going to fix everything. I don't think people have ever said that. It's certainly not my thought. There's a lot of issues, costs, marketing, but it was certainly brought up as an issue, and I think it still is today. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Travis. Questions for Travis? Maggie?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Travis. A couple questions. I'll just kind of package them together, and I am also regretting missing my chance to ask Mark. I think as you guys were the remaining folks signed up here, probably with a closer connection to vessel operations on the water this year. One is I'm curious about your vessel's experience with sablefish this year. Are you having to work hard to try and avoid sablefish? And I'll just roll in the other one, which is a little bit different, but following up on Marcy's question earlier, what if thorny heads were to become constraining to your ability to access Dover, for example?
Through the chair, this summer, unfortunately this year, after crab season, our boat has been at the shipyard for a lengthy overhaul. So I don't have any personal experience this year other than talking with other fishermen. And our other boat is currently shrimping. So I don't have any firsthand experience this year. So I'm sorry, I can't be more help.
Okay. Thanks, Maggie. Lynn?
Thank you for Travis for coming and talking to us. You mentioned to use the terms you use, there's sector switching and then there's gear switching. Of the what you called gear switchers within the trawl fishery, do you have any indication how, if we chose one of these alternatives, how it might affect those individuals? Would it further limit their operations? Would they be constrained while trying to maybe limit, as you said, the sector switchers? Would there be consequences, do you think, or that you know of, to the true gear switchers in your terminology?
Through the chair, Ms. Mattis, I can't speak to that, how it might affect them, but going back to Ms. Damrosch's testimony, she I believe what I heard is that she was favoring alternative 2. So that's really all I can go by.
Thank you, and I apologize for putting you in particular on the spot to answer for sectors or a group that you may not fish with, but it just keyed a thought for me. So I appreciate you trying to respond.
No problem.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Travis.
I would say I was prepared to answer the question that Ms. Svensson had asked some of the other people. So
My apologies. I'm asleep at the wheel, obviously. I would be happy to hear your answer if you have items that you think would be helpful in terms of other alternatives. And I also want to say thank you for acknowledging that when we went through this process and we're looking at the purpose and needs, that there was more than just gear switching on that list of things that was identified in the 5-year review. So do want to recognize you for that as well, and for continuing on this process. I've only been in it for a little over 5 years, but you certainly towed the line on it, and want to say thank you along with everybody else in this room for showing up and engaging.
Yeah. Through the chair, Ms. Svensson, I would actually prefer alternative 4, which would be to get in my time machine and go back and remove the provision to allow gear switching. That would be my preferred alternative. It's not very realistic. Thought since I was the last one to testify that I'd mention that.
Okay. Travis, thank you. We've been at it for a while. I think probably like to have a little time, maybe to council time to discuss, kind of meet with her to kind of get some thoughts out on the 4, maybe after we have a short break here before we end the day. We've done that in the past, these kind of issues. So I think we'll maybe just do that. So we'll take a 10-minute break and come back and then finish the day out. So anyway, thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
If we could take our seats, we get started. Okay, we're back in session here. In previous discussions, we've had public comment, and then we've always, before we had a staggered session where we finished up later in the week, we've always had a little time for council members to throw their thoughts out. And so get us to something to think about over the next day or two. So with that, I'll open the floor for hands, and we'll go to 5 o'clock or earlier. So Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just it would help me concentrate if Dr. Seeger would turn his nameplate around so it's right side up. Thanks. I may have something else to offer later, but that's it for now.
That's an auspicious start. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Phil. That's been bugging me as well, but not enough to say anything. I just want to thank everybody who's come and testified and talked to us today, written public comment. It may not seem like I was asking questions to many people. I've been listening and absorbing, but do want to thank everybody for taking the time to come and talk to us as we navigate this complex and difficult decision. I don't have any other opening remarks to get us going, but I did want to express the thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? We don't necessarily have to. I just thought I'd leave. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I'm on the other side of that coin. I am extremely appreciative of all the testimony we heard today. And I did ask a lot of questions. And I'm appreciative of the council as well for really letting me ask a question that was kind of a baseline question in terms of understanding where flexibility was. But it also gives at least myself a chance to really think about the testimony that was provided and possibly come up with another question or two as well. So I think we heard a lot of really positive testimony for people that are in favor of a variety of options. But it was thought out. People have put the time in, and I do think it's important for us to recognize everyone that showed up today and that has shown up for the last 8 years on this topic.
All right. Thanks, Krista. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a couple thoughts. Just trying to, sometimes we forget where we started when we go down a path like this, and here we are, and we're kind of looking at the options before us. But I guess I'd start with a comment that, that really appreciate the people that came up today and testified. I think the public comment really means a lot, at least to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to others. And I'm not, my ears are always open, and I take all this to heart. I believe people making the effort to come here make a difference. And I'm not sitting up here with a closed mind. Secondly, I think, been involved with this since it started with the community outreach and the cab and into the SAMTAC, and 2 different seats I occupied in the SAMTAC, one from an industry perspective and one from a council perspective, and on through and all through this process. But the thing I'm really kind of running around in my mind are the principles that the SAMTAC came up with, and kind of weighing everything against those principles in my mind. And I would suggest to others maybe want to revisit that too, because I think those were well reasoned, and I think it was the thoughts of a diverse group that couldn't come to a conclusion, but those principles mean something to me. So I'm looking at this actually through that lens, and I would hope that others do too. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else? Pete Asper.
Thank you, Vice Chair Penninger. I too will echo the comments of others, the appreciation for everybody that has participated and come up here and talk to us. And maybe I'll go a little deeper at this time into some of my thoughts on this. I appreciate Bob Dooley's recognition of the principles in there, because I'm heavily wedded to those also, being a member of the SAMTAC. And one of those was that unlimited gear switching in the trawl fishery is not desirable. And so that indicates that we should look at limiting the growth of the gear switching. But there was also the principle of protecting the investments of those that people have made. And it's very important to that. A lot of this, we've been at it for so long, for 7 years, that stock status has changed. And a lot of times we're making our analysis now in the context of current abundances, which are very high. I mean, the Dover sole ABC is about twice what it was 5 years ago. It's doubled. And I don't think that's a good framework for thinking about gear switching and the impacts it could have on the trawl fishery and trawl attainment in general, because in the next several years, nobody's going to catch all the Dover sole that's available. And I don't think anybody's going to catch all of the sablefish, but it's that longer term perspective that we need to think of, that these stocks are going to decline, and what do we want to be prepared for at that time. So the no action alternative doesn't give us the opportunity to think as hard about the future and set us up in a better place. Some of the other thoughts I have here is in the comments I heard that we need to focus on the causes of the low trawl attainment. We've been doing that for a long time, and we haven't found solutions. But I think what I've gathered over the years and seeing the status of stocks and being able to see some of the developments in the in the processing and the markets is now is when the time is ripe to allow the trawl fishery to demonstrate its potential to rebuild these markets and to go out and get the fish. So I think providing an opportunity to, I hesitate to use the word maximize, but to exercise the greatest opportunity for the trawl fishery to demonstrate what it can do and to show us how many sablefish it needs to have to keep the Dover sole and the other species on the markets and sustain those markets and the fishery and the communities that depend on it. Bothersome for me, or maybe because I'm not an economist, when I hear the analysis, so much of the market analysis has dollar figures associated with that. And I know for the people that buy permits, and we heard about going to the bank and needing to demonstrate that there's a heavy dependence on those dollars and needing to have those permits. But there are other aspects that are going to drive my decision on this. And part of what we do here is the council, there are the national standards and the guidelines, and our national standard 1, optimum yield, and then the guidelines define optimum yield is the greatest benefits to the nation. And it's not the greatest economic benefits, but the greatest benefits to the nation. And when determining that, the national standard guidelines say one of those is the benefits of food production derived from providing seafood to consumers, meeting our nation's nutritional needs. And I think that aligns with the NIMS new national seafood strategy, trying to rebuild domestic markets, reduce some of this trade imbalance in the seafood industry. And when I look at these fisheries, in the trawl fishery, it's a multi-species fishery that is depending on multiple species. We've focused a lot on Dover and Thorny Head on the DTS complex. And so the national standards also point out there's going to be some trade-offs as we go through this and make decisions. So there's an economic argument. I understand it needs to be viable for everybody, but I also have to take into consideration the benefits to the nation that include these viable fisheries for long periods of time and providing the fish in those markets. And so that comes back to, now the opportunity is right to have the trawl fishery demonstrate its potential. There's an opportunity for them to show how they can do that to rebuild these fisheries that at the start of these programs with overfished species and rockfish species being overfished, there wasn't that opportunity. None of that should be construed as negative towards the fixed gear fishery. I really empathize with all sides, all the arguments I've heard. The fixed gear fishery is, a gold star, a blue ribbon fishery in terms of what it does in these markets. But at this point, as we look at this, it's a little troubling. Well, that the fact that the viability of some of the fixed gear fishermen becomes dependent on being able to access quota share in the trawl fisheries doesn't seem right to me. We've heard arguments over the years that some of the new entrants in the fixed gear fishery, the only way they can get into that is buying or leasing a trawl permit and buying or leasing trawl quota share. And that shouldn't be a problem on the trawl fishery side. We need to look at that. And we have another agenda item this week to look at things that can benefit the limited entry fixed gear fishery. We should really pay attention and do everything we can for that. But I guess I'm certainly leaning towards action here that's going to provide an opportunity for the trawl fishery to rebuild some of those markets and rebuild viable and stable markets and put some of this domestic product that I'm very proud of out there for people to do. So that's where my thinking is. And again, it's not just an economic argument. There's also, as I said, looking at national standards, we have to go beyond the economics of that. So a lot of other notes there, but I'll just leave it at that for now. That's how my thinking on this is developing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pete. Anyone else? Oh, Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Would it be okay to maybe ask Jim, Jesse, Maggie a question about potential impacts? The question that I sort of teed up with Travis about how would this impact the trawl folks, the actual trawl vessels that have always been trawl vessels that are investing in gear switching. Just trying to get some clarification on that. I don't know if this is the appropriate time or if that's just something I should track down Jim and Jesse in the hallway. I know it's only 2 or 3 vessels, but just trying to understand how any of these actions might impact those vessels, as well as what, not to keep calling Travis out on this, but what he called the sector switchers, as opposed to the trawl folks that are truly gear switching.
Well, we have 11 minutes before 5, so yes, probably could. So, Jesse?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Mattis, can I get some clarification? So you're wanting to know the number of vessels that actually like trawl and gear switch in like a single year, or I'm just trying to get some clarification.
I appreciate that. I didn't explain it well. No, how, say we choose alternative 2, would the same things apply as far as percentages and quota share limits and all of that to those vessels as it would to the fixed gear boats that now have trawl permits? Would the ones who have always had trawl vessels, always had trawl permits, would the limitations impact them the same way? And maybe this is something you and I should talk about to give you a chance to think about it.
Yeah. Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Mattis, maybe let's talk later because I'm not 100% sure of the question.
Okay.
It's late in the day and we've gained a lot of information today, so I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I echo everyone who's appreciated the testimony today and all throughout. I know this has been a tough one. And I was about to jump over the table and high five Pete when he mentioned the national standards, because I think that is the way we should be thinking about it, including, and Bob, thank you for letting everyone know how about what principles you're looking to. And I would, in my mind, those SAMTAC principles, obviously if the council makes a recommendation, it's going to go to NIMS and they're going to review it for consistency with the national standard guidelines. What I've been hoping for is that, National Standard 1 is part of it, but as Jeff Lackey put in his testimony, it's through National Standard 4 and others, but National Standard 4 most directly, that tells us the way, the benefits and the costs of, if we take away fishing privileges here from those folks who have participated, invested in the fishery, or people like Poggy who have been leasing, if we're creating economic harm to those folks, the National Standard 4 guidelines say it's fair and equitable to do that, but only if the benefits of doing so outweigh those harms. And I've been hoping we could get there and start framing the discussion around that kind of basic benefit cost. And I really appreciate, especially Jeff Lackey and other who are being responsive to questions I've been asking. And I think it pretty much frames up, and Brad has been saying this for a while now, is in my mind, the question is, do you think that bottom trawlers and then the processor fish can compete with the fixed gear boats and their processors or not? And what I'm hearing from Brad in particular and other is that no, we can't compete. They are more efficient, but don't, just like Brad made the analogy to the whiting sector, and we don't let the catcher processors take all the whiting because we want some of the benefits to go to the shoreside communities. And that is a valid argument of, it may not be the most efficient, but there are benefits, social, economic benefits to bringing some of those to the shore side. So that's the question in my mind of can this sector compete with the other sector? And if not, do we want to address it by separating these sectors? And if you separate these sectors, there's still a question, okay, they should be separate. They shouldn't compete with each other. There's still the question of how much fish each should get. And I think I know it's more convoluted than this, but Paul Clampett and others have pointed out that decision was made, the main decision, based on very much the same considerations like Paul's saying, talking about now that the trawlers get 58% and the fixed gear, the rest, because trawlers need more to get the other species, and there'll be benefits for that. That was, when there was 200 boats in the fishery, and maybe that's a percentage that makes sense now, but that's kind of the foundation of where we are. And lastly, I think we have, so we kind of framing up that's how the no action versus action debate is framing up in my mind. And then we get down to the lower level questions of where we didn't, I don't think we have a meeting of the minds. This process works best when everyone understands that the issues, says their views, weighs the trade-offs the best we can, and doesn't. I don't think we've gotten there on some of the other lower aspects of alternative 1 versus alternative 2. For example, like, why would you use quota pounds instead of quota share? And the answer I heard clearly today is, we don't want to compete at the quota share level. We don't want people coming in to purchase quota share either. And I get that argument. I don't now understand the argument of why we would use alternative 2's permit-based way of allocating it instead of alternative 1's way, which is meant to broaden it up. And to me, why would someone who leases a permit out to someone else and that person does the fishing and the hard work, why does the owner of the permit get the credit? So the point that I think there's more discussion to be had to understand the trade-offs in these approaches. And lastly, I'll try to stop here with the last point. I think there's a difference in view. And also I try to reveal my biases. And I think my bias is I believe the IFQ mechanism is better at handling flexibility in moving fish around than the council is. And so, when we're looking for a long-term solution, I would not have predicted this was going to happen. I would not predict that Chinook would be a bigger issue than Canary rockfish in this fishery. There's so much that happens. The ACLs are going to go up maybe 2 or 3 times based on this assessment we're going to see. So things are always going to change. And I think that the industry is better at moving it around than we are and quicker. And you've heard people of that view. And the last thing is, like, I'm hearing 2 different kinds of line of thought. My thought is the IFQ is better. I don't think we should care too much about who owns the quota now or into the future. The important part is that the quota move around and be able to transfer like it has. And there's other line of thought where, well, we don't think these people it's more focused on the people who have been participating. And we don't think these people should be in this program, but they did invest. So because they did that, we will make an exception and leave them in the program. That's a much different line of rationale than this idea of, hey, let's leave the quota program intact largely. And that's the best way of dealing with it. And again, the reason for not leaving it that way would be, let's recognize that these 2 sectors can't compete. And by doing that, this sector that's going to have benefits for our shoreside communities isn't going to do as well if we keep them separate.
Thank you, Corey. Okay, anybody else? I'm not seeing any hands up. Pete?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, not to prolong it, but I appreciate what Corey said, and there was something in there that reminded me of a statement I wanted to make, and that when we look at the sectors not being able to compete, and I'm just not using that as an example, but so much of our analysis is based on sablefish. And I think when we talked about some of the market comparisons, it was that how much revenue does a pound of sablefish provide in the fixed gear fishery versus the trawl fishery? And that's why I bring up the National Standard 1. And again, in the trawl fishery, there are multiple species that we're trying to get at. So in my mind, not being an economist, and I'm more than, I'd love to listen to other people's views on that, but really need to think of that, some of the trade-offs there, that it's not just sablefish that's the driver. And even when people are talking about let the free market decide this, and the movement, the flow of quota share in the free market is really driven by sablefish, and it ignores some of the need of the multiple species that are put into the trawl sector or the IFQ fishery, that it's more than just sablefish. So that, it complicates my thinking, but I think I look at more than just sablefish, and apologize for taking more time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pete. All right, I'm not seeing more hands. It's still not quite 5 o'clock. So Phil Anderson.
Are you anxious to adjourn for the evening?
No, I'm here for you.
Okay. I have a question, I think, for Caitlin. And it has to do with the definition of an allocation or assignment of a fishing privilege. And looking at National Standard 4. And the definition that's provided is that it is a direct and deliberate distribution of the opportunity to participate in a fishery among identifiable discrete user groups or individuals. And I'm wondering from your perspective if the people who gear switch in terms of utilizing trawl quota meet that definition. And maybe you can think about that a little bit. I'm taking you off guard probably, but I would be interested in your thoughts about that.
Thank you. Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, I will take a look at that and think about that in light of the facts here. Thank you.
And my only other comment for today is that during public testimony, and I join the chorus of people who have expressed appreciation for all the members of the public and the GAP and everyone who is attempting to help us work through this issue, is that there were several different times when there was a comment was prefaced, well, if the council feels like they have to do something, then here's what I'd recommend you do. And I just, for myself, I've been a little bit struggling with that before I heard others talk about that. And I just hope that we don't do that, that we don't do something just because we think we have to. That's not an argument to do something or not do something, but it's just, if that's what we're feeling, that we've invested all this time in process and analysts and all the things that we've invested over such a long period of time. And so at this point, if there's a feeling like we have to do something to make it feel like it was somewhat worthwhile, that's in my mind, not a good reason to do something. I think there's a lot of work that's been done that will be useful to the council, both in resolving or deciding on what direction we're going to go on this issue. But we've also got the next 5-year review pending, and there's lots of information that was put together here that I think will be useful as we go forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Okay. Maggie?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. May I ask Mr. Anderson, I'm not sure I understood your question for Caitlin. She may have, but I'd like to also. I think we're asking, do the people who are gear switching within the IFQ fishery, do they meet the definition as identifiable discrete user groups or individuals within that fishery for the purpose of having fishing privileges allocated to them?
Yes, do they meet the definition of, in terms of an allocation or assignment of a fishing privilege, and that definition is a direct and deliberate distribution of the opportunity to participate in a fishery among identifiable discrete user groups or individuals? Do individuals that participate in the Trawl IQ program, by virtue of the fact that they use fixed gear to harvest trawl quota share or quota pounds, do they meet that definition?
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Phil. In other words, can we consider them a discrete identifiable user group if the council wants to make a specific allocation of harvest opportunity to them? I guess that my question is, you're asking whether we can identify gear switchers as a discrete identifiable group?
I'm asking because of the applicability of National Standard 4 in this case. That's why I'm asking. Is that if they don't meet that definition, then in my mind, National Standard 4 has well, I won't say it doesn't have any influence on our decision, but it would certainly lessen, at least from my perspective, if it doesn't meet that definition. So I'd just like to get a sense of their thoughts about that.
Thank you very much. That was helpful.
Okay, Corey.
Not to answer the question for Caitlin, and she might have a different view, but asking privately and publicly since the early Samtec days, we've been told that yes, it applies. You have individuals that hold quota in an IFQ fishery that are going to have economic harm if we change it based on their business plan, is one way of thinking about it. But yeah, maybe not saying the answer won't be different, but we've been asking, and the answer we've heard from multiple times is yes, it applies.
Hey, Corey. Phil?
Well, appreciate that. I wasn't apparently listening to the number of times that question has been asked, and so I didn't hear the response. So I'm still interested in hearing your perspective.
Thanks, Phil. All right. I don't see any hands, so Jim, I'll turn to you as far as this subject or item today.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yes, I think you've gotten through your agenda item today. You've had your reports, heard the public testimony, had this introductory discussion, and we'll come back on Sunday and take action. Between now and then, of course, Jesse and I, as always, are available for consultation and questions and so forth whenever any council member may like.
Okay, thank you, Jim. And with that, I'll hand the gavel back to Chair Grolnick to finish the day.
It seems like I've been mostly passing the gavel today rather than using it, but make up for that later in the meeting. Thanks, everyone. We're done with the work for today, but there is a presentation tonight on a type of gear, the Slinky Pot gear. Who has information on where and when that will be? Executive Director Merrick Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll have the Slinky Pot informational session in Heritage C. The way we've timed it is that whenever we adjourn and people are able to gather, we'll go ahead and get started. And it is right there, the other side of that wall.
And I think, was there going to be a video played with that? I guess as we adjourn for the day? Maybe there will be, maybe there won't. So I guess not. Okay. All right. Well, all right. Thanks, everyone. Maybe we'll see some of you in the room next door, and maybe we'll see some of you. Well, hopefully we will see all of you tomorrow. Thank you.